So Pakistan had tried to hit back at India, clearly trying to widen the spectrum of hostility and confrontation. But India said, Defense Ministry in the statement clearly said that all the attempts to target our cities and the defense establishments has been neutralized, and in retaliation, India has hit at Pakistan's air defense system, and which was already breached after India carried out missile strikes at terrorist sites in Pakistan. One important thing India is making very, very calculated, which is we had a terror attack in Pahalgam. So in retaliation to that terror attack, in which 26 civilians were killed and 17 others injured, India responded with targeting terror sites in Pakistan. Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur, Burdiki, where we know this Lashkar headquarters there, which our army and the defense ministry has been repeatedly talking about. They are also talking about Hizbul Mujahideen and other groups. Their headquarters have been, sites have been targeted. So that is one that was in retaliation to Pahalgam attack. Now there was and India made it very clear those attacks were not carried out at any defense installation of Pakistan or any civilian population. But when Pakistan tried to attack Indian cities and Indian defense establishments last night, so there was a response in equal measure. So Pakistan's air defense system was targeted, and one defense system was eliminated or neutralized in Lahore. So huge setback for the Pakistan in this round two of this Sindoor. So it is going on, as Defense Minister Rajnath Singh clearly said, it is going on. But we have to see the impact of this hostility or the Pakistani shelling in the borders. It is the people living near the border who have to bear the brunt of this hostility.
That's right, and we're expecting, more clarity and more statements on this, isn't it, Gauri, at the MEA press briefing that's going to take place at 5:30. But Wing Commander Gitanjali is saying clearly, be under no illusions, the viewers, that, this is an ongoing operation. As we said, this is the second phase. It would sound, quite frightening perhaps, or, people would be very anxious to learn that there was this, in a sense, missile shower that came in from Pakistan yesterday. It was neutralized by us. If you could, your comments on this and this ongoing situation that we're in.
Yeah, Jai Hind, everybody. And here I'll just like to say that aerospace power and the air power, it can be best exploited jointly with other components of armed forces, but independently in tandem with diplomatic efforts and other elements of comprehensive national powers, it becomes unbeatable. A copybook example of air power and the might of armed forces, amalgamated might in action with perfection, has been the Operation Sindoor and Operation Sindoor Phase 2. The strategic use of weaponry and modern-day warfare, along with measured decisions and responses, and India's diplomatic footprint internationally, has led us to the geostrategic scenario that is prevailing today. As you said, all the targets that we have carried out, the strikes that we carried out, as well as the responses and the retaliation that we got from the adversary last night. But in all this, what has proven is the might of the armed forces, the Indian defense system, how beautifully we have countered them, and the countermeasures, and how successfully we have executed it, that none of this could touch our motherland. So this proves the might, as the defense minister today was making, just before this, there was a press conference where he was commenting that we need to make it worldwide that go for India. Anything which you need to go in defense sector or the weaponry, it should be go for India. Today we prove that whatever we have, we can implement and use it to the max potential. So that is what has been proven by this operation, as well as the phase 2.
Indeed. Wing Commander Singh, then let me ask you this, that of course the distinction that how India operated, the Operation Sindoor, was about only and only targeting the terror infrastructure in a very precise, non-escalatory manner. The response that came from Pakistan was to target 15 cities and the military installations in these 15 cities, thwarted successfully by India. But help us understand the next 24 to 48 hours. What is it that we are now looking at? What is it that we should now be preparing for going ahead?
As far as our stance is concerned, I guess it would be more clear in the next 15 to 20 minutes, wherein the foreign ministry and the press conference would take place, and our stances as well as the further actions will be explained. However, as far as the nation's stance on the whole operation is concerned, we are not here for escalations. We just wanted to target and stand against terrorism. That's the stance globally everybody has taken. And that is it, what we are here for. As far as the retaliation and further actions are concerned, of course, there would be substantial action in case we are targeted. As far as the other actions are concerned, I think that would be more clear by the press conferences.
We have Aishwarya also with us, and they've been, as Aishwarya, you've been reporting a series of meetings today. The Prime Minister also chaired a meeting with top secretaries for better coordination in these times. When we're seeing these kind of missile attacks as well, and and we're waiting for that MEA briefing, Aishwarya. But also very interesting are the visits that are currently underway. A minister from Saudi Arabia who arrived here in India today, and also the visit by the Iranian minister. And these are countries that could possibly, put some pressure on Pakistan, or in a sense carry messages or mediate as well.
Well, sources have also stated that the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs from Saudi Arabia, that was an unplanned trip, and Saudi Arabia is a close ally of Pakistan. Certainly at this point in time, if the Minister of State of Foreign Affairs meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the meeting lasted for almost 1 hour at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and if there is a straight message from India to Saudi Arabia, and if any directions are being given to reach out to Pakistan, who is indulging in the terrorism and also the terror hub spots over there, that's something that would be considered as a big diplomatic win. India, on the other side, is reaching out to several envoys, the representatives of non-permanent and permanent members of the UNSC. Today as well in the morning, I saw several envoys going towards the Ministry of External Affairs, and they have been regularly briefed about the India's action against the terrorism and India's Operation Sindoor as well. But certainly this meeting holds very important significance. Both the ministers are in India. The minister from Iran had met earlier in a day with Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and also Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu, and it was also informed about India's current development, I beg your pardon. But on the other side, of course, as you rightly mentioned, there are a series of meetings which are going on. India, on one side, internally want to focus on what strategic action India is taking to ensure that if any retaliation happens from Pakistan, then how Indian departments, ministries are going to work in a coordinated way. And therefore, the reason Prime Minister himself chaired the meeting with the secretaries of different departments. Most importantly, two ministries here, information and broadcasting. From morning, we have been witnessing on the PIB websites, fact checks are being coming as far as the anti-India propaganda and fake narrative being spread by several social elements, and it is, of course, yesterday Home Minister Amit Shah also gave directions to the chief ministers that their cybercrime unit should be activated in full scale, so that those being identified who are paddling this fake narrative or making such anti-India posts, then there should be an action that should be taken against them. Secretary of Information Broadcasting had been given standing instructions on that very part. On the other side, the Ministry of Power, the Power Secretary was also here in an occasions of blackouts in the drills that were conducted. Power Ministry holds a very important role, and therefore the reason perhaps the instructions were given to the Power Secretary as well. It was earlier in a day, as I mentioned, NSA Ajit Doval also briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So PM Narendra Modi constantly and very closely monitoring each and every development what is happening. And as Rajnath Singh mentioned, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. we can probably see more meetings coming up till late night as well. And of course, all focus would be on that important press conference at 5:30 p.m.
Absolutely. The press conference that will start in about 10 minutes from now will provide key insights and answers, of course, and also the roadmap, both from a diplomatic point of view and, of course, from operational point of view, whatever the government is in a position to share. As Aishwarya was pointing out, Operation Sindoor is still underway. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Singh and Aishwarya, for joining us with this story. We're going to slip into a very short break. Gargi, we're going to come back with lots more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
All right, welcome back. And in some breaking news now coming in, the World Bank president has met with Prime Minister Modi. Ajay Banga meets with the Prime Minister, and the key time really, isn't it, Gauri, for this meeting to take place at a time that India is trying to isolate Pakistan following, with the Operation Sindoor and following Pahalgam attack.
Indeed, and I think this meeting is important on 2-3 very key parameters. One, of course, Gargi, this is happening at a time when India is also trying to ensure that Pakistan's financial helplines also get squeezed. There is an IMF bailout, which is about $1.3 billion, but there are also World Bank helplines that keep coming to Pakistan. So that conversation will also be extremely important, given the fact that there's a 360-degree effort by India to try and isolate Pakistan. Let me quickly now get in my colleague Nikunj Garg to fill us in with all the very latest and details on this very important breaking news coming in. Nikunj.
Well, yes, Gauri, this is a meeting which is fraught with all kinds of possibilities at this point in time. Remember, India wanting to tighten screws on Pakistan financially this time. This is an exercise which we have never undertaken prior to this time. And in the past, we have briefly mentioned to multilateral organizations that Pakistan should not be given liberal loans and moved on from there. But for the first time, we have actually actively engaged with multilateral banks, multilateral organizations, particularly the financial one in nature, and told them that not only Pakistan's liberal loans should be halted, but the active loans should be disengaged. So the multilateral organizations or associations should disengage from any kind of financial loaning activity to Bangladesh is what our message has been. And this exercise, when the top executive of the most important, influential multilateral financial institution of the world meets the top executive of India, as I said, is fraught with all kinds of possibilities. Because India is certainly not going to take the kind of misadventure that Pakistan has done in Pahalgam, this time in the usual stride. And therefore, tightening the financial screws on Pakistan is a very important part of the overarching diplomatic offensive against Pakistan,
right,
the rogue state. And the issue here is also very, the most important part of this entire exercise is that more you mount financial pressures on Pakistan, the more the Pakistani elite and the establishment is likely to yield, because this is where it hurts them the most. So India clearly, as came out from the briefing yesterday, is also trying to delineate the two, the Pakistani population and the Pakistani establishment. And this isn't part of that overarching offensive of separating the Pakistani people from the Pakistani establishment. Gargi?
Right. Nikunjan, also at a time when India has suspended the Indus Water Treaty, the World Bank also was a signatory to that, in fact, brought that treaty about between India and Pakistan. So interesting that this meeting is now happening.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is all part of an exercise of engaging multilateral bodies like United Nations, like World Bank, like Asian Development Bank, like the European Union, to tighten the screws on the Pakistani establishment. Remember, Pakistan is in a very, very, very precarious financial position for a fairly long time now. And that situation has, despite the best effort put in by the Shahbaz Sharif government, who himself comes from a business family, refused to improve. They have tried very hard to improve the taxation structure of that country, which is the principal demand of all the multilateral organizations, but it hasn't actually happened. And once that is not happening quite clearly, revenues for the Pakistani state are feeble. And once your revenue ingress is feeble, then obviously you are dependent on the international loans, particularly on agencies and corporations like World Bank. And India has made it its intent absolutely crystal clear this time on the World Forum that the offensive that India is going to mount against Pakistan will not limit itself only to the military and the diplomatic components of it. However, it will also have the financial and other cultural aspects of the offensive ingrained in it. And that's what the government is now trying to send out a message to the world and Pakistani establishment particularly. Remember, Prime Minister has today met Saudis, the Iranians, and now he's meeting the president of the World Bank, which is the most crucial agency with probably highest loan exposure to the Pakistani establishment and the government.
Absolutely, Nikunj. Extremely important development coming in, helping India squeeze Pakistan financially as it continues some of the other parameters as well. Economic, diplomatic, political, all coming in together. On that note, Gargi.
Right, time for us to slip into a very short break, but do remember in a short while from now that all-important briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs. Stay with us.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Judicial Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias,
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. There's breaking news coming in regarding Justice Yashwant Verma case that Chief Justice of India has sent the 3-panel report to the Prime Minister and President, and the Chief Justice of India sends Verma's reply to the panel to Prime Minister as well as President.
That's right. Well, let's go across to Nupur now for more. And Nupur, that report, which we don't know the details of yet, has been submitted, and the recommendation is to remove Justice Verma.
Sources have suggested us that CGI has infacted Justice Yashwant Verma's removal as a High Court judge. Remember, the procedure to remove a High Court or a Supreme Court judge has to be initiated by the CGI by recommending it to the President and the Prime Minister, and the Parliament passes. After the Parliament passes the removal motion, it is then approved by the President. So this could be a step towards that only, as the CGI has now sent the response that he received from Justice Yashwant Verma. Remember, last week only on Sunday, the report was submitted by the 3-judge panel to CGI on the inquiry that was conducted on the allegations of cash recovery. Remember, there was a debris of cash that was found at his residence, and after that, a massive controversy had broken out about how that cash came about and where that cash came from. Justice Yashwant Verma had categorically denied any knowledge of the same, and we are not yet aware that what he has told the CGI in his response to the panel's report. But in Delhi High Court, when the Delhi High Court had in fact conducted an initial inquiry, he had denied any knowledge. And remember, the Supreme Court had put everything on the Supreme Court website for public access. But for now, we don't know. The report is not made public that what the panel has recommended, but sources have confirmed to us that in fact the panel has recommended indictment of Justice Yashwant Verma, and CGI has sent the report as well as Justice Yashwant Verma's reply to the same to the President and the Prime Minister. And soon we will get to know what the Supreme Court panel had found out, and we are being told that it will also be made public. The report will be made public, we are being told by the sources. It's just a wait and watch game now.
Right. In fact, this entire, episode has been dealt with a lot of transparency. Thanks so much, Nupur, for joining us there with all the latest developments. But returning now to our top story, in a short while from now, that all-important briefing by the MEA.
Absolutely. And that really will be extremely important in terms of the messaging that will come in from India after those developments about Operation Sindoor Phase 2 starting. Remember, Pakistan made attempts late last night and early this morning to escalate tension with India by targeting the military installations in 15 cities in northern and western parts of the country. That includes Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. All of these were negated, the government said.
Now, reporters have been bringing you reports from the frontline affected border states, and NDTV's Gurpreet sent us this report from Firozpur in Punjab.
We have come to a village who is the last village of Punjab, and next to this village is the border and then Pakistan. We have seen that a lot of our family members, they have already started moving from this last village of Punjab, and I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from here. We have seen some of the houses which have already been locked here, and what we have learned from the local villages, most of the women as well as the children, they have already migrated from this place to some safer place. Some of the people, they are with us. We will talk to them to understand what type of movement is going to be taken place from this village. We will talk to them to understand, but I'll show this house which has been locked, and the people from this village, they have already started moving from this place to some safer places. We will talk to them. तो गांव में देख रहे हैं काफ़ी तनाव का अभी माहौल है पाकिस्तान और इंडिया में. गांव में देख रहे हैं कि लगातार लोग यहां से किसी और जगह पे जा रहे हैं.
लोग कल एकदम जैसे एयर स्ट्राइक किया, जो एयर स्ट्राइक संदूर के नाम बता रहे थे, वो उनके होने के कारण यहाँ के लोग जो 50% लोग हैं, जैसे बुजुर्ग, बच्चे और लेडीज़, वो पीछे सुरक्षित जगह पर चले गए हैं.
क्योंकि ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जो औरतें हैं और बच्चे हैं उनको यहाँ से भेजा जा रहा है, ताकि अगर कोई भी सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है उसमें बच्चों और औरतों का नुकसान ना हो.
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं. जाने के लिए आपने देखा होगा जहाँ से आप आए, केवल एक ही रास्ता है जाने के लिए, जो इंडिया को जोड़ता है, जो इस एरिया को जोड़ता है, और कहीं वो क्या है, वही भी रास्ता बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान के साथ सटा हुआ है. जब आर्मी की मूवमेंट होगी वो रास्ता तो आर्मी के लिए यूज़ किया जाएगा, लेकिन आम पब्लिक के लिए वो रास्ता नहीं खोला जाएगा. इसलिए रास्ता ना होने के कारण इसलिए लोग पहले जाते हैं. जो कहीं और रास्ता हो, जैसे सतलुज के ऊपर कोई पुल वगैरह हो, तो लोग यहाँ से नहीं जाएंगे.
ठीक है. तो लेकिन आप लोग तो लगातार आर्मी के साथ खड़े हैं, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग कह रहे हैं कि अगर कोई भी सिचुएशन होती है हम अपनी फोर्सेस के साथ खड़े हैं.
हमने आपको इसलिए बताया, जो लेडीज़, बच्चे और बुजुर्ग को इसीलिए पीछे भेजा गया है. जो नौजवान युवा लड़के हैं जो चलने के लिए तंदुरुस्त है, जाने के लिए, वो फौज के साथ खड़े हैं. वो फौज जो जैसे हमने बताया, गांव में कहीं ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली भी रोके हुए, जहां बीएसएफ आर्मी की गाड़ी नहीं जा सकेगी, वो लोग खुद अपने वो बीएसएफ के साथ जाएंगे.
Pakistan's heavy shelling has been continuing ever since the Pahalgam terror attack, and ever since Operation Sindoor started, it has intensified further. Shivarur's ground report from one such location highlights what has been the extent of Pakistani shelling on Indian civilians. Take a look.
This might seem like the odd pothole on any road in any part of this country, especially for those of us who live in towns or cities. But what you're seeing right here is actually the impact point of a Pakistani shell or mortar that landed on the night of Operation Sindoor when Pakistan began to escalate. I'm here very close to the line of control in Chaukibal town in North Kashmir's Kupwara sector. And the shell or mortar that has landed here burst into thousands of little pieces and went straight into the houses and shops that flank this tiny little road in this small little town in North Kashmir. This little shoe shop right next to the impact point suffered the most. Take a look at that signboard. You don't even know what the shop's name is because it's been completely shattered, the pieces everywhere. Thankfully, there was nobody in the shop when this happened. But please take a look at the damage here in this shop. All the glass panes have been destroyed. They lie here in pieces. All of the glass pieces here are of the glass panes of this shop. They have to put the shutters down because nothing anymore protects them, from the elements. Completely shattered, products damaged, huge amount of glass pieces everywhere, and a cost to the shopkeeper who thankfully lived about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here, and thankfully there was nothing. ये आपकी दुकान है जी, और आप नहीं थे जब ये हुआ था?
लगभग 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, सुबह के 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, तो अब तो हम उस वक्त घरों में थे अपने, तो नमाज से पहले
थैंक गॉड कि आप नहीं थे यहाँ पर।
सर जी, हम शुक्र पढ़ते हैं कि हम यहाँ पर खुद नहीं थे, तो वरना यहाँ पर जानी हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब होते हैं। जी, क्योंकि ये जो इलाका है यहाँ पर इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होती है, तो यहाँ पर ब्लॉक जो है नज़दीकी पड़ता है, तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 30-40 बंदों की जान तो जानी थी फिर ऐसे। जी,
कितने शेल्स गिरे थे उस रात?
यहाँ पर लगभग इस पूरे चौकीबल एरिया में 8 से 10 शेल गिरे हैं, जो और यहाँ पर जो इस मार्केट में एक गिरा है और यहाँ से थोड़ा आधे किलोमीटर दूर एक और गिरा हुआ है।
You can see the glass pieces. Just look at the all the damage in this particular shop. And if you just walk a little outside, remember this is not a military installation, as we've been reporting from Uri sector as well. This is hardly a military installation. This is where human beings live, and now all the shutters are down. You can see glass shattered everywhere, windows shattered everywhere. Some of the people in the houses have actually left and gone towards Srinagar and Sopore, which are safer territories at this point of time, because they just don't know when that next shell is going to land. The irony of this entire unfolding situation, and in many ways underlined by this horrifying crater caused by a shell here on the road in Chaukibal. I'm going to ask Ashwini to, once again focus on this, where the impact happened, is that India and Pakistan are currently trading in sophisticated weapons. Operation Sindoor's second phase is in full swing. Missiles and drones have been fired at India. India has used very sophisticated drones to take down air defense installations in Lahore and other places which Pakistan is not acknowledging. But the reality on the ground once again is this crater. How many more craters in how many more human settlements, non-military, innocent, human, civilian settlements is Pakistan going to target, is going to be that big question. Remember, the army, the military today has acknowledged a large number of civilian deaths in different places. What is it going to take for Pakistan to be a true country and stop targeting civilian installations? There is a military confrontation going on between India and Pakistan. When will Pakistan stop using civilians as targets?
All right, and civilians really bearing the brunt from Pakistani firing, and that was Shiv reporting from Kupwara. Let's get you this report from Rajouri, where Mohammad Ghazali also spoke to several of the local people who are affected. Many have left the area.
So right now we are here in Patara village in Rajouri district, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the locality here, the location, that how close it is from the international border. So on your screen in the frame, if you can see those hilltops, that is the international border from
Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments regarding Operation Sindoor. We also have with us Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir.
Thank you, Ranveer. Good evening. Thank you all for joining for this briefing. You would have perhaps seen some information related to developments since late last night, early this morning, which has been put out by the Ministry of Defense. Just in case it has been missed, I will request Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to just update you and fill you in on the details.
Thank you, sir. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है।
On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized.
पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy calibre artilleries in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then. And more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है. एस्केलेशन वहाँ पे हुआ है और उस एस्केलेशन का जवाब भारतीय सेना ने, भारतीय फौज ने कल अपने एक्शन से दिया है. Secondly, I want to invite your attention to the involvement of the group calling itself the Resistance Front in these attacks. I pointed this out yesterday that this is a group that is a known front for the well-known Pakistan-based terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The group has been reported earlier. I mentioned to you about the Indian authorities providing information to the UN 1267 Sanctions Monitoring Committee. In fact, we are going to be meeting with the team again very soon, and we will be providing an update to the information that we have provided earlier. But what is interesting, दिलचस्प बात यह है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा समिति में जब पहलगाम के हमले को लेके एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी करने की बात चल रही थी, तो आप सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. This was after the fact that the TRF claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice, within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April, and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim. Obviously, that retraction doesn't convince anybody. तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, और कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने कल भी बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में और आज भी आपसे ये बात साझा की है. जो भारतीय रिस्पॉन्स है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, प्रिसाइज है, सटीक है, मेजर्ड है और कंसिडर्ड है. Our intention has not been to escalate matters. We are only responding to the original escalation, as I said, and our response has been targeted, precise, controlled and measured. Only no military targets have been selected. Only terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan has been hit. Now, there are, as I said, a number of issues that have been raised in commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I said, unfounded disinformation and fabrication that has come from across the border. And I would just like to use this opportunity to set the record straight on some of these issues. The first of these is Pakistan trying to wash its hands off any and all involvement with terrorism. I think the Pakistani information minister said there are no terrorists in Pakistan. And I think he was challenged on that in the television program that he was appearing on. But even if I partially repeat myself from yesterday, I think Pakistan's reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism is rooted in a number of instances where concrete evidence is available, not just to India, but to governments and authorities and agencies around the world. There are several terrorist attacks around the world where Pakistani fingerprints have been found. I don't need to belabor the point with regard to this audience about where Osama bin Laden was found and who called him a martyr. Pakistan has also for decades pursued cross-border terrorism into India with impunity. And as I said yesterday also, in order to deliberately mislead the international community, they claimed that the terrorist Sajid Mir was dead. They came under pressure, and Sajid Mir was then brought back to life, arrested, and is now apparently in Pakistani custody. Pakistan is also home to a very large number of UN proscribed as well as UN proscribed terrorists, as well as terrorists proscribed by a number of other governments in the world, including, of course, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as their leaders, Masood Azhar and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. आपने देखा होगा हाल ही में पिछले ही कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री और उनके पूर्व विदेश मंत्री दोनों ने इस बात को माना है कि पाकिस्तान का ऐसे ग्रुप्स के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो क्या रहा है. Both the defense minister and the former foreign minister of Pakistan, I think they've done a more eloquent job of this than I could ever do in terms of describing their country's implication in international terrorism and their involvement in housing these kinds of groups. दूसरा जो विषय है वो है पाकिस्तान का जो एक दावा है कि एक इंटरनेशनल impartial investigation होना चाहिए, एक joint investigative committee होनी चाहिए. These calls for jointly investigating this heinous and barbaric attack in Pahalgam. Again, I think you know the history well on this. You know the track record well, and it is not a bright track record insofar as Pakistan is concerned. In fact, in the pursuit of justice for the victims of multiple terrorist attacks, whether it be Mumbai in 2008, in Pathankot in 2016, or many others. But in particular for these two attacks, India had offered to cooperate. India provided forensic evidence and urged Pakistan to bring the perpetrators of these attacks to justice. We, in particular with regard to the Mumbai attacks of 2008, where a Pakistani Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist was captured alive, India provided extensive information and evidence related to the involvement of Pakistani terrorists in this attack. Cases were registered, but you are all aware that these cases have not progressed, despite the formation of judicial teams, etc. And Pakistan has consistently stonewalled all efforts to move the investigation along. In fact, with regard to the Pathankot attack as well, a joint investigative team was formed. We gave access, unprecedented access, I should say, to a Pakistani team to the site of the attack. Details of call records data and DNA, etc. were shared with Pakistan. We had shared with them details related that we had been able to access to the addresses of terrorists. We presented evidence against the office bearers of Jaish-e-Mohammed who had conspired in the attack and the handlers of the terrorists who facilitated them and guided them in. But there has been no movement on this. So in all of this, I think the experience has not been positive. It certainly doesn't give us the confidence now to take at face value Pakistani assertions of wishing to participate in a joint investigation. These are just delaying tactics. These are just stonewalling tactics. And in fact, there is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and, in fact, defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation. A third point that I wanted to address was the claim that only civilians were killed in the strikes on the 7th of May. We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that were held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us. Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Poonch and the homes of Sikh community members, which came under attack. And we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack. Pakistan is also making attempts to, in fact, just to add to this point, the retaliatory action that Pakistan has taken, in fact, is impacting civilians. I showed you the picture of the Gurdwara and the Sikh community members who were killed in this. There are other civilians also who've been killed and injured in these attacks. In fact, since yesterday morning, a total of 16 civilians have been killed and 59 others have been injured in the attacks by Pakistan. Not only this, Pakistan is also making attempts as part of its disinformation campaign to paint our action with regard to cross-border terrorism through the communal angle. If that is the issue, then I think I can do no better than to cite or point you in the direction of the Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025. I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there. And perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. I can only say that these nefarious designs will not be allowed to succeed in India. And it is to be noted that people from all faiths, all religions, all regions in India have unequivocally, not just in India but around the world, have condemned these attacks. The Pakistani claims of now responding to India's strikes of the 7th of May. As I said right at the outset, it is India which is responding. The original escalation was by Pakistan on the 22nd of April. We are the ones who are responding to that escalation with the action that was taken yesterday morning. And again, I would like to emphasize that the action was restrained. It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps. And again, as we have been saying since yesterday, any further action by Pakistan, some of which we are seeing today, is nothing but escalation by Pakistan now, once again, and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately. One point that I wanted to also address was the allegations to the targeting of a dam, the Neelam Jhelum project in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I want to say that this is an absolute and complete fabrication and a blatant lie. India has targeted only and only terrorist infrastructure, and the details of that, that terrorist infrastructure, together with the locations, were shared with you yesterday by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I should note that if this kind of a claim is a pretext for targeting Indian infrastructure of a similar nature, Pakistan will be entirely responsible for the consequences that will undoubtedly follow. Finally, I want to address the some issues that have been raised related to the Indus Waters Treaty and the disinformation that has been raised in regard to that as well. The fact is that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances in which the Indus Waters Treaty was concluded, and they call for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. Over the last year and a half to 2 years, India has been in communication with the government of Pakistan. We've sent several notices to them requesting for negotiations to discuss modification of the treaty. India has for 6+ decades now honored the treaty, even during periods when Pakistan imposed multiple wars on us, and even when relations were adversarial. Pakistan is the one that has been acting in violation of the treaty, deliberately creating legal roadblocks in India exercising its legitimate rights on the Western rivers. Any projects that India sought to build on the Eastern rivers, and even on the Western rivers, which we are allowed to by the treaty, were always challenged by Pakistan, thereby hampering our rights to utilize our legitimate waters under the treaty. In fact, if you see the preamble of the treaty itself states that the treaty was concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Mark those words. Concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. ये भारत का धैर्य और भारत की सहनशीलता है जो 65 साल से हम इतनी प्रोवोकेशन के बावजूद इस ट्रीटी को निभा रहे हैं. However, as has been made clear earlier as well, Pakistan has not responded to our requests to enter into negotiations for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. A number of conditions have changed. This is a treaty that was based on the engineering techniques of the 50s and the 60s. We are living through the first quarter of the 21st century. Technological changes and technological advancements have to be taken into account. There are demographic changes. There are climate changes that have taken place. There is the imperative of clean energy. And of course, the terrorism that Pakistan has wreaked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir itself has hampered India's ability to exercise its rights under the treaty. Pakistan's persistent refusal to respond to our requests to enter into government-to-government negotiations on the modification of the treaty is, in a sense, itself a violation of the treaty. And therefore, India has taken the step of putting the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan abjures irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Maybe I'll stop there. I mentioned earlier yesterday as well that this is an evolving situation. I would therefore ask all of you to be considerate and restrained. It will not be possible for us or my colleagues from the armed forces to share operational details at this point in time. Beyond that, if you have any questions, may I have time for only a few, and I'll try to answer those questions.
Okay, I give the floor to Rishabh.
One Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. I just wanted to understand, as per the press release that has been released earlier today, it says that we have successfully hit at the air defense of Lahore. Does it give our forces a better chances if in case of further escalation? And are there other air defense places as well at strategic location that were targeted?
Rishabh, you are violating the first rule that I set out at the end of my remarks. The press release that has been issued by the Ministry of Defense today speaks for itself. It is related to operational matters. It's been released by the Ministry of Defense. As more information becomes available, it will be released at the appropriate time. Once again, please don't go into operational details at this point in time because this is a constantly evolving situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Foreign Secretary Smita Sharma, just wanted to ask, the Pakistani Minister Ishaq Dar in an interview has claimed that the national security advisors of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other, if you could confirm or deny, and is complete severance of diplomatic ties with Pakistan also on the table?
I have no information with regard to contacts between the two national security advisors. Insofar as diplomatic relations are concerned, you've seen the steps that were announced in response to the following the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on the 23rd of April. There are no further steps that are under consideration at this moment in time. Yeah, go ahead.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, मेरा नाम मनीष है, मैं TV9 भारतवर्ष से हूं और आपने खुद ही बताया कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रॉस बॉर्डर से आ रहा है, बल्कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पाकिस्तान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर और डिफेंस मिनिस्टर तक भी प्रोपेगेंडा करने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में आ गए हैं. वो कई बार तो ये तक दावा करते हैं कि हम 3 राफेल हमने गिरा दिया, इतने हमने मिग गिरा दिए, और जब उनसे पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया में हमने ये सब चीज़ें देखी थी. तो अगर आधिकारिक तौर पर अगर आप कुछ कह सकें इस पर ताकि उन्हें भी समझ में आए कि इस तरह के प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं चलने वाला है?
देखिए, जब सही समय होगा तो आधिकारिक तौर पे इसके बारे में सूचना दी जाएगी, लेकिन जो आपका प्रश्न है कि प्रधानमंत्री और उप प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री, उनके रक्षा मंत्री इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अचरज की कोई बात नहीं है। आखिरकार ये एक देश है जिसने अपना इसका जन्म लेते ही झूठ शुरू हो गया था। 1947 में जब पाकिस्तानी फौज ने जम्मू कश्मीर पे दावा बोला, तो उन्होंने किसी ऐसे वैसे व्यक्ति से नहीं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र से झूठ बोला कि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इससे। ये लोग जो गए हैं वो तो कबायली हैं। वो तो जब हमारी फौज वहाँ पे पहुंची और यूएन के लोग, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के लोग खुद वहाँ पे पहुंचे, उन्होंने देखा कि वहाँ तो पाकिस्तानी फौज घुसपैठ करके आ गई है, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान को मुंह की देखनी पड़ी और उनको मानना पड़ा कि हाँ, उनकी फौज वहाँ पे कुछ समय से पड़ी हुई है। तो ये जो यात्रा है एक तरह से 75 साल पहले शुरू हो चुकी है, तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज्ड दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ disinformation is being indulged in. Yeah. Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, we have seen a lot of negative comments coming from the Pakistani military of escalation. If tomorrow there is an escalation, there are strikes, we know one attempt has been thwarted, what will be the Indian response to those attempts of creating more escalation? Because it is looking like it's going towards more escalation. And my second question is, are any other world powers, essentially the P5 countries, the West Asian countries, reaching out to de-escalate the current situation?
Look, on escalation, we've already made our stance clear. I mean, there are two basic points. First of all, it is Pakistan that escalated on the 22nd of April. We are only responding to that escalation. And then what we have said yesterday and what my colleagues have said today, that now if there is an attempt at further escalation by Pakistan, it will be responded to in an appropriate domain. And therefore, the choice is entirely that of Pakistan to make. As to your second question, I don't think I can do better than to point you in the direction of the statements that are being made from practically every chancellery in the world and the sentiment that they are carrying. That sentiment essentially and for the major portion is support for the government of India in the context of the condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. There is wide recognition of the government of India's right to respond to these attacks in self-defense, and of course a desire to ensure that there is not further escalation. I think these statements speak for themselves. Yeah. There.
Sir, this is Mausami from India Today. Now, in the all-party meeting, we have learned that the defense minister has said that, in the operations in Sindoor, almost 100 terrorists were killed. Would we have any details about what is the number like, and also about if there were any big faces, masterminds, terrorist masterminds who were in fact killed? There is also a report that Masood Azhar's family's 10 members have been killed, and Rauf Asghar, who was actually the mastermind of Pulwama, he's also been badly, severely injured.
I don't have information at this point in time to share with you on these issues. But as I said, I think, there is so much information out there on television, in the news media, in social media, that it sometimes looks like a long time has passed since this. Please understand that slightly over 36 hours only have passed since this operation was undertaken. Let us have some patience. Information will come out. It will be shared in due time. Shruti.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. Sir, could you give us any understanding whether India has moved the IMF or the World Bank to kind of, sensitize them about the the bailout that Pakistan has and, the kind of stuff that the Pakistan government is doing?
Look, we have an executive director at the IMF. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the board of the IMF, and I'm sure that our executive director will put forward India's position. The decisions of the board are a different matter. You know the process through which they are made. But I think the case with regard to Pakistan should be self-evident to those people who generously open their pockets to bail out this country. And since you are from Bloomberg, I think you would have the data on how many IMF bailout programs have been very good. Thank you. Have been sanctioned in the space of the last 3 decades. And I think you would also have an idea of how many of those programs have actually reached successful conclusion. Probably not many. So I think this is a decision that board members have to take by looking deep within themselves and looking at the facts.
So we can, one last question, sir. Yeah, one last question.
Foreign Secretary, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. I would like to know, since it's an opportunity to speak to you, I would like to know the response coming from United States since last 3 weeks. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In fact, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Qatar before the strikes that evening. Perhaps how do you read the support coming from these countries? Perhaps traditionally they were seen on the other side. This time around, their statements are strong worded. In fact, India-Saudi joint statement also had a very strong condemnation, strong worded condemnation. United States at all levels have condemned the attack and have extended support. In fact, Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister is in India. He just met EMS Jaishankar. Also, if you could shed some light on his visit, his meeting with EMS Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he met Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Look, all the countries that you named and many others, we have been in touch with them. The Prime Minister has spoken to a large number of world leaders. A large number of world leaders have called him, as have called the External Affairs Minister. As we speak, there are conversations going on today as well with world leaders. And your assessment or conclusion of the general tenor of these messages is very much on point. And I think this is a recognition of the fact, firstly, of the barbaric nature, the unprecedented nature and character and features of the attack in Pahalgam, and a recognition of India's right to respond to this. And also a recognition of the fact that in responding, we have been nothing but responsible and have done so in a restrained, in a measured, and in a non-escalatory manner. I think that counts for something. People have taken that into account, and that is what is explaining the kinds of reactions that we are seeing. And we appreciate the sentiments and the statements that have been made by the vast majority of world leaders. Yes, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is in Delhi. He had a meeting with the External Affairs Minister earlier today. I don't have further details at this moment, but if there are details, the ministry will share them at some point with you. Thank you. I think that's all we have time for today. We'll join you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. We start with some breaking news. The Army Chief has met the Prime Minister today. In fact, this is just hours after NSA Ajit Doval also met the Prime Minister. In fact, today morning, there was an important meeting of all secretaries. The Prime Minister is taking stock of how the country is getting prepared. Remember, Ankit, today is when Pakistan, a day after India launched precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, Pakistan has retaliated, in fact, attempting to target several cities in the country, but all those attempts have been neutralized, but
Absolutely.
yes.
This is a big escalation coming in from Pakistan, and in that context, this meeting with the Army Chief becomes very, very important. Remember, it's just been 36 hours, ladies and gentlemen, since India's precision strike on 9 terror targets, including possibly for the first time since 1971, going deep in Pakistani territory in Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, let's very quickly go across to our colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us on the phone line for more details on this important meeting. This, Aishwarya, and keeping in context what is happening in the, with the way Pakistan tried to, in fact, retaliate, and also the complete heating up of the LOC and the international border.
Well, 15 Indian military bases were under attack in the intervening night of 7th and 8th May, and in that regards, the Indian armed forces retaliated and had neutralized the Pakistani air defense system as far as Lahore is concerned, and that's been briefed by the Indian armed forces officials as well in the press conference. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the morning was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval about the Operation Sindoor Phase 2, and it is Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi who had reached Lok Kalyan Marg. The meeting lasted for almost 30 minutes. Prime Minister was briefed by the Army Chief about the current developments and the operation that the Indian Army is conducting. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said it earlier that he had given a free hand to the Indian Armed Forces, and he believes in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. And Prime Minister being briefed regularly about the ongoing operations of Indian Army in along the line of control and also at the international border, and therefore the reason perhaps now General Upendra Dwivedi, Army Chief, going to 7 LTM.
For joining us with those details. Important meeting there of the Army Chief with the Prime Minister of the country. Also remember, the Prime Minister is constantly monitoring the situation. Just a short while ago, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has also briefed media, and in fact he's also talked about Pakistan being the epicenter of terror groups, terrorism for several years now. He's also talked about how Pakistan has sheltered several terror groups, including Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba for several years. He's talked about non-compliance of treaty by Pakistan. This is even as Pakistan has retaliated to India's precision strikes that India launched yesterday. And of course, Pakistan has attempted to target several cities in the country. But remember, India has managed to neutralize all those attempts. The situation, however, remains tense, which is why the Prime Minister is constantly monitoring the situation and checking on the preparedness of this country. My colleague Ankit is there in the studio with us. Ankit, take us through what did Pakistan exactly do and how did India counter that?
Well, since the precision strike of India, the ball was in Pakistan's court, and India has already said that Operation Sindoor is not yet over. It is just the first phase. So now let me take you to the second phase of Operation Sindoor, which India had to launch because Pakistan dared once again and tried kamikaze drones and missiles to try and attack 15 defense bases of the country. Very quickly, let me show you on the map how Pakistan tried to target, and this happened in the intervening night of 7th and 8th, ladies and gentlemen. This is what their three primary targets right at the top of the country in Jammu and Kashmir was. In the Jammu army base, Avantipura, Srinagar, there were strikes launched from the Pakistani side. If I take you to Punjab, the other border state of the country, this is where the large attempt from Pakistanis were done last night with projectiles coming in from across the border in Kapurthala, Amritsar, Jalandhar, Adhampur, Ludhiana. Even the Chandigarh army base was the target along with Bathinda. Let's go further to Gujarat, where Pakistan also tried, in fact in Rajasthan first, where Nal, Falodi and Uttarlai were targeted by the projectiles coming in from Pakistan. It was a combination of some missiles along with the drones and the UAVs that they used. It was not just Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan. They also went as west in the country to Bhuj, where they tried, in fact, some projectiles were launched. Now, India responded to this. All these projectiles were put down by an air defense system, which included the S-400 and other batteries, which are now being on high alert and lined across the border states. And there was a retaliation. This was something which was told or been explicitly underlined by the leadership of the country. If Pakistan escalates, there is going to be further retaliation on Pakistan. This is what India did. Many places in Pakistan saw kamikaze drone action. For the first time, drones were used. And it will also give you a sense of, ladies and gentlemen, how our systems are much better than compared to Pakistan, because many of our drones were able to penetrate Pakistan's air defense systems, and particularly the one which a lot of people are talking about. Multiple cities in Pakistan and their installations were targeted, including Rawalpindi. There are some reports of Karachi, but what people are talking about is Lahore. Just take a look, keep looking at this circle at this moment. You will see a drone which is diving down, and then of course a battery of Pakistan's air defense was destroyed in this. There have been visuals, from across Pakistan which confirm that the target was HQ-9 air defense system, which has been supplied to Pakistan by China, and this was built for air defense of Lahore. One of those batteries has been destroyed by India's kamikaze drone, which was deployed to take on this system. Very quickly, now it does two things, Vasudha, like we have been talking about. It is just not about the air defense system in Lahore, which has evaded Pakistan's defense and attacked our air defense battery. This is a Chinese model which has been given to Pakistan. So while India strikes in Lahore, destroying this battery, it sends a message to Pakistan and also to China, because China also in the last many years was aggressive, and this tells us the kind of weapons that China has supplied to Pakistan. These are the visuals that we were talking about. You will, in this circle, you will suddenly see, a drone, which a kamikaze harp drone that we were talking about, and which has then goes down and destroys a Pakistan defense battery. Our colleagues are also with us, Mohammad Ghazali, and along with him, Gurpreet, both of them joining us at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali is in Jammu and Kashmir. Gurpreet is reporting from Punjab. Ghazali, if I may come to you, very important briefing just took place, which very clearly mentioned that Pakistan's nefarious designs were not only defeated, but India has warned Pakistan again not to escalate.
Yeah, it was a clear warning to Pakistan, one, that don't get too adventurous, because yesterday Pakistan's aerial attack was certainly neutralized by our own aerial defense system. But an important point made by Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, Pakistan from day one, since the Pahalgam attack, has been claiming that these terrorists are not backed by Pakistan. Pakistan didn't send them. But what is more important is that Pakistan kept asking that it wants more evidence and proof. It wants a joint investigation. At most of the international forums, Pak diplomats as well as their own foreign minister kept claiming that India hasn't shared any shred of evidence with any diplomat or either with Pakistan about the involvement of Pakistan or its terror groups. Foreign Secretary clearly said that in the past as well, Pakistan had met such demands back in the wake of 26/11 Mumbai attack as well as after other terror attacks and in Pathankot air base attack. And on both the occasions, India had gathered enough evidence and had shared it with Pakistan, but Pakistan never took any action against the perpetrators of those attacks who are hiding in Pakistan. And that is why even this time, when Pakistan claims that it wants evidence about the Pahalgam attack, India says that it will be of no use. Rather, Pakistan uses the claim of evidence as an escape route to sort of shrug itself off of any responsibility to catch hold of those people who are responsible for the Pahalgam attack. So, and he also clearly mentioned that all these attacks which India has carried out or the strikes inside Pakistan has been very proportionate as far as Pakistan's response is concerned, because it was Pakistan which started this attack, this entire cycle of attack, first in Pahalgam and then the aerial attacks yesterday night. And India retaliated today by even neutralizing their air defense system in Lahore.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Shiv Arur also joins us now. Shiv, the Foreign Secretary, while speaking today, talked about Pakistan being the epicenter of terror. In fact, he's built this strong, genuine, data-based, evidence-backed case against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism that's been going on for several years. You are on ground in Jammu and Kashmir. This has also seen brutalities that Pakistan has done in the last 2-3 days, you know, those shelling that has happened. Tell us what exactly do you see around you and how is the administration looking at preparations for what is to come?
Vasudha and Ankit, I've just returned from the line of control in Chaukibal in North Kashmir and making my way back to Srinagar, and I just listened to the entire press conference by the Foreign Secretary. I think just before I get into the preparations that are happening here, it's very interesting how in very, very diplomatic language, what Mr. Misri has done is clear the decks and make it very apparent that Operation Sindoor is not complete. It is still an evolving situation, and that escalation is now going to be India's prerogative if Pakistan continues to provoke. The Ministry of Defense statement released earlier today has set out two big landmark things. One, the drone strikes of India in Lahore and other cities, and two, how India has been able to intercept a huge meteor shower really of missiles and drones aimed at 15 Indian cities. That being said, to answer your question, the line of control activity is only has stayed steady. It hasn't escalated between 2 nights ago and last night. We understand that artillery has been happening. Where I was just now was a village which was completely shelled near Chaukibal, which we were able to show to our viewers as well. That is continuing. It seems to be that the priority for the Pakistan Army, at least on the frontier areas, is to keep the line of control as hot as possible, because they still believe there might be some kind of frontier action by land by the Indian Army. Obviously, we won't be speculating on those aspects of it, but contrast that with the very, very high technology war that's taking place, probably even in Srinagar's airspace. The statement that came out today from the Ministry of Defense said that Srinagar, Avantipora, and certain other places in J&K were on target. I was there. There was no reason to believe it was under attack, which means that the interception of Pakistani missiles and drones must have happened very, very far away, from Srinagar and Avantipora, probably not even in Indian airspace. So this is a high technology confrontation that is taking place, and it is likely to escalate. But here on the ground and at the line of control, the commitment of Pakistan to keep it active, to target civilian villages, is continuing. That's not going to stop.
Because, the retaliation could only, this is all that Pakistan Army, and this is not surprising that they are targeting civilians, Shiv, because while we have made it very clear it's a terror infrastructure, and what will Pakistan find in India apart from military and civilian targets? But Shiv, stay on with me. I have one more question for you. Let me also introduce Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, former Director General of Military Operations and former 15 Corps Commander. So thank you for joining us at this moment. Gurpreet also is with us. Gurpreet, just hang on for a moment. Shiv, very quickly, one important point from the Ministry of External Affairs and the Army Air Force joint briefing. And once again, we have seen, like in Pahalgam, the whole idea was not only just to kill tourists and cripple the economy of Jammu and Kashmir, but also try and destabilize country on communal terms. And same is now being done by Pakistan, while the focus remains on attacking Punjab, in large areas of Punjab. That was the attempt yesterday as well. There have been Sikh houses and their families, which have been Gurudwaras, which have been destroyed in the shelling as well. So for all the Pakistan Khalistani agenda, they're exposing themselves in this as well.
And in fact, the Foreign Secretary did speak about this attempt by Pakistan to create communal discord in the country.
Absolutely.
Very well said, Vasudha and Ankit. What Vikram Misri did was to completely flip that narrative against Pakistan. The attempt to create a communal divide in India, the fact that 5 of the 15 cities that they tried to target with missiles and drones happened to be in Punjab, the Sikh heartland as it were, Kapurthala, Amritsar, Bhatinda, Jalandhar, Adhampur, places like that, also Chandigarh, Poonch, where Ghazali is reporting from, a Gurudwara was destroyed over there. So if, not that anyone needed any reminding about the hollowness of Pakistan's support for so-called Khalistan, but this shows you the utter contempt they have for, any community really that they wish to manipulate to divide an adversary nation. So I don't know if Khalistanis, as they are so-called, will be convinced by this, but it is a reminder to everyone of the kind of rules of engagement Pakistan really deals with. And I think it's important that India made that point, Ankit and Vasudha, because of the last 2 years that we've seen India dealing with the entire Khalistan issue, the fact that Pakistan had seen this as an opportunity to fan the flames and, raise that issue once again and energize that issue once again. We've seen what's been happening in Canada and the United States and the United Kingdom as well. So I think this is an important point that Vikram Misri has laid, and I hope the government continues with it diplomatically as well.
Right. Thank you, Shiv, for joining us. Also, Gurpreet, you've been up and about. You've been traveling to several districts there, bordering districts especially, and schools are shut in the border districts of Punjab now. Punjab cities were also on the target list of Pakistan. Tell us, what is the situation on ground? What are people feeling about this? There was a blackout yesterday in Amritsar, so clearly the situation isn't that great. There is a certain amount of uncertainty and anxiety. How are people looking at this?
Well, we are reporting from district Firozpur, and we have been traveling to the border area, but somehow we are not able to show all the visuals because of the security reasons. What we have seen, the people are very motivated since they have learned that our defense mechanism has already neutralized a lot of missiles which are going to happen at the various locations of Punjab. We have seen the various defense base had been targeted in Punjab. Now, what we have learned from the people from this border area, they wanted to stand by the nation. We have seen from the various villages of the border area, some of the people have already left their children and women to the safer place, and they have come back to the same villages. They say if there is a need and if there is a requirement, they will use their tractors and trolleys to support our defense forces, so that this fight which has been initiated by the Indian government against terrorism, that should be continued. One of the person from this border area, he is with us. We will talk to him. तो क्या लग रहा है, जैसे लगातार टेंशन चल रही है, माहौल चल रहा है, तो हम देख रहे हैं लगातार लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जो ये लड़ाई चल रही है, ये चलनी चाहिए।
सर, लोग ना अक चुके हैं, डू और डाई की पोजीशन में हैं लोग। हमारे बॉर्डर के लोग हैं ना, वो कहते हैं कि हम माइग्रेट हो जाएंगे कुछ समय के लिए, बट ये सलूशन परमानेंट होना चाहिए, डेली की ये नहीं होनी चाहिए रूटीन।
अभी हम कई बॉर्डर एरिया में, कई विलेजेस में गए, यहाँ लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमने अपने बच्चे और अपने जो औरतें हैं उनको दूर छोड़ा है, लेकिन हम वापस आ गए हैं क्योंकि हम देश के साथ ये लड़ाई लड़ना चाहते हैं।
हाँ, यस, इसमें सर कोई दो राय नहीं है। हमारे जो विलेजर्स हैं, पेंडू लोग हैं, वो कंधे के कंधा मिला के सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं, सिस्टम के साथ खड़े हैं, फौज के साथ खड़े हैं।
So, well, these are the sentiments of the people. They are very emotionally charged since they learned our defense mechanism was so capable that had already neutralized a lot of missiles and drones which were launched from Pakistan side to disturb communal harmony and to disturb Punjab peace. Back to studio.
Thank you for joining us at this moment. My colleague reporting from, in fact, all the NDTV is spread across on the ground from all across the border areas to give you a sense of what is happening because the tension is palpable there. General Bhatt, let me bring you in at this moment, sir. We are seeing what Pakistan's retaliation has been. Of course, the LC and international border in Jammu and Kashmir were expected, but a very big thrust right now seems to be coming in as far as Punjab is concerned, sir. What do you make of that? And I also would like your appreciation on the fact that, we destroyed a Chinese air defense system in Pakistan. The message is just not for Pakistan, but for China as well, sir, on their weaponry.
So, firstly, I should start with saying that the armed forces are doing an excellent job. And the professionalism and restraint with which the second response was also given is really praiseworthy. The ability for us not allowing them to, for us to have any losses in any of the 15 places is really credible. And then the response has ensured that one air defense battery at Lahore has been destroyed. Both very excellent actions by the Indian armed forces, and I, as an ex-army officer, am very proud of it. Today Pakistan is going up the escalatory ladder. We had a just bellum. We had a just cause to react and target those 9 terrorist camps, which we did after what they had done in Pahalgam. Pakistan, and we also indicated that this is non-escalatory. We are not targeting civilian targets or military targets. But Pakistan wants to raise the ante. And that is what they did last night by trying to attack 15 locations. Mostly it seemed airfields and other forward areas. We have responded in kind, and we will keep responding in kind till the time Pakistan doesn't start behaving. But our responses will be restrained and professional because we do give a window to Pakistan to realize what they have done is wrong. They've been punished for it. If they want more punishment, that will be delivered.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, for joining us with your insights. Clearly, Ankit, Foreign Secretary today, has made it very clear that India is building the strong evidence-backed case against Pakistan. And while military options are still on, Operation Sindoor Part 2 is still on, and India has managed to neutralize these attempts by Pakistan to target several cities of the country. The diplomatic offensive is also going on, which is why it's making these attempts to ensure that Pakistan remains globally alienated. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Pakistan attempted to engage.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit. That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that are held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV a day after India carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan. Pakistan has retaliated now, hitting out at several cities. But these attempts of Pakistan have been neutralized by Indian armed forces. We'll get you all those details and more. But first up, the headlines. Operation Sindoor press briefing. India calls out Pakistan. Pakistan objected to TRF mention at United Nations state funeral for terrorists in Pakistan. Pakistan attempted to escalate tension late last night and early this morning by targeting military installations in at least 15 cities of India, including in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. Indian armed forces have responded by targeting and neutralizing Pakistani air defense radars and systems in several locations, including Lahore in Pakistan. The BJP says Abdul Rauf Azhar, IC-814 hijacking mastermind, has been killed in Operation Sindoor. The younger brother of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar was killed in India's strikes on terror hubs. World Bank President meets Prime Minister Modi. First meet in the midst of Indus water treaty suspension. Loans to Pakistan likely to be discussed. Well, NDTV is on ground in several places, especially in bordering districts. High alert in border areas. NDTV reports from the front lines. In the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack, government has banned Pakistani content on OTT platforms now. Well, the CGI panel has also submitted report on the Judge Cash Hall. Report submitted to Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu. Sources have told NDTV that the panel has recommended suspension of Justice Yashwant Verma.
Hello everyone, this is News at 7 p.m. and I'm Maria Shakil. Today, India reiterated that it's Pakistan that is the aggressor and we are the victims of planned terror attacks emanating from the launch pads inside Pakistan. There was another attempt late night by Pakistan, which was, there were attempts to escalate tension by targeting military installations in 15 cities in the northern and western parts of the country. Though all these attempts were thwarted, India has called out Pakistan today, saying that there is no question of taking the route of any investigation into the 22nd April terror attack, instead adding that Pakistan continues to delay and stonewall investigations and uses evidence by India to cover its track.
Well, Maria, the Indian government has said that Pakistan attempted to engage in a number of military targets in northern and western India, but the Indian armed forces neutralized these attempts. In fact, Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has made it very clear that the original escalation was what happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, and it's India that's continuously responding to that original escalation. Meanwhile, leaders across the political spectrum attended an all-party meeting that was convened by the government today, and unlike a lot of other times, the whole political class of the country spoke in one voice.
That's right. That picture that came out from the all-party meeting certainly sending a message that India stands united in these tough times. And what stood out again was that press conference and the imagery that came out from that press conference, with Foreign Secretary being flanked by two women officers, Sophia Qureshi, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika. Both of them also spoke about the details of Operation Sindoor 2.0. Let's listen in and then we go to the reporters.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that were held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us.
Well, the Foreign Secretary there, Vikram Misri, talking about Pakistan being the epicenter of terrorism for several years now. But there's also a national solidarity rally that's happening in Hyderabad in Telangana. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, also a Congress leader, in fact, is leading this rally that opposes terrorism, shows solidarity with the armed forces. Those visuals that you can see there with the tricolor flying high. And of course, those people, those several high-ranking officials from armed forces, retired ones. My colleague Uma Sudhir joins us with more details on this. Uma, Operation Sindoor is so much about the states of this country, and this time it's also in some ways important that states remain united, and there is a sentiment of solidarity that's been pouring from several states. Tell us what is happening in Telangana, Hyderabad, because something like this happened just a week ago. We saw what Revanth Reddy and Mr. Owaisi did. So this has become in some ways a ritual for Revanth Reddy to show his patriotism and of course solidarity with the armed forces.
Absolutely. Revanth Reddy is leading the solidarity rally from the front, and along with them, he has ensured that it is not the political leaders of the Congress that are visible, but along with him are the retired officers of the Defence Forces, the Army, Navy, the Chief Secretary, Mr. Ramakrishna Rao, the DGP, the top police officers, the municipal corporation officers, to show that every department is in fact with the government, with the union government, and with the Defence Forces, because this solidarity rally is something that they are organizing against terrorism at a time when the country has been threatened by terror from across the border. Revanth Reddy's solidarity rally is an attempt to show that the country stands together. We don't have any political differences at this time, and we are not arguing on any point at all at this point in time. We only stand together as a united nation, and the strength of every state in the country, the youngest state in the country, also adding to the force that the union is exerting and the actions that it is going to take. The Chief Minister declaring that we are with the centre in every possible way, and that's the reason why we have these civil defence mock drills that happened, and subsequently this kind of a rally that started from the very picturesque Secretariat location, and now we have come to the place which is called as Necklace Road, and there is in fact the Indira Gandhi statue that is to the other side, and you will have the Ambedkar statue right behind that. Nagraj will be able to show you the Ambedkar statue which is on Necklace Road. So that is the kind of a show of solidarity that they want to show. Three reasons why they want to do this. One, Telangana itself is saying that we are prepared for any kind of an exigency, and we stand with the centre on every point. Of course, there are many defence establishments here. What is also called the Integrated Command and Control Centre, very one of the probably the most sophisticated police headquarters here. All that has got extra security, and you also have the consulates and the foreign officers, all of them, and also visitors from outside the country, all of them actually being in extra security and extra surveillance at all critical installations. You would recall that Hyderabad also has the DRDO, the National Fuel Complex, and all of that is coming under extra surveillance to ensure that nothing at all goes wrong. And now, right now, is a time of silence. Everyone holding the tricolour. We saw the Chief Minister himself holding the tricolour and making that march. Now is a period of silence when all of them are in fact paying homage to the victims of terror, and now to say that it is our turn to stand together and say that we will not win. And we, as a strong country, will reply the way we will retaliate is something that that enemy is going to remember forever. Back to you.
That's right, and these are very, very strong visuals coming in from Hyderabad, perhaps reflecting sentiments of 140 crore Indians today, that the entire political class stands united, stands firmly with the tricolour, stands firmly in solidarity with our forces. We have Nazir Masoodi joining us from Kupwara. Harsha is from the border town of Jaisalmer. Remember, Rajasthan shares almost 1,000-kilometer plus long border with Pakistan, and Gurpreet is from Firozpur in Punjab. Nazir, coming to you. The big takeaways for you from the press conference which was held by the Foreign Secretary.
Well, Foreign Secretary has made it very clear the original aggression was the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent people were killed. And whatever happened is the response to that aggression and that violation. And India appropriately responded after terror attack to attack terror sites in Pakistan. And when Pakistan attacked last night with drones and missiles, there was an equal, befitting reply to the Pakistani military sites, including air defense station in system in Lahore, which has been neutralized, which are Pakistan's own DG ISPR has said that their equipment in the military installation was damaged, 4 soldiers were injured, and then he normally talked about there were around a dozen drone attacks which have been neutralized by them. That would be what he has claimed. Having said that, Foreign Secretary and 2 lady officers there gave the details about how it unfolded since yesterday and how India is actually prepared for any eventuality. He talked about civilians are being targeted, and let me tell you, Foreign Secretary talked about 3 Sikhs also there and a Gurudwara being targeted.
Yes.
But let me tell you, there was also a madrasa that was targeted in Pakistani shelling, and Qari Muhammad Iqbal, the madrasa Maulana, was also killed in the Pakistani shelling.
Right.
There are also 5 children who were killed in Pakistani shell. There were women from that area who were killed in Pakistan. And unfortunately, Qari Iqbal, he was, some channels in fact unfortunately made him as a terrorist who was killed in Indian action. Right. In Pakistan. That is something that is without verifying. Some people are just jumping the gun. Having said that, the next 48 hours are seen as very, very crucial. How Pakistan is going to behave in next 48 hours, that will actually explain the situation, how the situation will unfold. But really, fingers crossed here in Kupwara, which is the border town, which is the frontier district, border area has been badly affected. Hundreds of people have been evacuated to safer places. They have been kept in several educational institutions. Well, all the schools and colleges have been shut for last now 2 days. They will remain closed tomorrow as well. Srinagar airport remains shut for the civilian flight, so other airports in different parts of the North India and North India as well. And as we know, even the flights were impacted and cancelled in Delhi airport as well. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah also today held emergency meetings with the district deputy commissioners to ensure that the relief reaches to the people and people are evacuated to safety. That remains the biggest priority as uncertainty and looms large along the border areas as Pakistan on the second night resorted to artillery shelling, which has been responded to by India,
from
by the
Kupwara,
army.
they're one of the worst border districts affected by Pakistan's arbitrary shelling. And of course, that's also a place where I think the Foreign Secretary did talk about Pakistan hitting out, targeting Gurudwaras, and also suggesting that there is an attempt to create communal discord in the country. Nazir, will come back to you. Harsha, you know, one of the most defining images of the country's preparedness for a time like this for me was, you know, the Sonar Killa or the Golden Fort of Jaisalmer going completely dark, because that was, we've all used to seeing this extremely, popular tourist spot in its glory with full lights. But yesterday, when I saw that, it is a defining image for the time to come. Tell us, how are people in Rajasthan reacting to the fact that several military bases, Air Force bases of the state were also on the target list of Pakistan? Of course, fortunately, all of them have been neutralized by Indian Armed Forces, but clearly this would mean something.
Well, yes, there is a sense of tension and uncertainty definitely in Rajasthan also, because like you said, 3 bases in Rajasthan were attacked. Rajasthan has the longest border with Pakistan, over 1,000 kilometers. In fact, the IG of Jaisalmer range, Jaisalmer Jodhpur range is touring all the villages, and I caught up with him a little while back here in this village, which is about 40 kilometers from the border. Interestingly, this village actually witnessed the war in 71, and I met a lot of older people who said they were 8, 10, 12 years old when the war happened. And they remember that, there was a lot of shelling. They also remember that a lot of shells fell here, and a lot of them did not explode. And then the army came in and, neutralized them. So those were the memories they were sharing with me. They were also told that each village was given a gun in the 71 war, so they could, patrol at night. But now, of course, things have changed on the ground. And like you said, it's lights out from midnight to 4 a.m. and that's going to continue in these border areas. Also, the IG told me that they're severely restricting the movement of people. So you're not allowed to go into the border. Outsiders are not allowed to, in fact, even go beyond a certain point, which is 30 to 40 kilometers away from the border. Also, they're not allowing, this is a pastoral economy. You have a lot of shepherds who roam around with their goats and sheep. They have been told not to at all go towards the fencing because sometimes they do go through the sand dunes grazing their animals. They've been asked to stay away and, go more inwards. So these are the kind of precautions that are being taken. Also, the IG said on record that the number of calls from Pakistan have definitely increased. So there's a number of, telephonic activity that is happening. They're guiding people how they should respond, not to give away necessary information, not to, if they see anyone photographing any kind of equipment or military installation or photographing any kind of movement, they're supposed to report it immediately. Because remember, it's also the response of people on the ground, which leads to this alertness. So we've seen that the police, the machinery, the administration is doing their best to make people aware and alert so that the response is quick and effective.
And it was a long night last night, and perhaps all these border districts and the officials are preparing for another long night tonight as well as the sun goes down. And I can see the sunset behind you, Harsha. You were speaking about the IG. You spoke to IG Jaisalmer. Let's listen in to the preparations that are being put in place, the civil defense systems which have been now on high alert.
Given the sensitive situation and the border areas, IG Vikas Kumar is touring villages and personally going and, of course, bolstering everyone's confidence. But there are certain developments that have happened, Mr. Vikas Kumar, recently. And we've been told that there were attempts at Naval, Falodi and Uttarlai. So are you going to be visiting those areas?
Yes, tonight I will be going to the Falodi Air Base area. I had a talk with the commander over there. There is nothing which can be said to be dangerous. I mean, this is all technical. If there were some attempts, it were technical attempts. Nothing on ground to be afraid of. As per information, we are safe. Our bases are safe. Nothing is which is a concern. But yes, situation is tense but under control, and we are in control.
Sir, you are actually the Inspector General of the entire range, and the entire range actually encompasses a very large part of the western border. So you're going to villages. What is the situation here? What is our standby measures? How alert are we? And what are the special security arrangements that are in place? For example, leaves being removed, or you're telling people, not to listen to WhatsApp or report any suspicious movement.
See, Jodhpur range has got a border with Pakistan of almost 700 kilometers. I've covered almost the entire area. Today I'll be finishing the entire area. I've gone to almost 20 to 25 villages, interacted with villagers and briefed them about what to do, what not to do. Basically, there are three things. One is security, how to secure yourself, how to secure the vital installations, and in case there is some emergency, how to react to that. That is the one thing about security. The second thing is how to cooperate. When armed forces are moving, police is moving, some information is sought. So how to cooperate, how to facilitate those things to our armed forces. That is being briefed to the villagers. And third is to honor the way they are standing with us, their confidence level, the kind of courage that they are showing. I do not think that any power on this earth can think of eyeing this area.
Well, Gurpreet, you're in Firozpur in Punjab, also a border district. Tell us what kind of security arrangements are in place. Is there, any limitations on the kind of movements that people are able to do? And also tell us, how is the administration looking at this? Because Punjab too was on the list of the targets by Pakistan. And of course, yesterday we did see that blackout in Amritsar. So clearly there are preparations that are happening. But what is the assessment of readiness of the state?
Well, we have seen multiple decisions had been taken in the various border areas of Punjab. We have seen these blackout rehearsals are being carried out at various locations. Not only in Amritsar, we have seen in Firozpur also that was carried out from 9 to 9:30 p.m. last night. At the same time, we have seen the mock drills are being conducted. If we can talk about the restrictions at the border, we have seen the beating retreat ceremony, which was earlier happening at Hossainiwala border. That has also been closed, and at the same time beating retreat ceremony which was happening at Amritsar Atari Wagah border that had already been closed. But here in the border area of Firozpur, we have seen only the people who are living near that villages, they can be allowed, otherwise nobody is allowed to move towards our border. Some of the people from this Firozpur, they are with us. So we have been traveling from one village to another village. We have seen the spirits are very high of these people. They are saying we have already seen the war in 1965, 1971, and we are familiar with the system also. But these peoples, we have seen some of the villagers, they are leaving their children and the family members, the women and old people, they are sending them to the safer places, but they are still in the villages and they want to take up a stand by the forces. We will talk to these people from Firozpur, we will talk to them. तो लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि जैसे एक्शन पे एक्शन बात कर रही है, टेररिज्म के अगेंस्ट एक्शन किया जा रहा है, लेकिन कल हमने देखा कि जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से मिसाइल और ड्रोन की जो हमारी तरफ लॉन्च किए गए, हमारा जो डिफेंस सिस्टम था उन्होंने उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया, लेकिन कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, हमारा फिरोजपुर वासियों का यही मानना है कि ये जो मोदी जी ने टेररिज्म के ख़िलाफ़, आतंकवाद के ख़िलाफ़ ये जो एक मुहिम शुरू करी है, इसको अंजाम देना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पहलगाम के अंदर धर्म के आधार के ऊपर हमारे जो वहाँ पे पर्यटक गए थे, सैलानी गए थे, उनको जिस तरीके से मारा गया, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर एक ऐसी स्थिति थी जैसे शर्मशार होने वाली बात थी कि हमारे पास टूरिस्ट कैसे आएगा, लोग देश के जो बाहर रहते हैं वो कैसे विश्वास करेंगे, और वो भी खासकर धर्म पूछकर। और मैं सल्यूट करता हूँ हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी को, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को, देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी को और रक्षा मंत्री श्रीनाथ सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने 15 दिन के अंदर पाकिस्तान जो आतंकवाद की मशीनरी जो फैक्ट्री है उसके अंदर जाकर के उसको ध्वस्त किया है।
तो बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगर फिरोजपुर की बात करें तो फिरोजपुर में हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार जो यहाँ के लोग हैं वो कह रहे हैं हमने 1965 की भी वॉर देखी, 1971 की भी वॉर देखी, अब भी हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं जी। जब कोई हमारा दुश्मन हमारे घर में आकर हमारे किसी सदस्य को मारेगा तो ये कौन व्यक्ति इसको बर्दाश्त करेगा, उसका जवाब हमें देना ही पड़ेगा। और ये ही मौका है, आज हम अगर पड़ोसी जो देश हमारा दुश्मन है, जो हमारे घर में इतना आतंक फैला रहा है, हमारे सदस्यों को मार रहा है और उसका कोई रीज़न नहीं है, उसी हमें उसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा जी। अगर हम नहीं जवाब देते तो हम गलत हैं।
Well, we have seen these people, they are saying we are with the forces, and the way this drive has been started by the Indian government against terrorism, that should be continued. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, because there is a great degree of caution which is being exercised. I would request Chinna also to stay safe because he's reporting from one of the border districts. And today was the day of all-party meeting. The entire political class, the entire polity of India spoke in one voice, spoke about solidarity, spoke about national unity. And Vasudha spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi, MIM chief. Listen in to what he told her.
Thank you, Mr. Owaisi, for speaking to NDTV. So this whole insistence on getting the resistance front banned using India's diplomatic channels, can you explain to us why is it so important?
See, what is, to explain in a minute, what is Pakistan? Yesterday, the janaza prayers of all those terrorists who were killed in Operation Sindoor was offered by one Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who happens to be the son of Hafiz Saeed, and who's a designated terrorist in US. Now this person performs a namaz in janaza, and behind him stands all those banned organization people, and behind them stand in the next line Pakistani military people in army uniforms. So this is what it is. So when a person is leading the janaza who's a designated terrorist, so I think so our government must immediately tell the US that please designate him as a foreign terrorist within your country and then take it up in United Nations Security Council and designate him as a terrorist. That organization must be designated. We have signed a trade deal with UK. Now, why can't we impress upon the UK government that within your country, tell your treasury to designate them as terrorists and then use their help in Security Council? Thirdly, we have signed, President Trump is saying that it was going to be zero tariff, so we must impress upon them that, you have to designate this person, this organization as a foreign terrorist organization and bring Pakistan in FATF grey list. That is very important. Then only they will bleed economically. All this loud talk of we are karenge, we'll do this, we'll do that, will be shattered. And fourthly, we are exporting so much from China, importing from China more than what we're exporting. We must tell the Chinese also. What is this? This cannot be one-way street. If the Chinese can really use their influence, impose upon on Pakistan what India wants, and tell the Pakistanis to hand over the terrorists to us. We'll follow the due process in our country, and then the courts will decide what fate should be done to them.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar on X, a good meeting with Adil Al-Jubair, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia this morning, shared India's perspectives on firmly countering terrorism.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Class Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Judicial Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back. A day after India carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, Pakistan has retaliated, but its attempts targeting several cities in India have been neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces. The choice of de-escalation is with Pakistan as it escalated the situation with the Pahalgam terror attack, and India is only responding through Operation Sindoor. That's what the Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, said today in a special briefing. He has also said that India's approach is not to escalate the situation and that India is only responding to April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. He's also talked about Pakistan being the epicenter for terrorism for several years now. In fact, Maria, I do think that India is building a very strong, genuine, data-backed, evidence-backed case against Pakistan to alienate this country as a sponsor of terrorism for several years.
That's right. And this dossier, as Vikram Misri said, it has shared such dossiers in the past. It did so after 26/11 as well with Pakistan. But what Pakistan did was to stonewall investigation, and every time a dossier is submitted, Pakistan uses that as an evidence to cover its track. And as far as India is concerned, we are preparing for another long night, and there is a lot of, I would say, unease along the border districts, because what will happen tonight, we really do not know. Ghazali is reporting from Poonch. Let's see this ground report, and then we bring in the guests.
अभी शेलिंग हो रही है, तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर, इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम? घर तो बना हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
नहीं, मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम? ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है, ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो। तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में POK से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा, हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ। तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर हम छोड़ कर जाएं।
गेहूँ कटाई का भी सीज़न है?
हाँ, गेहूँ कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूँ देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने। तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश, अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they're still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
And NDTV will continue to get you all the ground reports from the front line through the night and also tomorrow as well. Joining us now is Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council Secretariat. We have Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat. Brahmachalani is strategic affairs expert. And Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi is defense expert. Ambassador Dogra, the messaging that came in today from the press briefing, the second one, which happened only after the successful execution of Operation Sindoor 2.0.
Well, I would like to take you back to your show in the morning when I was talking about the need for reaching out to the world. And you ended the show by saying that MEA would be listening to this. So your words were prophetic. MEA did listen, and the briefing, the second briefing by Foreign Secretary and the two young Defense Services officers was in the best tradition of Indian emphasis on sobriety, on being matter of fact, and on being professional. So they have reached out to the world and reached out to the world in a very detailed manner, listing out what compelled India to take the action that it did after the Pahalgam and after giving considerable amount of time for Pakistan to mend its ways. Then they detailed what happened yesterday and today. So I think all in all, there should be matter of satisfaction that India has now, in a systematic way, reached out to the world. Now it depends, of course, on the world also to react through its influencers and opinion makers, because the leaders are in tune with India's needs at this hour and also India's necessity and compulsion to respond to Pakistan's actions.
Right. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, how do you also see Pakistan's retaliation, which has happened in the early hours of today and last night, because they have also tried to target several cities of the country of India, specifically military bases and also Air Force bases. Of course, those attempts have been neutralized by India. But what does this mean for the nature of this conflict? Do you see this as a prolonged conflict? Do you see escalation being centered around this and being initiated by Pakistan in this case?
It was very much expected that Pakistan will resort to something what they did in the last night between 1 and 2. Our armed forces were very well prepared to react to their response. Pakistan as a state has failed, and the Pakistan army is not a professional army. They behave like rogues. The one which deals through the terrorist cannot be a real professional. Their terror is a means of statecraft in Pakistan, and therefore one can expect anything, any sort of nuisance, and therefore I feel for a few days it will definitely continue.
Okay.
But Pakistan does not have the will to go beyond this. This type of what they did last night, they will do at some other places also. They'll try some more incursion of this type, not with the soldiers. They will not do that. But what they did by missiles, drones, this type of things will continue. But our armed forces are very well prepared. We are very well equipped. We have a leadership which is strong, and also we have the masses which are with the armed forces, and all political parties with the armed forces.
Absolutely.
So that's a very big thing, very big change between Pakistan and India.
Yes. Dr. Tara Kharta, you know, we have been talking about how there is repeated falsehood by Pakistan. The Press Information Bureau Twitter handle has been countering that effectively as well, because they understand that this is the fog of war, the psyops are continuing. What the Foreign Secretary said with regards to two aspects of it. Neelam Jhelum project targeting is falsehood, and he also went on to say that if there is an attempt to create some kind of communal discord or tensions between communities, it is being done by Pakistan, because they have also gone ahead and targeted the Sikh, Sikh community places in Jammu.
Yeah, indeed, that danger was always there. I mean, they have used, you know the whole Khalistan history, and the fact that we have, we allege that we targeted the Neelam Jhelum project, which like I said, I have no idea, but their ministers have been saying we are open to targeting anything on the Indus. So I'm hoping this is not a ploy for them to get into an attack, attack fight, because right now they are doing complete mirroring of what we are doing, of course, with a little bit of additional salt and pepper on it. In fact, in terms of the defense minister saying we give a complete free hand to our armed forces, which is, well, ridiculous, because I don't think the armed forces need their permission. In this case, I'm just wondering whether they will now turn around and try and attack a dam site. There's nothing much you can do to a dam site. It's all signaling. But what I really want to differ is that the extent of Pakistani strikes yesterday was not something I expected. I mean, this is across 1,600 kilometers.
That's right.
So there is a deliberate effort to escalate.
Right.
And, there's the saying that know your enemy, right? So I don't understand why they're doing this.
Right.
There is something else here which we are missing. And I'll come to that later. I don't want to go on.
So are you saying that we do not know the enemy? I'm sure India is not really underestimating Pakistan, knowing fully well their nefarious designs, how they have carried out in the past, and how every time there have been attempts, India has managed to thwart them. But they know, Indian forces know about it. Would you not agree with that, Dr. Tara Kharta?
We do. I mean, we've gamed practically every eventuality, right, in the past so many years. We've also, but never thought, I mean, we've never seen Pakistan behave like this. I mean, let me take you back to the time when, like a missile went across, right, into Pakistan. That was a mistake. And their reaction was very mature. They didn't take a big deal out of it. They kind of backed off. So there have been many occasions in the past where the Pakistan army has behaved with absolute rationality, right? They do the terrorism thing. Why they did this particular terrorist attack at this time itself, to me, is not entirely clear. I don't like going into a war where I am not clear what exactly is going on. This escalation is unusual. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Shilani, every time we would read about India and Pakistan, there was this one phrase that a lot of other countries would use, and that was non-state actors. That always would seem like they would try giving alibi to Pakistan. But given that we've had a lot of diplomatic solidarity and support pouring in for India, how do you see diplomatic pressure building on Pakistan this time? Is it going to be different? Is it going to be difficult for Pakistan to get away with something like this?
Vasudha, first, Pakistan's response is exactly the way they responded after the Balakot airstrike. Remember, it's right after the Balakot airstrike, which was a single strike on a single terror camp. They sent a wave of warplanes into India's J&K. They bombed an Indian military base. They tried to be very dramatic in their response. And the similar way, last night, they tried to outdo India's initial phase of Operation Sindoor. But to answer your question, the only important country to criticize India's Operation Sindoor is Pakistan's close ally, China, which condemned the Indian strikes as regrettable. No other power in the world has criticized India for conducting strikes in Pakistan. The reason is India is not the only country facing Pakistani terrorism. Pakistan's other neighbors, Iran, Afghanistan, including Afghanistan under the Taliban rule, they complain that Pakistan is sponsoring cross-border terrorism against them. And over the years, as is well known, the footprints of many terror attacks in the West have been traced to Pakistan. The US found Osama bin Laden living where? Living in Pakistan next to the Pakistan Military Academy. Other terrorist leaders captured since 9/11, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Al-Qaeda's third in command, and Abu Zubaydah, Al-Qaeda's operation chief. Where were they found? They were found living in Pakistan's heartland. This prompted a number of US officials, including Hillary Clinton, famously in 2011, she warned Pakistan that you can't keep snakes in your backyard and expect them to bite only your neighbors. Yet, Islamabad has continued to keep these snakes in its backyard and to offer us snake catching expertise when these snakes escape, right? Today, for example, Pakistan we all know is an arsonist, but look at the Pakistani reaction, the government reaction. They're claiming they are the fire brigade, not the arsonist, the fire brigade, even though they have been, setting fires in South Asia for decades. So that's the Pakistani state. And as you know, we don't have to, it's not just that we know the Pakistani state well. The Pakistanis themselves know the Pakistani state well. For example, Nawaz Sharif said publicly, he said the Pakistani military used to be a state within a state.
Right.
Today he said the Pakistan military is a state above the state.
Right.
That is the state of affairs in Pakistan.
Right.
Okay, so if we were to say, Ambassador Dogra, that do we really know our enemy? Because I think that is very, very critical here. It's a rogue state, a state which is not really functioning like a state. We do not know who to engage with there. Its army is being driven by terror outfits. You have a case in which, when the family members of Masood Azhar lost their lives in the terror strike, there was presence of Pakistani military in that, namaz-e-janaza that happened. So if that is the linkages that we are looking at, who do you speak to?
Well, firstly, to answer your question, do we really know Pakistan? I won't call it enemy because Pakistani people are not our enemies.
Absolutely.
Pakistani establishment is our enemy. Now, we do not know Pakistan, though we were of the same stock, but 70 plus years of separation have brought in a lot of gulf because we are not familiar with what ticks in Pakistan. Indians are not easily allowed access, let's say in Karachi or Rawalpindi and so on, except in a very measured manner, even for our diplomats. So our knowledge of Pakistan is second-hand. We used to have intense and very close interaction when we were in Karachi, when we had the consulate in Karachi. But that is past history.
Right.
Pakistan today exists at various levels. One, the feudal class has had its days. Second, there's a rising young class to which Imran Khan had appealed with great benefit to himself and great effect. The third is the political class, which is not really taken seriously by anyone in Pakistan because they think they are the most corrupt people in Pakistan. Finally, it is the military, where it depends on who's the head. For example, I think Ms. Tara mentioned about the misdirected missile strike or loose cannon missile, BrahMos, which went into Pakistan during the time of General Bajwa. He things responsibly and did not allow any escalation to happen. Had it been General Munir, God forbid, what might have happened? So it also depends on the character of the chief. Unfortunately, Pakistan has had irresponsible chiefs, and I use my words very carefully, irresponsible chiefs most of the time, ranging from Musharraf to Yahya Khan, who split the country into two. And Munir falls in the same pattern. So that is why I'm afraid that I will not be able to say that we know Pakistan, because Munir is an unknown quantity, and his actions ever since he made that speech of Hindu, Hindu, Hindu have been very, very hostile, calculatedly hostile. So one does not know which direction he will take tonight, tomorrow night, and thereafter.
Absolutely. Renewed hostilities have surfaced again, and it's a very valid point that Ambassador Dogra is making, that we need to know our enemy. And conventional deterrence is something that all experts have been talking about. To hit out at the enemy properly in a sustainable fashion, it's also important to know what the enemy is capable of, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thinking about what the enemy is thinking and planning accordingly. Thank you so much for joining us, Rajiv Dogra, Lieutenant General Chaturvedi, Brahmachalani, and Dr. Tarak Artha. That's all from us on the special broadcast. We'll continue to track the story, all aspects of it very, very closely. Coming up shortly on NDTV will be a special ground report with Shivarur, who continues to travel deep inside the frontline districts and various border districts along the line of control.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Operation Sindoor press briefing. India calls out Pakistan. Pakistan objected to TRF mention at United Nations. Pakistan attempted to escalate tensions late night and early this morning by targeting military installations in 15 cities of India, including in Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. World Bank President meets Prime Minister Modi, first meet in the midst of suspension of Indus water treaty. Pahalgam attack aftermath, government has banned Pakistani content on OTT platforms now.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice. bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise
Hello and a very good evening to all our viewers joining us from India and across the world. This is a continuation of our special ground coverage from Jammu and Kashmir in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack and now Operation Sindoor. And what a day it has been. If Operation Sindoor Part 1 was something that made military history, Operation Sindoor Phase 2 is something that has taken things entirely to the next level. India has used drones to strike in Lahore. India has used combat aerial vehicles to strike at the heart of air defense in one of Pakistan's biggest cities as part of Phase 2 of Operation Sindoor, a retaliation for what happened in Pahalgam. Chinese equipment stands defeated in at least Lahore. There are still many claims and counterclaims here on NDTV, of course. We will give you only the facts as a continuing fog of war, especially from Pakistan, continues to darken. The other big story that we've been tracking, of course, is Pakistan's big retaliation that we now know consisted of many missiles and drones targeting at least 15 Indian cities has failed completely. 100% failure of Pakistan's missiles and drones being reported by the Indian government thanks to India's integrated air defense system. The anatomy of this entire ballet of sophisticated weapons in the air is something that we're going to decode on this special broadcast from here, very close to the line of control in Kupwara sector. Welcoming onto the show because we want to get only the best experts and best minds on a complicated and shape-shifting subject here on India Matters. I'm joined by our favorite air power analyst and writer, Angad Singh. Thanks, Angad, for being with me this evening. Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, one of the most respected commentators on defense. He's been, among many other things, a corps commander at the Srinagar Corps in Jammu and Kashmir, and has had many other assignments as well. And in a short while from now, we'll be joined also by Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria, former Chief of the Air Staff. Thanks, gentlemen, for being with me. General Hasnain, I'll kick it off with you first. Operation Sindoor 2.0 has basically consisted of Indian drone strikes on cities in Pakistan never mind what the Pakistanis are admitting or not admitting, the Indian government has said Indian drones struck in Lahore and have destroyed systems there. Your first reaction, sir?
Well, Shiv, first of all, Operation Sindoor 2.0 is a escalation which Pakistan has initiated on the night of the 7th and 8th of May. Its escalation completely failed, although I am somehow convinced that Pakistan was attempting to sort of try a low-key kind of an escalation and perhaps did not go whole hog. But anyway, our AD systems were completely effective. The integrated AD system ensured that all the missiles and drones which were launched at the 23 cities and airfields were all neutralized effectively. Having said that, the next cycle, perhaps Pakistan was expecting that this would be taken as the end of the escalation, but India has decided to respond, and I think very effectively and correctly, because the kind of response which came from Pakistan was not really expected. It was expected that Pakistan would probably tone down its overall response in the manner in which it happened after Balakot, but a very kind of a dynamic response came against 23 cities, which could not be taken lightly. And the government of India has very correctly decided to respond to that again. Now, of course, the most important aspect is the Chinese radars, which make up the air defense systems of the important cities of Rawalpindi and Lahore, have both been taken out. And I'm sure Angad will comment on that more in greater detail. But that itself has punched a hole into the air defense system of these two very important areas in Pakistan, leaving them free and vulnerable to the employment of Indian drones or missiles against them. We have demonstrated the fact that we are not targeting any civilian areas at all. Unlike Pakistan's targeting of the line of control, where across in our areas, they are only targeting our civilian areas, 20 casualties in our villages. There is something which is absolutely heinous as much as what happened in Pahalgam. India continues to maintain and ensure its human rights stance is absolutely correct.
In fact, General Hasnain, at the end of our show today, I'll be playing out my ground report from here at the line of control in Kupwara, where I visited one such village which has similarly been shelled. But coming to you, Angad, with the usual, acknowledgement that we are in a fog of war situation, the Indian government statement today on a drone strike in Lahore, disabling an air defense system there, of Chinese origin. What is your take on that? Can you analyze that and tell us what you think of how it happened?
This is something the Indian military and the Indian Air Force in particular has trained for and is equipped for a long time now, Shiv. We've seen demonstrations of this periodically in the desert at the Vayu Shakti exercise. So we've seen effectively this concept in action of anti-radiation drones taking out air defense sites and air defense radars. I think this reaction was inevitable given that Pakistan escalated yesterday. I think the initial Indian strikes were warranted, and the Indian statement and the choice of targets were designed to give Pakistan an off-ramp from further confrontation. And I think like in 2019, I think Pakistan has overplayed their hand by reacting in this way to what any normal country would accept as a justified strike on a non-state, non-military, non-civilian target, on a absolutely black and white, explicitly terror target. For a country to react this way at this scale, it kind of perhaps inadvertently, but it certainly shows them for what they are, which is to say an avowed and open supporter of terror.
Angad, before I go back to General Hasnain, I wanted to ask you, your view on the things being said about what this drone strike in Lahore says about the Chinese-supplied air defense system. I think it's called the HQ-9, if I'm not mistaken. Is there, does this pronounce something about that system, or is it too early to say?
I think it is too early to say, Shiv. Generally, long-range air defense systems like the HQ-9 will have radars that are optimized for those ranges and those sorts of engagements against enemy high-value targets, against enemy fighters and so on. And so they need layered air defenses to support the actual main radar and missile sites against things like drones and short-range munitions. And either these sites were not equipped with those layered defenses, or these drones were able to penetrate those short-range defenses and carry out their mission of suppressing the air defense sites.
General Hasnain, the other, the part two of what the Indian government statement today was, was about Pakistan's use of missile drones to try and hit military establishments in a whole range of Indian cities, from Srinagar, Avantipura, Jalandhar, Chandigarh, Adhampur, Amritsar, Uttarlai, and so many others. And not a single one of them apparently hit. The Indian government has said India's integrated air defense, intercepted every one of them, which is, an incredible feat. What did you think about that? We've seen pictures of some of those intercepted pieces of incoming projectile in places like Amritsar and elsewhere. This was pretty big, wasn't it?
Shiv, I'm particularly impressed by the fact that our integrated air defense system has proved to be that efficient. The air defense component of the Indian Armed Forces hasn't really been activated for a fairly long time. In fact, almost since 1971, if you look at it. And in this particular case, it has demonstrated its efficiency to a very great extent. I'm not sure how serious was Pakistan's intent, but obviously when you're firing at 23 cities or airfields and a slew of missiles and drones are being used, obviously there is a serious intent, I take it. Now, I think the S-400 Triumph, on which we have spent how much? 39,000 crores, what I remember, for 5 regiments. I'm not even certain if all 5 regiments are there. I think 3 regiments or 4 regiments had finally come in. So that is it's a great investment, I would say. It's absolutely an investment which is paying itself back in a single night. If the integrated AD system could take down all these missiles and drones, then obviously it has delivered completely, I would say. The next thing that I would warn about, either this escalation comes to an end here, this evening, or tonight is the night of waiting. If tonight you find that once again there is an attempt by Pakistan, although both the NSAs are reputed to have, or rather we have heard that they have spoken to each other, we don't know what the contents of that talk has been. Pakistan may just decide not to escalate this further. But if it decides to do so, we have to be prepared for the next level, and that can go to any level as such.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Angad, I wanted to draw you in on that. The Indian government statement saying that, an unspecified number of missiles, presumably, and drones, presumably more than 15, since there were 15 targets listed in that statement, all military establishments, airfields and such, and the integrated air defense system of India kind of triggered. Can you break down what this system looks like and how it would have worked, Angad?
There's a pretty comprehensive system of airspace awareness, what in military terms would be called situational awareness, that fuses sensor information from basically any available sensor at centralized, not centralized rather, at federated nodes all over the country. And these nodes are then are therefore aware of airspace not only across India's entire areas of interest, but in their specific geographical sectors as well. So as of April, I suppose all these nodes, all these sectors have been activated and have been looking skyward, and we saw proof of that yesterday, and we've seen this awareness now translate to action where they've been able to successfully intercept all these incoming munitions.
Would we be able to guess what kind of systems would have been activated in this kind of a ballet of interceptions, Angad? Would the S-400 or the Akash or the Spider be involved, or all three? I'm only asking because there is so much buzz and conjecture and people naming all these systems. Can you give us a realistic sense?
Shiv, the answer is everything. Nothing is going to be held back at this stage. What specifically was used in successful interceptions, I can't say. But what's activated is everything. At this moment, nothing that can look and shoot skyward is being held back.
Okay, I've got a couple of seconds left, but General Hasnain, when you said tonight's the night, and if things escalate from here on, we probably will know tonight unless Pakistan has some kind of an off-ramp to get off it. Can you elaborate on that, sir, very quickly before I go into a break?
I do think, Shiv, that Pakistan does not have the military capability and wherewithal today to be able to take this to the next and the next higher level of escalation. So there's been a lot of bravado which they have exhibited. They have demonstrated a hell of a lot. But I do perceive that tonight is the night in which they will take a decision to pull back. If it is not so, I think tomorrow is a day on its own. Anything can happen tomorrow onwards.
Okay, anything can happen tomorrow onwards. I'm going to be staying the night here tonight, very close to the line of control in Kupwara. Angad and General Hasnain, I request you to stay with me as I take a very, very quick break because I have to. When we're coming back, I'm going to look ahead and try and look at what could happen next. That's after this break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Naval Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
And just a short while ago, I was at the line of control in Chaukibal, another town that has been shelled by Pakistan, directly in the line of fire, hitting civilians. This is what I found over there, reporting from the exact place where a shell impacted, right in the middle of civilians. Might seem like the odd pothole on any road in any part of this country, especially for those of us who live in towns or cities. But what you're seeing right here is actually the impact point of a Pakistani shell or mortar that landed on the night of Operation Sindoor when Pakistan began to escalate. I'm here very close to the line of control in Chaukibal town in North Kashmir's Kupwara sector. And the shell or mortar that has landed here burst into thousands of little pieces and went straight into the houses and shops that flank this tiny little road in this small little town in North Kashmir. This little shoe shop right next to the impact point suffered the most. Take a look at that signboard. You don't even know what the shop's name is because it's been completely shattered, the pieces everywhere. Thankfully, there was nobody in the shop when this happened. But please take a look at the damage here in the shop. All the glass panes have been destroyed. They lie here in pieces. All of the glass pieces here are of the glass panes of this shop. They have to put the shutters down because nothing anymore protects them, from the elements. Completely shattered products, damage, huge amount of glass pieces everywhere. And a cost to the shopkeeper who thankfully lived about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here, and thankfully there was nothing. ये आपकी दुकान है? जी, और आप नहीं थे जब ये हुआ था?
लगभग 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, सुबह के 4 बजे के करीब हुआ है, तो अब तो हम उस वक्त घरों में थे अपने, तो नमाज से पहले।
थैंक गॉड कि आप नहीं थे यहाँ पर।
सर जी, हम शुक्र पढ़ते हैं कि हम यहाँ पर खुद नहीं थे, तो वरना यहाँ पर जानी हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब होते हैं। जी, क्योंकि ये जो इलाका है यहाँ पर इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होती है, तो यहाँ पर ब्लॉक जो है नज़दीक ही पड़ता है, तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 30-40 बंदों की जान तो जानी थी फिर ऐसे। जी,
कितने शेल्स गिरे थे उस रात?
यहाँ पर लगभग इस पूरे चौकीबल एरिया में 8 से 10 शेल गिरे हैं, जो और यहाँ पर जो इस मार्केट में एक गिरा है और यहाँ से थोड़ा आधे किलोमीटर दूर एक और गिरा हुआ है।
You can see the glass pieces. Just look at the all the damage in this particular shop. And if you just walk a little outside, remember this is, this is not a military installation, as we've been reporting from Uri sector as well. This is hardly a military installation. This is where human beings live. And now all the shutters are down. You can see glass shattered everywhere, windows shattered everywhere. Some of the people in the houses have actually left and gone towards Srinagar and Sopore, which are safer territories at this point of time. Because they just don't know when that next shell is going to land. The irony of this entire unfolding situation and in many ways underlined by this horrifying crater caused by a shell here on the road in Chaukibal. I'm going to ask Ashwini to once again focus on this, where the impact happened, is that India and Pakistan are currently trading in sophisticated weapons. Operation Sindoor's second phase is in full swing. Missiles and drones have been fired at India. India has used very sophisticated drones to take down air defense installations in Lahore and other places which Pakistan is not acknowledging. But the reality on the ground once again is this crater. How many more craters in how many more human settlements, non-military, innocent, human, civilian settlements is Pakistan going to target, is going to be that big question. Remember, the army, the military today has acknowledged a large number of civilian deaths in different places. What is it going to take for Pakistan to be a true country and stop targeting civilian installations? There is a military confrontation going on between India and Pakistan. When will Pakistan stop using civilians as targets? At the line of control in Chaukibal in Kupwara, with Ashwini Mehra, Shiv Arur, NDTV. And joining us live, very privileged to be joined by former Chief of the Indian Air Force, Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria, on a day when India has announced drone strikes in Lahore and other cities of Pakistan, and its integrated air defense system shooting down a myriad number of missiles and drones fired from Pakistan at Indian military establishments. Air Chief Bhadoria, thank you very much, sir, for your time here on India Matters. Privileged to be with you from here at the line of control near Kupwara sector. My first question to you, sir, on the drone strikes in Lahore, your reading of Operation Sindoor 2.0, sir.
I think Pakistan has made a big mistake by initiating action against military targets. What they've done in terms of sending drones and missile attacks on 15 bases. So this is a big mistake, and it is because of this step from Pakistan that Indian Air Force has taken the step of sending those loitering munitions. Those are armed drones. And some of the targets which videos and photographs are available and displayed. Lahore's target is fully destroyed, and I'm sure there are one or two more such targets which are being reported from Pakistani side as much, which have already also been disabled. It's a big step. Modern weapons have been used, not only loitering munition, but on some targets, S-400. Some of the information has come out. Some information will probably come out later. As you are aware, our defense services, some of the information in terms of targets achieved, they would do their damage assessment and only then release. So this is an escalatory step, but of Pakistan's doing. Our response has been firm, a very, very clear response, yet restrained. It is still with a lot of restraint, because very clearly, if we had to do a full response towards a conventional conflict build-up, we would have taken out many such targets close to LOC or close to international boundary, dealing with air defense, to suppress their air defense. We have not done that. We have done it in some chosen places to just give a measured response to their act. To me, the escalation ladder, the ball is in Pakistan's court.
Warfare for the first time, India using drones in this way to strike targets across the border, a very big step for India.
Yes, absolutely. First paradigm is shifted because these kind of capabilities available today at a very, very good cost. Secondly, it has its own advantages in terms of the kind of targets and kind of flexibility it gives you in targeting, and in terms of own risks which get reduced drastically. So overall, this is the new age in terms of utilization of drones and armed drones. A trailer of that was visible now, and should things continue to escalate, more such capability and activity would be seen.
Talk to us, Air Chief, about the, what you mentioned in the beginning about the integrated air defense system in India. Usually we hear about gaps and things like that. But from what the Indian government has announced today, it seems like India's air defense shield has worked immaculately. Apparently, a large number of those missiles and drones targeting Indian military establishments in 15 different cities, were all intercepted, sir. How did that work? Amazing.
Yeah. So we have a very capable integrated air defense system. Very capable, and I think most of the people know, but I would just like to remind that this entire system is indigenous. So we took some time building, but we have built it, and it is pan-India. Our entire area of operations currently that is in focus is fully covered. And you saw the result. Whatever their incursions were, everything was known, everything was tackled in time. And not only that, the initial information and some of the information based on which we would utilize S-400 initiates from here. S-400 itself is a very capable system. So when you have integrated defense system, and systems like S-400, below the S-400 we have MR SAMs, and then we have shorter range SAMs, we have Akash systems. Overall, we have a complete array of weapons towards air defense. And you saw the result. This is just a trailer, I say again. Should it continue to escalate, you will see the real capability.
I'm so... No, I hope it is a trailer, but I also hope it is not a trailer, because we don't want any further escalations, and we have sent out a very clear message to Pakistan that if there is another escalation, of course, these trailers show that India is more than ready and India's personnel are more than ready. Air Chief Bhadoria, always a pleasure to get your wisdom on this complex subject. Thank you very much for being with me, even though briefly here on India Matters. It's a wrap on today's show, but we're going to be staking it out here near the line of control in Kupwara sector. And I'm handing you over now to Maria, my friend and colleague. Maria, good to see that after a couple of days of politics, it looks like it's nation above politics finally as far as national security is concerned.
Absolutely, Shiv. It's a display of national unity. But congratulations for all the ground reports that you're bringing for our viewers. Very powerful voices that you have managed over the last 2 weeks. Hello, viewers. I'm Maria Shakil. This is The Last Word. 24 hours after the success of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan attempted to retaliate, targeting 15 military targets in India to no avail. Our ever-alert forces not only foiled Pakistan's devious plans, but gave it back in equal measures. Today, also saw External Affairs Minister sit face-to-face with Foreign Minister of Iran, a good friend of Pakistan. India once again called out Pakistan for state-sponsored cross-border terrorism.
Compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very firm response.
पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है.
Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई. यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists.
On another front, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the all-party leaders about Operation Sindoor. All the parties stood behind the government, speaking in one voice. Before I bring in the guests, let's listen in to the reactions that came in after the all-party meeting.
एक जुट में कहा है कि सरकार का हर निर्णय को साथ देंगे, सेना के हर कार्रवाई को साथ देंगे, कोई इसमें विरोधाभास नहीं है।
इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं।
एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के खिलाफ।
Operation Sindoor has not only served as a counter to the Pahalgam terror attack, but also a bridge across India's parliamentary aisle. In the wake of the high-stakes retaliatory mission, politics witnessed something unexpected: consensus. Leaders from the Treasury benches and the opposition walked into the all-party meeting with political differences intact, but with a shared sense of urgency and responsibility.
सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मेजॉरिटी दिखाया है। इंक्वायरीज कुछ इंफॉर्मेशंस मांगे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑनगोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है।
So all the leaders of the party, political parties of India have participated in this meeting and expressed their voice as one.
Even AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi, a frequent critic of the government, commended the Centre for Operation Sindoor. He went further, urging India to pressure the US and the UK to proscribe Lashkar proxy TRF, and called on China to act against cross-border terror networks.
Bring Pakistan in FATF grey list. That is very important. Then only they will bleed economically. This cannot be one-way street. If the Chinese can really use their influence, impose upon on Pakistan what India wants, and tell the Pakistanis to hand over those terrorists to us.
In a bid to take the opposition into confidence, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh shared a crucial detail behind closed doors, telling leaders that over 100 terrorists had been neutralized as part of the operation.
They mentioned roughly, it has come in the media also, no? Roughly close to 100 people have, terrorists especially, they have passed away in the attacks.
Operation Sindoor served as a stark reminder that unity in moments of national crisis is not just expected, it is essential. As the nation watches, such political harmony shows that democracy's true strength lies not in division, but in standing together. Malavika Murli's report for NDTV.
And we will be listening to two politicians in just a bit. I spoke to them earlier today. But first up, let me bring in two former diplomats who's joining us on the last word tonight. Ambassador Rakesh Sood is with us. We also have Ambassador Vivek Karju. Ambassador Karju, coming to you first. The message that came in today from the Foreign Secretary's briefing was that there is no question whatsoever for giving in to what Pakistan's demand has been for an international probe, an impartial probe into the incident of 22nd. India believes that Pakistan has always indulged in delaying tactics and stonewalling investigations. We have given dossiers in the past, but after 26/11, for example, and Pakistan has used that evidence to cover up its track.
Maria, I myself have given dossiers to Pakistan when I was heading for some time the Indian delegation to the joint anti-terror mechanism, which lasted very briefly. and I know the futility of giving such dossiers to them. Terrorism is part of the DNA now of the Pakistani security forces. They use terrorist proxies to pursue their strategic objectives. Therefore, it is impossible to conceive that they would ever abandon them. Second, I think the Foreign Secretary was absolutely right when he said that the demand for impartial probes, etc., are nothing but a ruse. And it is good that we simply ignore this. There can be no doubt that this terrible massacre at Pahalgam was carried by them, out by the Pakistanis, and I don't distinguish between Pakistani terrorists and those who sponsor them, who are part of the Pakistani state. So it was a Pakistani action. I think we showed exemplary and strategic patience, like we had done in the surgical strikes and at Balakot aerial strike, to target only Pakistani terrorist installations. I think what took them by surprise was the ferocity of our action and our ability to penetrate their defenses and land ordnance in Bahawalpur and Muridke, two places which occupy a very significant, how should I put it, a very significant, even an iconic status in Pakistan's terror infrastructure. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish and Muridke of the Lashkar. So our ability to get to Bahawalpur and Muridke, I think, has shaken them. And that is why you now have a litany of lies and falsehoods being perpetuated and spoken by the Pakistanis. My last point.
Yes, sir.
I think we have what I now call by now a Modi doctrine. It began with the surgical strikes in 2016. It continued in 2019, and now it is sort of solidified with Operation Sindoor. And that doctrine is this, that if Pakistan undertakes an unacceptable terrorist attack in India, India will respond through kinetic action.
Yes.
Earlier on, and Rakesh will correct me, he's an expert on these issues, earlier on the Pakistanis used to threaten us with escalation.
Yes, and this is the model.
And my last point, just one more word.
Sure,
I think the Foreign Secretary did extremely well to articulate, which some of us were saying for many years, that escalation begins with a terrorist attack. And it was very good that Vikram Misri said it loud and clear.
Absolutely.
That escalation began with what happened in Pahalgam.
Absolutely, sir. That is my question to Ambassador Sood. Ambassador Sood, India's message is that Pakistan is the original aggressor here. That it is that day, 22nd, is when the aggression began. India has only responded 2 days ago. And then again, another round of aggression came in from Pakistan when they tried to target 15 of our cities, military installations in 15 cities, which were again thwarted by Indian armed forces. Ambassador Sood, if you heard me.
Yes, I did. I agree with everything that you've said, and what Ambassador Karchu said. In fact, It was made clear by the Foreign Secretary that our action excluded any military targets, number one. And number two, it was intended to be non-escalatory. So there was a very clear indication. By the way, this was a very similar message that had been given in 2016 as well, after the surgical strikes, and also in 2019 after Balakot. However, the fact still remains that we still have to find a way out in order to de-escalate tensions. Because as we saw, as you yourself mentioned, today we are now in phase of Operation Sindoor 2, phase 2, as your blurb also indicates. So this is the second stage where we are now seeing drone strikes. Pakistan is blaming us. We are blaming Pakistan for drone strikes. There are reports about Lahore airport and various other airports having been closed down in on Pakistan, and that Lahore air defense has been destroyed. There were reports about an explosion there. So obviously, we still don't have any route towards de-escalation. And now the question remains that what happens if there is a Operation Sindoor Phase 3? What shape or color will it take? I have absolutely no hesitation in agreeing with everything that Ambassador Kaju has said as well. But it is in both our countries' interests, in a sense, to find a way towards de-escalation, because I do not think that either country wants a full-fledged war, and clearly that is out of the question. We have made that clear that that is not our intention. The Foreign Secretary's statement makes that clear. And to the extent that we have seen the Pakistani statements, they have also indicated that India was the aggressor, etc., etc. So for whatever it is worth, the idea is that both sides need to find a way out of this, need to find a face-saving mechanism out of this.
The message that came in again from India was, Ambassador Kaju, that India's retaliation was non-escalatory, very focused and very targeted, with immense precision on known terror camps rather than civilian installations or military installations, as is being done by Pakistan or attempts being made by Pakistan. It's a very clear messaging coming in from India. The communication is direct, very matter-of-factly, and I would say with great degree of sobriety.
I must confess I'm a little confused.
Okay.
With what Rakesh has articulated. Of course, we should. War is not in anyone's interest. Of course, de-escalation is the right path. But it takes two hands to clap. We have shown amazing restraint. We said right at the beginning that our action is measured, it is proportionate, it is non-escalatory, it is non-provocative. Rakesh himself has said that we went after terrorist targets. Last night, the Pakistanis went after military targets to test, I suppose, our air defenses, stretching from Avantipur to Bhuj. 15 airports in all, air bases in all. Now, escalation, we are not doing escalation. Who has to walk the path of de-escalation? It is Pakistan. And I don't believe that this threat, it's gone on for too long, for decades, that this threat of nuclear, that both countries are nuclear states, and therefore India should not pursue kinetic action when required is something that India should avoid. We went after terrorist targets. They have chosen to go after military targets. We are responding. So if any country has to walk the path of de-escalation, and I think their friends, the Iranians, the Saudis, the Americans, the Chinese in particular, have to advise them. We cannot help Asim Munir if he is locked in a domestic political dispute with Imran and has to save face. We cannot help Asim Munir if he has to save face in the garrisons and if he has to save face with his generals. What do we do then? Continue to suffer terrorism?
Hold on to your thoughts, because there is a piece of breaking news that is coming in now, and these are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it. These are the visuals coming in now from Jammu. I would request the PCR director to go full frame. Yes, these are the visuals that have just now come in. India has intercepted multiple Pakistan missiles over Jammu. There is a total blackout which has happened in Jammu. We are trying to connect with our reporters now to get more details on this. So drones intercepted is what we can tell our viewers. Sirens and blackout in Jammu. Explosions now heard in Kupwara, and Pak drones have been intercepted in Jammu. Shiv is joining me on the phone line. Jammu has gone into total blackout, Shiv. In fact, more videos have started coming in now, and we will be sharing that with our viewers in just a bit. These are the visuals coming in of Jammu, in fact, which is now witnessing total blackout because of explosions that are heard in Kupwara. These are Pak drones which have been intercepted in Jammu. Remember, earlier this morning, between the intervening night of 7th and 8th, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipur, Srinagar, Jammu. Now, another attempt being made by Pakistan using drones. Nazir Masoodi is joining us on the phone line. Nazir, give us the details.
Well, I'm in Kupwara and I could hear this a while back, sirens, sounds, and it was followed by blackout. But the worst thing is happening in Jammu, where there's a lot of chaos and confusion. After sirens, there was complete blackout, and there were objects which were being fired, whether they were missiles or drones. But fortunately, our India, air defense system is activated. It appears that this army has been able to foil these attacks like they did yesterday, because yesterday there were 3 attempts in Jammu last night. One was Jammu, Srinagar airfield and Avantipur airfield. And in fact, I remember in 2021, June 20, there was the first drone attack on Jammu Air Base, which caused some damage. But since yesterday, there have been attempts, and since this evening we see this chaos in Jammu city. People are trying to figure out what exactly is happening because they can see our missiles or drones. They're flying, and I could see some of the visuals from Jammu, which clearly shows the state under attack. But fortunately, as I said, our defense system has activated like yesterday, like in other 15 cities, our armed forces have actually neutralized those attacks. It appears this too has been neutralized. But it is clearly an escalation from Pakistan, where they have been trying to target people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen in Kupwara there were air sirens, but fortunately there has not been any information of any attacks so far. And as the air defense system is completely activated, the way it has been foiled before, it appears it would be foiled again. But fingers crossed, we are trying to find out more what has exactly happened in Jammu.
Okay, what can we tell our viewers at this point, Nazir? Jammu has gone total blackout. Is it across the city or only in some pockets?
Most of the information I'm getting, but people should remain calm, be in their homes or wherever they are, take some shelter, That is the basic thing, because when we're talking about mock drills, these mock drills were all about educate people what to do when there are eye sirens are sounded. So that's what the people should do. Just check your do blackout. Just don't have remain cautious. Be somewhere at a safe place wherever you are. And I can tell you that the way our air defense system was alert, activated, while Pakistan tried to attack 15 cities, all the attempts were failed and they were foiled. These two would be foiled. But people have to be calm, but cautious, of course, remain safe, remain alert. And there have been attempts. It's not an easy situation, we all know. There have been attempts, imagine the people in border areas. As in Kupwara since yesterday, and I have been seeing here that how people, hundreds of people living in Tangdar and other areas of Karna, they have been shifted to different colleges and schools. It's a safer places so that they remain safe. So the administration is actually reaching out to people. I can tell you, whether this is district administration in Kupwara or this is district administration in Poonch and Rajouri, they have been reaching out to people, but the large number of people had to flee from their homes in border areas for safety since yesterday morning after Pakistan violated ceasefire, resorted to artillery shelling. Now we see this is the second attempt from the Pakistan within 12 or 15 hours to target Jammu and Kashmir, and this complete blackout in Jammu. And I believe what we are hearing, that the objects which were being fired, other missiles or drones which were being used, most of them have already been neutralized. We are trying to get more information, but for people, they have to remain calm and cautious. Be at a safe place wherever you find it.
Ghazali as well, because reports now coming in of a heavy artillery firing reported now in Samba sector, both artillery and drone attack which is happening in Samba. And we'll try and connect with Ghazali, who will be joining us live any moment now. But this is an attack which has happened by Pakistan, unprovoked again. Attempt by Pakistan, which is indulging in this kind of attack on India. Pakistan missiles intercepted in Jammu, and Pakistan has fired missiles over Jammu. Another Pak attack which has been thwarted now. When did this actually happen, and is it continuing right now, Nazir?
Well, I can tell you, as I said, this in the Samba sector, normally it is the international border. Remember, there are two types of borders, de facto borders in Jammu and Kashmir. One is line of control, which is like 700 kilometers long. Then we have from Akhnur onwards up to Kutwa, we have international border, and Pakistan calls that it as working boundary. So in that international border, there has been heavy shelling. And why there is difference between international border and the line of control? Line of control, you have it is manned by the army, and international border is manned by the BSF, and on the other side it is Rangers. So in that case, it was BSF. We don't know whether it is, but heavy shelling is going on in this international border also in Samba. We're getting more details, as I said. I am trying to gather more details, but it is very, very tense situation along the line of control and international border in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, news also coming in of ceasefire violation by Pakistan in Samba sector. It has happened in Jammu. So artillery firing reported in fact, missile intercepted in Jammu, what we can tell our viewers. Drones and missiles, heavy artillery also being reported now. Shivarur is also joining us. Reports coming in of an incident which has happened also in Pathankot now. For all the viewers, the sense is that the civilians must stay indoors. That is the announcement which is coming in. There is a need for complete calm at this moment. That is what is needed at this juncture. So viewers, stay, Pakistan is continuing to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala. We have Shivarur joining us on the phone line. Shiv, give us the details. What are we looking at?
This is absolutely incredible footage that we're looking at right now of this late evening interception of Pakistani loitering munitions or attack drones, possibly even short-range missiles. We're not clear yet, but these seem to be loitering drones, Maria, trying to attack targets including Jammu, Pathankot and Samba. What you see on your screens are basically the Indian Integrated Air Defense System interception projectiles launching into the air and destroying the incoming Pakistani projectiles in the air. This is a huge escalation by Pakistan. Remember, this basically constitutes, Maria, the second attempt by Pakistan since yesterday to attack these cities. There's no confirmation yet from the government about whether they have attempted to attack other cities, but from these pictures that we're getting from our contacts on the ground in Jammu and elsewhere, as well as the government, is that these are basically Pakistani incoming projectiles attempting to strike with violence in Jammu, Samba and Pathankot. And these are Indian interceptors finishing them off in the air. It's an incredible display. This reminds one of what we've seen in Israel, when the Iron Dome system has taken out incoming rockets. Of course, this is a much more sophisticated system and much more sophisticated incoming missiles, but this is going to be seen as a major escalation by Pakistan. Remember, this comes after the confrontation between the two sides already, where Pakistan tried to target at least 15 cities with missiles and drones in the last 24 hours, all of which were thwarted by Indian integrated air defense. But what we're seeing now is the first visual evidence of that actually taking place, Maria. And this is unprecedented in terms of the combat visuals that we're seeing as part of this cycle of conflict between India and Pakistan. The visuals that we see in their myriads appear to suggest that multiple incoming projectiles of different kinds, possibly slow-moving drones and maybe some fast-moving missiles, which would basically mean that the integrated Indian air defense system, which look like tracer fire, the little red dots you see are all the interceptor projectiles going up from the ground to hit the incoming Pakistani projectiles. We'll have more clarity once there is, a damage assessment. It doesn't look like any of these incoming projectiles has managed to hit their target, which is incredible. But we are still waiting because this is a live, evolving situation in different sectors. One in Jammu we can confirm, the other in Pathankot we can also confirm, and a third in Samba is what we're hearing about. There's also been a big escalation on the line of control in the Jammu sector at this point of time. I'm returning right now from the Kupwara sector where we hear that there have been sirens there as well, but we can't confirm that. But this is an incredible display of Pakistan once again daring to escalate things. This puts the ball very much in India's court once again, Maria. I think any speculation about whether this was going to lead to a de-escalation or an escalation until a few hours ago, I think the pictures that you're seeing on your screen settles that debate in a very troubling manner. Pakistan, for 2 days in a row, attempting to target big cities. Now, in Jammu, there are a lot of military establishments. The Northern Command is not very far from Jammu. It's in Nagrota, near Udhampur. You've got a lot of other military establishments in Jammu as well, a very large cantonment in Jammu. Pathankot has a large airbase. It's the site where Pakistani terrorists had struck a few years ago, if you remember.
Let me quickly go across to NDTV's Ghazali, who's in Kupwara at this stage. Just for the benefit of our viewers, Jammu, Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Akhnur presently being targeted. There's shelling which has been reported in Jammu and Pathankot, but the images that you see on your screen are of Pakistani drone strikes coming in and Indian interceptions taking place. Ghazali, from where you are, what are you seeing?
See, right now what we are picking up is that airstrip in Jammu has been attacked by rockets or missiles. Samba is under attack
and heavy shelling is going on near the Samba border. We are also picking up is that there is complete blackout, not just in Jammu, but other neighboring districts, areas as well. Mobile network is down. 8 missiles is what we are picking up from locals there in Jammu, has been downed there. Also, loud explosions are being heard from nearby areas in Jammu city as well. It is also being reported that the Gurdaspur, the neighboring district from Jammu, Gurdaspur, one of the Punjab's border district, is also under blackout right now. There is heavy shelling near Kupwara, and missiles and drones have been launched from Pakistan towards Jammu city. There is complete blackout in Jammu city. That's why the exact location of the impact of the attack is not yet known. But heavy shelling is being reported from most of the areas, border areas near Jammu, Samba, Arispura and other sectors.
Thank you, Ghazali. We'll come back to you in just a moment from now. We've also got Shiv Arur joining us. But just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in, this is news which has been breaking over the last 15 odd minutes. There is a major developing situation in parts of Jammu and Kashmir going right down to Punjab, where there have been massive attacks which are taking place, including going as far down as Pathankot. These are sustained drone and missile attacks by Pakistan which are taking place. There have been several interceptions of these incoming drones and missiles by Indian surface-to-air missile units and Indian anti-air units as well. So there are, it's Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Akhnur. There's shelling in Jammu and Pathankot as well. This is very, very clear footage of what the situation is presently. Nazir Masoodi joins us now. Nazir, go ahead.
Do you know I'm here?
Go ahead, Nazir. You're on air.
Yeah, Vishnu, I'm in Kupwara, and since last 2 days we have seen there was heavy shelling in the border, and army has appropriately responded. But this evening there was siren, and it was followed by blackout in the town. But the worst news is coming from Jammu. There's complete shutdown, and it appears that many missiles and the drones have been intercepted by our air defense system. And it was as there were sirens, people rushed for safety, and there's really chaotic situation. And as there's heavy shelling going on across line of control and international border. And if we talk about international border in Samba, Samba, there has been heavy shelling. Since yesterday, I have seen so many people who actually fleeing from their homes from Arispura, fearing that there would be, they were fearing such, escalation as Pakistan tried to, target airbase in Jammu. That was last night also, Srinagar also, and Avantipura also. All of them were foiled or neutralized by air defense system of armed forces. In fact, I remember in June 2021, Pakistan had made attempt that time through militants. There was a drone attack on airbase, Jammu airbase, just Air Force base, and that caused some substantial damage. But this time, since the air defense system is completely activated, like the attacks that were made on an attempt to target 15 cities, as the defense ministry said, all those attempts were foiled and neutralized. It appears most of these things, attempts were foiled this evening. But fingers crossed, because this is night time and not much information is coming.
All right, Nazir, hold on for 1 second. I've got some verified accounts coming in from people in Pathankot who say at this stage that 15 kilometers away from where this friend of mine has an orchard, there is the Mamoon cantonment of the Indian Army. In that broad area, there are fireballs in the sky and non-stop explosions which can be heard at this stage. We're trying to source footage as well. So these have actually stretched a far way. There are, there would be dozens of drones in the air, possibly missiles as well. There's also heavy shelling which is taking place. India's air defense system has been entirely activated. That same air defense system had soaked up hundreds possibly of Pakistani drones throughout the day, when at least 15 targets stretching all the way from Jammu and Kashmir down to even parts of Gujarat the Pakistanis were attempting to hit them. There are surface-to-air missiles which were used to carry out interceptions. There was anti-aircraft gunfire which was used as well. Let me go back to Shiv Arur, who's also with us. Shiv, this footage is Very, very clear, very, very vivid. We've got our reporters fanned out across the area, and it appears to be a saturation attack, once again targeting several areas. What are you hearing?
Vishnu, I'm hearing that you're right. This is looks like some kind of a saturation attack where Pakistan has used slow-moving, loitering munitions or attack drones of some kind, to try and overwhelm Indian air defenses. They've tried to recalibrate perhaps and use more projectiles than they tried yesterday because, as the Indian government had announced today, all of those projectiles had been successfully intercepted with not a single one of them hitting their intended target. This time maybe they tried, a fresh strategy and used more projectiles to try and overwhelm or saturate Indian air defenses. At least from the pictures that you and I are looking at, Vishnu, it doesn't look like they've been successful for the second time either. It looks like every one of those munitions coming in from Pakistan has been intercepted in the air. We don't have eyes just yet on a similar series of interceptions over Pathankot, Samba, Riyasi and other places. But as you well know, Vishnu, all of these places do have significant military establishments. They have airfields as well. And this constitutes an enormous escalation by Pakistan because this is basically the second time that country is attempting to hit both Jammu and Pathankot and probably some of the other places in the northwest. That information is still coming in because it's an evolving situation. But for now, first images, probably milestone images. I've never seen anything of this kind before. We're probably used to seeing this kind of thing in Israel, Vishnu, but for the first time, a visual representation really of what the Indian integrated air defense system looks like when it's intercepting incoming enemy projectiles.
I'm looking at that myself. Our colleague Nazir Masoodi has just sent in some new footage which we're going to have up on our screens within moments. And that appears to show, either incoming drones and what appears to be surface-to-air missiles being fired. This would be in the larger Jammu area. It is extraordinary what is taking place right now. But at this stage, I think it's important to report to our viewers that while it is still early, we can say that there are reports of successful interceptions having been carried out by the integrated Indian air defenses. What are the integrated Indian air defenses? Surface-to-air missile units, anti-drone devices which jam drones. We've got anti-aircraft artillery also which is firing at this stage. You can certainly bet that the Indian Air Force is fully deployed and operational across the international border, on our side of the international border, covering the international border and the line of control. We have seen fierce air duels over the last couple of days as well, so that's something that we need to keep our minds on. But Pakistan reacting late tonight after incredibly successful Indian missile and drone attacks. We've got that fresh footage I was talking about on the left-hand side of your screen. It is you can see a white dot every now and again, and that white dot, or white to red, is of an incoming drone, as I understand it. So that's it was there briefly on your screen, as you can see. So these it's unclear at this stage whether these are interceptors going up, but I would suggest that these are perhaps incoming drones to India at this stage, which would be taken out. Let me go across to Ghazali at this stage. Ghazali, for the benefit of our viewers, tell us what exactly is happening where you are. All right, we don't have Ghazali at this moment. Nazir, go ahead, tell us, what is it that you have with us?
Well, as I said, it is blackout in most parts of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly border areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu appears to be under attack. Jammu, the airfield has been, they have tried to target it, but air defense system is completely activated. Many of the, attempts and attack objects have been foiled, whether these are missiles or drones. And it is, as I said earlier, it is a chaotic situation in Jammu and also along the line of control and international border. It appears Pakistan is trying to, what their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had said, that they will avenge the attacks. They are trying to do that and targeting Jammu and Kashmir once again. We have seen because of their massive artillery shelling. Large number of people lost their homes and were displaced because of the shelling, and they have been kept in different centers by the administration. But right now in Jammu city, all again, it is complete blackout. As you can see, these objects flying, it appears to be they are either these missiles or drones which Pakistan is firing towards this, but air defense system is effectively neutralizing most of the attacks. We would know it would take a while because there has not been any information from the authorities so far, because suddenly there were sirens sounded, followed by blackout, and then these attacks started, and there's heavy shelling. When I say heavy artillery shelling going on in Samba sector and also in Poonch and other areas of line of control. There were sirens in Kupara town as well, but fortunately there has not been any report of any attack so far, at least to my information so far, and the officials have not given any information or confirmation except what we heard here, sirens and people rushing back to their homes and wherever they are, shopkeepers shutting their shops. Yesterday it was at Kupara town was ghost town. Almost all the shops were closed, but during the night there was relative calm and people tried to start their
All right, hold on for a
today.
second. We've got Ghazali with us as well. Ghazali, what are you hearing? What are you being told?
I'm being told what we are picking up is that attacks have happened near Pathankot Air Base as well. It's near Rajouri as well, Samba, Rajouri, Riasi. These are the areas where the attacks have happened. In Akhnur, there is complete blackout in Rajouri as well. All the hotels and other houses have been asked to turn off their lights. People have been asked not to go on the rooftop. Everybody is now leaving the street here. I'll just ask my camera person to show that people are now just heading towards their home. Just a few minutes ago, there was a small gathering here, but now people are just leaving. They're all leaving towards their residences. Right behind me, we have not heard anything, but what we are picking from local residents here, that explosions have been heard in the nearby areas in Rajouri as well.
All right, did you personally see anything or hear anything?
No, not yet, Vishnu. No explosion have been heard here,
Okay.
right in the Rajouri sector. But there, locals are
it is a
claiming
large
that some
sector. It would
explosions
be
have been
elsewhere,
heard
and
a few
we've got
kilometers
this
away
footage
from
up on the screen. So I'm just trying to compile some of these areas. Bring Shiv back on in a second. Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Akhnur, Pathankot further south, Rajouri, Riasi. These are the areas that we know where these attacks have come in. Many of these have important military installations. We do know that Pakistan has been attempting to hit military installations. India, remember, earlier in the day, took out a Pakistani surface-to-air missile system in Lahore itself. They would perhaps be trying to sort of get in over here and make strikes on Indian military facilities. That would be entirely expected. We've got a sizable air defense. It's one of the most comprehensive air defense grids in the world, and therefore they are fully tuned to detecting and intercepting all of this that's taking place. The worry, of course, are so-called leakers, drones or missiles which actually do penetrate our defenses. Given the number of drones, given the number of missiles which may be fired, that is a real possibility, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. What we do know, and this is limited information at this stage, is that any Indian air defense is fully activated. It is an integrated air defense. By integrated air defense, what exactly do we mean? We've got various assets, including ground-based radars, air-based radars. We've got radars with the army as well. It is an internet. It is an interconnected digital network, also using satellite assets and other assets, airborne early warning aircraft, to actually detect incoming threats. If they're fighter aircraft in the air as well, they can use their own radars to detect incoming threats. These threats would then be prioritized, and they would be digitally assigned to different surface-to-air missile units or different assets which can actually target them. We don't necessarily have to intercept these using surface-to-air missiles. These can also be jammed. There is a system of denying drones access. That is something which has also been integrated to a large extent, as I understand it. So all of these assets will be used. And it's not just missiles and jamming which is used to take down drones. It's also anti-aircraft fire. These are often radar-guided as well to ensure that there is, it is accurate. Let me just go back to Shiv for a moment. All right, we don't have Shiv just yet. Let me go across to India's former Army Chief, General VP Malik. General Malik, your thoughts on what's happening right now across the frontier. Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Aknoor, Pathankot, Rajouri, Reasi is what we've listed so far. General Malik.
Yeah, firstly, this is a sure shot escalation of the deliberate escalation which is taking place from Pakistan's side. And I don't know how long will they be able to carry this out. And I'm sure that they would also expect that we will, like we did last night, we will respond once again. But these small drones or missiles, I don't know how much damage can they cause. Fortunately, as you have said, so far no damage has been noticed, but it can definitely be harassing. I'm not too sure how much damage they can cause to our airfields or other military installations. We'll have to wait for the results, but we have to be prepared now for escalation for the next few days, which I'm sure the armed forces would be doing so.
General Malik, that is the real reality that we are now looking at, that this could escalate. It already has. Presumably, there would be Indian attacks which might go through as well. These are all air attacks so far. Escalation would mean ground assaults. And that would be the next phase. And, the word war would then be used. Would that be correct?
I think we'll have to wait for a few days. Already what they have started shelling the civilian areas and civilian assets all along the line of control and international border between Jammu and Kathua in that area. And they have already caused a number of civil casualties on our side, in Poonch particularly. So as it is, something on the ground has already taken place. I'm not too sure they would be in a hurry to cross the line of control physically, because there are greater chances of them suffering with the kind of defenses that we have. But of course, we have to be prepared, and we have also to retaliate the shelling that is coming from that side. I'm sure that again is going on. So as I said, that we have to be prepared to protect our civilian population and civilian assets all along the line of control and this international border, and also be prepared for retaliatory responses.
Okay. Let me quickly go across to Air Chief Marshal Falihomi Major, our former Air Chief. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. The integrated Indian air defense system is catered to detecting incoming threats. How does it work, sir?
Good evening, Vishnu. You're seeing how it works because this last barrage which has come in the J&K sector perhaps hasn't hit anything, which means it's working very well. Now, this integrated air defense system, as you very correctly mentioned some time back, is wonderfully linked, including satellites, where every agency and every kind of, anti-air missile system is integrated, and it senses and reacts very, very fast. And it's not very clear so far whether they are drones or missiles or any other kind of loitering
presumably
ammunition.
Both, Air Chief Marshal. Presumably both.
Okay. Because, on TV screens, you can't make out what
No, you can't.
They look like tracers. So I really don't know. But I think this kind of, escalation doesn't bode well for Pakistan, because our responses so far have been so very well calibrated and, logical to keep to maintain dominance as far as the escalation ladder is concerned. But what they are doing is perhaps the reflection of the rogue state that they are, And I do hope that they realize what they are doing, because as we speak, I'm quite sure that the other elements of our armed forces, whether it be the Air Force, the Navy, or the Army, are already carrying out certain actions and certain operations which we will not know for some time to come.
Absolutely. All right, Air Chief, just hold on for one moment, sir. I want to go across to NDTV's Shiv Arur. Shiv, there is now more and more video which is coming out. Some of it actually does appear to show the interceptions along the lines of what we've seen over Tel Aviv earlier on. Some of that footage has been sourced to areas near Amritsar. Again, some of this footage we cannot vouch for the authenticity. What we have up on our screens, we can. But just broadly speaking, Shiv, what's happening now across the frontier?
Vishnu, as glorious as all this footage looks, this is a very, very serious and volatile situation that we are reporting across the virtually the entire length of the international border. This attempt, to strike in Jammu, in Samba, in Pathankot. We're hearing about the border being activated in other places, including Jaisalmer in Rajasthan and elsewhere on the international border, suggests that this is perhaps the most serious escalation since Operation Sindoor and since Pahalgam, really. What you're seeing right now is multiple units of the Pakistan military attempting to strike inside India and being thwarted in their attempt to do so. The pictures on our screen, we cannot identify precisely what interceptors we're looking at actually flying up and hitting those incoming projectiles, which could be slow-moving loitering munitions, they could be fast-moving attack drones, they could be short-range ballistic missiles or other kinds of missiles, as you were talking about just now. But where we're reporting from in Jammu, in Samba, in Riyasi, Pathankot, and other sectors, it is very clear that two things are happening right now. One, there are incoming missiles and projectiles and drones which are being intercepted by India's integrated air defense shield, which has been exercised more in the last 24 hours than at any other time in its history. And point number two, as Ghazali was reporting from the Jammu sector, there has been a serious escalation on the line of control. It's already been very, very heavy firing over there, and it is happening even more so right now because Pakistan, after Lahore was struck earlier today, has decided clearly, to up the ante, heat things up even more, and attempt another airstrike type attack on India. We're hearing about some, Air Force damage on the Pakistan side as well, not confirmed. We're trying to get our contacts in the Air Force to confirm that as well. But suffice it to say that the S-400 system, the Spider system, the Akash system, many other components of India's air defense system are absolutely blazing right now, in a symphony of interceptions over Jammu and elsewhere, bringing down what appears to be a saturation attack, as you put it, of incoming projectiles from Pakistan. We'll have to wait for a little while, Vishnu, to identify precisely what the nature of those incoming weapons really are.
Shiv, be with us. We've got Ajay Sani and Ambassador Manjeev Puri with us. Ambassador Puri, let me come to you next. This is a huge escalation now. We are going up that matrix. We did send out strong signals telling the Pakistanis, look, we are trying to right-size whatever is taking place. It's clear that they haven't accepted that. In the context of that and what is taking place presently over our skies, how are you looking at the situation from an overall standpoint?
Vishnu, look, there should be no doubt that our strikes against Pakistan day and a half back, that has hit them and has hit them psychologically, forget the physical damage, etc., etc. And they need to try and send some kind of a strong message about their own strength to their own people. So they are undertaking this misadventure. But look at what the Indian Armed Forces have been able to do. Stop every single one of these projectiles, whether they were coming towards military air bases or even civilian areas. So, our abilities stand very clearly confirmed. But I want to say something else to you.
Yeah.
Look, the world in general, and we are talking about the major powers, the United States, etc., they have a number of times said, look, there should be de-escalation. Now, Pakistan, in my understanding, is trying to take advantage of a few days when possibly there's only talk but no real heavy pressure, and trying to assuage their own population that, look, we were able to take some kind of revenge. I believe the world needs to wake up and now immediately sit on them and tell them, look, you have to de-escalate because otherwise it's in your own peril and the world also wants it. This is what needs to be told to them. On our part, we have been very clear. We will do things in a measured manner, in a precise manner, and without escalation. Last night, when they attacked us, we brought down all their drones, but we also took out a few of their anti-aircraft defense batteries, etc., which was absolutely well done with a degree of precision. So my own feeling is that, the biggest powers in the world, the United States, is currently occupied today with something very big. But I think that this is not going to escape them all. These visuals will reach them, and it will go beyond possibly Secretary Rubio, and the necessary calls will be made to tell them that, look, it is in their interest that they need to pull back and de-escalate. And I think others also, the Saudis, the United Arab Emirates, and I'm sure even the Chinese may tell them, look, you've done what you had to for the sake of appeasing your population, but, do understand war is at your peril. And anyway, we would ask you very much, stop and let's put an end to this.
All right, I'm going to go across to Ajay Sani in just a moment, but for now, I'd like to remind our viewers of what it is that they're seeing on their screens. Now, a lot of this has been sent in to NDTV. Some of this is on social media, but at this stage, at 9:26 in the evening and starting about half an hour ago, a little more than half an hour ago, there have been massive airstrikes by Pakistan, primarily using drones. We know that these are primarily drones because, by and large, the footage appears to be of projectiles moving at far slower speed. And the trajectory also of missiles often tends to be different. We've also got footage of interceptions being carried out. Some of that we are not airing presently because we've been unable to verify it. But our sources indicating to us that the Indian Air Force is fully activated. They are alert to these drones coming in, and there have been many interceptions that have taken place. In terms of the areas that we are talking about, the territory is extensive. Raispura, Samba, Arnia, Aknoor, Jammu, Pathankot, Rajouri and Riasi. There have been some reports suggesting targets have been, missiles have been felled near Jammu airport as well. We'll get more details on that. Shiv, go ahead. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, we're hearing from sources that a Pakistan Air Force F-16 has been shot down. It crashed somewhere near the Sargodha Air Base. Now, very, very flimsy information coming in, but at least two government contacts have said that it appears that an interception of a Pakistan F-16 has taken place. It was on a combat air patrol. It was armed, and it was brought down possibly by an Indian S-400. I have to, put the disclaimer here that there is no official confirmation just yet of this this news break, but an F-16 going down is a very, very big thing. It hasn't happened since 2019, and we are reporting right now that the integrated air defense system on the Indian side, the entire air defense shield that covers northwest and North India, including Srinagar, where I am right now, is fully active. Srinagar, where I'm reporting from right now, is also potentially a target for a similar kind of saturation attack. But the big breaking story right now is that the Pakistan Air Force, may have just lost an F-16 fighter. It is its most capable fighter, obviously, at this point of time, and it may have gone down in the entire aerial fracas that's happening between the two countries. There are missiles, there are drones, there are fighter aircraft, there are AWACS aircraft in the air at this point of time. There are projectiles flying in both directions. The entire border is active, and we're hearing first information from our sources within the government that an F-16 fighter has been shot down by a surface-to-air weapon from the Indian side. I am presuming that if it crashed somewhere near Sargodha, it's possibly an S-400, Vishnu.
Yeah, that has a range of up to 400 kilometers, depending on the variant of the missile which is used. If that is correct, and I've been trying to check out that information, in between listening to all of you. The information I'm getting is that our sources have heard about this, but it stands unverified at this stage, but there is a strong possibility of it having taken place. But what is, I'm told, verified at this stage is that 8 missiles from Pakistan, which were directed at Satwari, Samba, Arispura, and Arnia, have all been intercepted or blocked by air defense units. Bringing in Ajay Sani over here. Mr. Sani, your first thoughts at what's happening?
This is kind of an imperative that has been generated by the kind of language that has been used. There are commitments that are being made to domestic populations on both sides, intended to whip up sentiments and then create expectations that the government and the army or the armed forces on both sides have to meet. And we are seeing this cycle of, I think, proportionate retaliation on both sides. I hear a lot about escalation, but I still feel that most of the reports suggest a fair degree of calibration rather than an out-of-control escalation.
All right, let's just go back to General Malik at this stage. General Malik, there is unverified information coming in of an F-16 which has been shot down, apparently in the Sargodha area. Shiv has been looking closely at that development. We are waiting for images. There are obviously more verification. All of that will take place. But what we can confirm is that there have been Pakistani missile attacks which have been intercepted and drone strikes which are taking place, and India has engaged the Pakistani forces. These are massive given the entire area. I've been reading that out. But General Malik, any further thoughts at this stage?
Firstly, I must say that all the action or activity that you have reported, it is quite apparent that our forces are doing quite well. And the air defense system, the targeting of the aerial, the Air Force plane on the other side, all that is doing well. And I hope and I'm sure that they will continue to do so. I'm also now looking at it. At this stage, we should be monitoring, carrying out surveillance of their ground forces, where they are, and if there is any movement from the other side. Because if they have to escalate the next step, the further one, either they will use long-range missiles or they will try and enter our territory somewhere. Maybe not tomorrow, but maybe after. That would be probably the next escalatory step from that side. Now, I have also to say that we would also be quite prepared for escalation one notch higher from them, and that has to be conveyed, which will be done maybe at the right time tomorrow. But at this stage, I suppose we would be having our complete surveillance system, ground as well as aerial and satellite imagery. All these would be very active and to monitor all the movement of the Pakistani formations and their tanks and guns, etc.
Drone attacks now being reported in Sundarbani as well. Air Chief Marshal Fali Major, come in at this stage. When it comes to drone warfare, and we've seen this in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, surface-to-air missiles are very effective in taking out drones, but they're also incredibly expensive. They're not there in the same number as, say, anti-drone, anti-jamming systems, which are cheaper, which in many cases may be as effective. So therefore, the longer this gets, India will be expending a lot of our ordnance. At some stage, this is going to become a factor, right?
Absolutely. Vishnu, I don't think that we are bringing down these drones with our, more sophisticated and very expensive munitions. I think what we are bringing down is, if they are drones, I don't know, I'm still not very sure because you can't make out a damn from these pictures. But if they are drones, there are many other ways to bring them down. But I have my doubts if these are drones because, swarm drones, all right, but they are okay for, there are troops available and things like that because they don't cause the kind of damage that we think they do. Now, but what my worry is I'm seeing the spread of this conflict.
Yeah.
And why I say a conflict at this stage is because the kind of action which is happening is tantamount to almost a warlike situation. And if this is the spread of the conflict, I dare say that this is going to escalate much, much more than what we are seeing today. Because, as I mentioned earlier, while all this is happening, we're not sitting back pretty. We must be taking similar actions across the LC and the international border also.
Okay. Air Chief Marshal, hold that thought for a moment. A little bit more information coming in from our sources. Fazilka, Pathankot, Amritsar, Gurdaspur and Tarn are presently in a complete blackout at this stage. That reflects the seriousness of the incident. There are other areas, other parts of India as well, where blackouts have been initiated. This is standard protocol. It's something which was expected and will take place whenever incoming attacks of this nature take place. In terms of what India has by way of technology to make these interceptions, apart from surface-to-air missiles, which could include the Israeli Spider, the Akash, which is a made-in-India system, or the far more larger and more expensive S-400, which perhaps would not be used in a situation like this. There's also air defense artillery. Some of that is radar-guided. So that offers a fairly accurate way of taking down these attacks. But more than that, or as importantly, jammers, which are critical, have been dispensed fairly widely now, which prevent these drones from carrying on their operations and getting to their targets. Manjeev Puri, Ambassador Puri, let me come back to you over here. India had offered Pakistan an off-ramp. Our press releases and our press statements, including by the Foreign Secretary today, were factual. They sort of stated where we are, but it's now really up to Pakistan to accept that. They don't seem to be willing to do that. In a situation like this, what does India do? Because if it's retaliation, counter-retaliation, if we go up the election, if we go up the matrix of warfare, then it's ground strikes, the movement of tanks, the movement of ships, and a lot more which can take place. Are we headed, in your mind, in that direction?
Vishnu, I completely agree with you in terms of the ladder and the way these things can go. But I also hear Air Chief Marshal Fali, Major, very carefully on the spread and what is happening. Look, we are in a world where people know what is happening. And it's not that our borders and this particular entire issue vis-a-vis Pakistan is not known to the world. The most important leaders have commented. And some of us may say, look, come on, these comments were not very focused. But the fact is that their systems are cognizant of what is happening. They also realize that we are two countries, and I don't want to overemphasize this business, that we are nuclear powered, we are both sides, we are countries of substantial armed conflict abilities, etc., etc. I think they all know this, and it is my belief that, look, the Pakistanis had to show something for their people. They are, in a sense, playing and doing whatever they can. If the word spreads that the munitions they are using really can't cause any damages, then it will go on for a few days more. But otherwise, if it appears that it is a serious set of attacks which we are able to thwart, and I'm sure we have the capacities and capabilities to do it in a cost-effective manner, then very soon the telephones will start ringing, and frankly, the ball is really in the Pakistani court. They need to understand.
All right, we've just lost that line. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah. All right, just hold on, Ambassador Puri. Let me also go across to my colleague Gurpreet Chinna, who's in Firozpur right now. Gurpreet, what's happening there?
Well, we have seen because of this border area, specifically in Firozpur, what we have learned, there is some movement, and immediately the blackout has been taken place here. So we are showing all these pictures from district Firozpur. We have seen multiple precautions had been taken all over Punjab border, whether it's Jalandhar, whether it's Amritsar. We have seen there is a complete blackout at this point of time. We have seen what we have learned from the sources. There is some movement from across the border near this Firozpur border also that could be be possible reasons why multiple precautions are being taken on the ground. If we can talk about Amritsar, we have seen Amritsar.
All right, some breaking news coming in right now. Our sources saying that there are sirens being heard right now in Chandigarh. There is a blackout in parts, or if not all of Chandigarh. Shops in some places are being asked to close. People are being asked to go home. We'll try and get more information on this in a little while from now. But we are told from very reliable sources, sirens in are being sounded in Chandigarh, Mohali too, in a blackout. Shops being asked to close and people are being told to go home at this stage. General Malik, are you in Mohali, in the greater Chandigarh area right now?
I'm in Panchkula, which is further east of Mohali is on the western side of Chandigarh. I'm on the eastern side. But, last 2 days, people have been rehearsing in all these three towns, Mohali, Chandigarh, as well as in Panchkula. And civil defense people have been quite active. So with the news that is coming from the border areas, I'm sure the administration is not taking any chances. And therefore, they are going ahead with blackout and other precautions that are required at this time.
All right. So at the moment, no air raids sounded in Mohali, but what we are told is that there are sirens in Chandigarh. There is a blackout which has taken place in Chandigarh as well. Shops are being asked to close. People being told to go home is what we are being told. Nothing in Mohali at this present juncture. Shivarur, come in over here. Your thoughts at this stage on what's happening?
We've just, absolute flurry of information coming in because this is a live situation where we are juggling with, different strands of information from all of these different sectors along the entire line of control and the international border that we're looking at. In fact, I just wanted to quickly read out the latest piece of information that we're getting is that a large Pakistani drone has been intercepted over Sir Creek in Gujarat. That's just been confirmed to be my contact over there. It was an army interception of a Pakistani drone over there, some kind of targeting taking place there as well. There's a lot of chatter about more than one aircraft of the Pakistan Air Force being shot down, but we'd like to hold our horses until we get, at least a credible confirmation because there's nothing official coming out just yet. That must be underlined right now. A lot of different things are being said, but we are making it a point, to draw a few red lines as far as verification is concerned before we put it out. Our contacts in the government, at least two of them, have confirmed that they've gotten from the system that an F-16 of the Pakistan Air Force has indeed been shot down, very likely, as you agree, Vishnu, by an S-400 interceptor from India. This means that there is an air battle as well, presumably. Apart from these missiles and drones that are being fired in different places, the blackouts in Gwalior, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Samba, half expecting it to happen any moment here in Srinagar as well, Vishnu, because Srinagar, remember, is one of those 15 cities that was, named in that target list announced by the Ministry of Defense of India earlier today. But there's this really worrying and saturated aerial symphony of destruction taking place where Pakistan is attempting to target many places. They're being thwarted. At least so far, it looks like they've been thwarted everywhere. No information to suggest that any of those projectiles has hit their targets, in Pathankot, Jammu, or anywhere else. Blackouts at air bases are only to be expected because these are military establishments, and Pakistan in the last 24 hours has made it clear that they're trying to hit those military establishments, including airfields. It remains to be seen how this night really plays out. It's still early hours. It's only 9:42 right now, Vishnu. We've got the whole night ahead of us. Usually these escalations have happened later at night, so I'm wondering what more lies in store for tonight. It looks like it's going to be very, very hot.
And there would be Indian retaliation as well. It's not as if we are just sitting around waiting for these attacks to take place. There would be an Indian retaliation. It would be proportionate to what the Pakistanis have done. I say that because that is exactly what we did today. When the Pakistanis attacked earlier on in the day today, attacks which were handled by the Indian air defense system, India went in with essentially the same amount of force, targeting the same amount of areas and also looking to hit some military targets. Why? Because Pakistan was doing just that. So therefore, we can expect an Indian attack already perhaps underway, if not now, perhaps subsequently. So we are at this juncture nowhere close to this being right size. This is being escalated, but escalated so far at the level of drones and tactical missiles. General Malik, any thoughts?
Yeah, I know we have to remain alert, and at the moment it is only aerial battle which is going on with the drones and some other missiles. Drones, as Air Chief Marshal Fali Major was saying quite rightly, so far in a masked manner have been used against tanks. And unless they are very large drones and large missiles, which have been used during the Ukraine-Russia war, which have damaged buildings and other establishments. But drones per se, I don't think they are capable of causing much damage to the buildings or to the big establishment. And the kind of drones that Turkey has been selling and using, those are smaller drones. They can be used in a masked manner, but primarily they are used against the tanks. That is what we have seen in Europe so far.
All right, and just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in right now, among other areas, among several areas where there's a blackout, also the huge Indian city of Chandigarh, where there is a blackout, Mohali as well, neighboring Chandigarh, there is a blackout taking place. There were air raid sirens, I believe, which were also heard in those areas. So that's what we are told. That's what we know at this juncture. Let me go across to Ajay Sani at this stage. Mr. Sani, it's a developing story. I could ask you all sorts of questions, but let me in fact put that across to Ambassador Manjeev Puri. Again, what are you thinking right now as this happens? At one level, it's almost unreal. Kargil, which is a rail war which happened between India and Pakistan, was restricted to one small area. This is for the first time since the 1971 war that we are seeing this huge frontage where all of these attacks are incoming and where India is hitting back far, deep into Pakistan.
Vishnu, you're absolutely right. Look, Chandigarh is Chandi Mandir, headquarters of the Western Command. So, important that you take whatever precautionary measures which are required there. It's only about 250 odd kilometers from the border. Having said this, look, that these missiles or drones or whatever they're using may not be able to cause that much damage, fine. But, they are spreading it and they are, in a sense, playing, if you agree with my understanding of this particular thing. Look, they've been hurt domestically by that one strike in Pahalgam, and by the way we've been able to portray this across the world. There is this domestic compulsion to be seen to have done something. Now, their abilities to actually do anything in any one particular sector, they shelled the areas in Pooch, we lost a Gurdwara, and they did all that. But, that brings about many kinds of negative connotation. So they are, in a sense, playing. But my own understanding is that they, without going into the thing about whether these drones are effective and if it is just a kind of, something which is not that serious, therefore it can be allowed to go on for a few days more. No, I think this particular spread will attract the attention of those who matter and those who have the ability to sit on Pakistan. And I've named a few of them. I think the phones will start ringing soon. We'll also get them. There's no doubt about that. But this will have to be brought under control because, they're giving vent to their need to assuage domestic opinion. That's fine. But they can't go about doing this because there is the danger of escalation, even though right now it may appear escalation, but may not be in reality. But the real danger of escalation is one that the world also cannot agree and allow to take place, no matter, hotheads on either side, etc.
No, I agree. We need to stay calm at this juncture and really sort of explain what is taking place from that perspective. Let's bring Shiv back on. Shiv, where are you right now, and what is some of the information that you're picking up?
Vishnu, I'm in Srinagar right now. I've just returned from the line of control in Kupwara sector where we were reporting on the escalation and shelling that continues there. We've just gotten word from Kupwara that shelling and firing has begun there as well, which basically proves that from North Kashmir all the way, to the international border in Rajasthan, things are completely activated at this point of time. We'll probably get more information about shelling taking place in the other sectors right now. But this is possibly the most turbulent live developing conflict situation and live combat situation that we are reporting, you and me, Vishnu. And things are changing literally by the second right now. Hundreds of different strands evolving by the minute, both in terms of the air defense systems of India, appearing to thwart every single incoming projectile, some of them missiles, some of them drones. There could be other kinds of weapons also being used at this point of time. We have a confirmation that, both Indian and Pakistani fighter aircraft are in the air. Sources are indicating, we don't have a confirmation, but indicating from the system, at least two of them, that an F-16 has been shot down, possibly by an S-400. There is chatter, unconfirmed. We will always use that disclaimer here on NDTV during a fog of war situation like this one, that maybe another aircraft from the Pakistan Air Force has also gone down. This is all happening very close to the international border and the line of control, Vishnu. And you've reported from there multiple times, so you know that even though the two countries have a border separating them, this is airspace we're talking about. And obviously, air defense systems, anti-air systems, surface-to-air missiles, air-to-air missiles, they don't recognize those boundaries. And those ranges are well within what, these systems can engage with each other. The S-400, as you rightly said, has an enormous interception range, and from where they are placed in India, we won't comment on that, to a combat air patrolling F-16 flying near Sargodha, somewhere near the international border. It is totally within range. It must have done something that was aggressive or seeming to be hostile. It was, of course, armed as well. It has been intercepted, say our sources. One other jet, we don't know what type, F-16 or JF-17, may have also been intercepted, but we will talk about that only once we have a confirmation. So on the ground, escalations in the airspace over military establishments and cities, interceptions are taking place, and the air forces of both countries are in the air. So we want to try and report this as calmly as possible because this is a turbulent and tense situation. Vishnu, you and I have, reported from the front lines of war, and we do know that it is important right now to sift through all these strands, which only NDTV is doing, and respect the fact that this is a shape-shifting story where things can change very, very quickly on both sides. And that's the reason why we need to look at it very carefully and slowly. And remember, Vishnu, what you said is probably the most important thing. With what Pakistan has attempted to do and so far failed to do, the ball is now in India's court and India will be hitting back. And I wonder what the night brings now.
All right, a couple of important points, Shiv, hang tight, that we have with us. Apparently, the Chaukibal area in Kupwara has been evacuated. There is heavy firing which is taking place in that area. I want to be absolutely certain as we play out these images, and we have been careful throughout the evening, all of this is deferred. None of this is live. It's coming to us from multiple sources, a lot of it from social media. We have teams which are sifting through all of this. So this is deferred. Some of this has taken place more than an hour back. We are reporting at this stage on the basis of sources that there is information now to suggest that perhaps two Pakistani fighter aircraft have been shot down. Remember, these may not necessarily be on our territory. It could be in Pakistani territory, given the nature of warfare that is now taking place. Air-to-air missiles with ranges of up to 200 plus kilometers exist with the air forces of both sides. Surface-to-air missiles with the ability of hitting targets out to 250 kilometers for the Pakistanis, out to almost 400 kilometers for India. That is also something that is deployed. That being the case, you don't necessarily use fighter aircraft to cross the line of control or the international border. You might need to, but there is a possibility of Pakistani jets having gone down. We don't know exactly where at this stage. Some reports suggest Sargodha for an F-16. We are waiting for footage to emerge, more details to emerge. When it does, we'll be able to confirm it. But this is coming now to us, both Shiv and me, from multiple sources, which is why we believe on the basis of sources, it is relatively safe to report this. Now, Shiv, there's a blackout where you are. Has that just happened?
It's just happened, Vishnu. There appears to be either a full blackout or a partial blackout because the area behind me was completely lit. It's gone completely dark. I'm looking around me, very few lights actually on at this point of time. Now, this is to be expected. There was a mock drill yesterday where, lights out took place. The fact that Srinagar is one of the cities that was on that list put out by the Ministry of Defense earlier today of places that were, potentially under attack or the Pakistan attempted to attack with missiles and drones but were intercepted by India's integrated air defense system suggests that a blackout, wouldn't be unexpected at this point of time. But having said that, it seems like the focus of these Pakistani incoming projectiles seems to be, in the Punjab sector, in the Jammu sector, south of the Pir Panjal, well south of where I'm reporting from in Srinagar and other parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, even Madhya Pradesh, since the Gwalior Air Base has also gone black, could be targets for potential Pakistani attempts to attack there. But so far, I think this is by far the most interesting thing that we're looking at, Vishnu, and it's very difficult to hide these things in a time where, as we can see, every single visual on our screen, is a shaky mobile phone visual. These are all open source pictures streaming onto social media, citizens taking pictures liberally of this, fascinating, conflict taking place in the airspace right above literally their homes and giving us this elaborate depiction for the first time ever. I can't remember ever seeing something like this in Indian airspace of sophisticated Indian weapons at play. Many of these weapons from Pakistan are also very sophisticated, and one wonders how long this is going to continue. It's not easy to sustain attacks of this kind, and it appears that this is going to play out for at least a few hours because these are still early hours, and one wonders, where this is going to go. How much more of an escalation beyond, possible air attacks, the air forces in the air, a full border activation, the international border also going hot, just like the line of control. How long can that sustain tonight is really the big, question facing us right now, Vishnu.
All right, Air Chief Marshal Fali Homi Major, as we broadcast these images, again, deferred images from Jaisalmer, from Aknoor, from Jammu, from Bhuj, from other areas as well, of saturation attacks being conducted on Indian airspace and interceptions taking place. Could you give us a sense, as somebody who's led the Indian Air Force, on how tense things must be right now? We would potentially have a large number of aircraft operating. We'd have an integrated air defense system fully manned at this stage, operating multiple sensors. How does it work at this stage? What would the top leadership of the Air Force be doing, broadly speaking?
Vishnu, at this time, the leadership of the Indian Air Force, as a matter of fact, the Indian Armed Forces, must be glued to their screens in their operation centers. And as I mentioned some time back, the spread is too wide. Now, is this, are we still calculating an escalation ladder, or is this war? This is one thing which there is no declared war so far, but if this be the state, what do we call it? It cannot be a geographically restricted area conflict. This is spread across the country, because I heard, I think it was Shiv who said that some drone was intercepted in Gujarat, near Kutch or whatever it is. Now, what does this mean? Which means, it only means that their intent, our adversary's intent, is not to, tone down the conflict situation, but to aggravate it. And I think he's making a huge mistake, because if this aggravation takes place, there are reports of aircraft being shot down. Definitely, every single armed force in the country today, for all we know, the Navy must be already nearing Karachi or Gwadar or one of their ports to write off their harbors.
All right.
We are in a state now, Vishnu, which is very, very unpredictable. As a matter of fact, we do not know what happens for the rest of the night and tomorrow and the days to come. But if this doesn't die down soon, it's going to be a huge flare-up.
General Malik, are you still with us? Would you like to come in on this at this stage, just reflecting on what Air Chief Marshal Major had to say, that if this doesn't die down soon, then we are headed in a particular direction. All of you in the military have trained, have spent your lifetimes, sort of dealing with a scenario like this. If this doesn't end or subside or go down soon, then we are headed in a particular direction. General Malik, what are your thoughts at this stage?
I agree with the Air Chief Marshal Fali Major about the extent of the combat situation that we are facing today, the distance-wise. But, it's either the distance that is involved, or the frontage that is involved, or the duration that is involved, that can be restricted in a Kargil war. So I still would not like to call it a limited war yet. And we'll have to see if this continues for next 2 days, and we have to see the kind of targeting which is done from both sides. That may lead to conventional war. But again, my own feeling is that Pakistan is not capable of waging a conventional war against India for more than a few days. And I'm sure they realize it. Even now, whatever is happening on the ground, they know that we will retaliate and we will. But at the moment, they have no alternative because their own image has been affected domestically. So they have no other idea except to escalate to this extent, so that they can tell people in their own country that, look, we are also capable of doing something. But I'm sure that not only the international community will come down heavily on both countries, but even they don't have that capacity to fight a long war. And let us remain cool at the moment. I don't think we should get excited about it. It is happening, and people who are preparing and who have these contingency plans on their mind, they know something of this nature can take place. So it should not come as a big surprise to the services community, soldiers particularly, senior leaders particularly. So we have to remain cool. We have to watch. We have to keep assessing the situation, and we have to be very careful that we don't get swayed by the fake news that keeps coming from all over the sources, social media and others. So we have to keep making our assessment, keep getting our reports from different places, and be prepared to retaliate at the right time and at the right time and the right opportunity.
Ambassador Manjeev Puri, there is a reaction which is coming from the US State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce, who says, and I quote, Secretary Marco Rubio spoke today with Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. The Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation. He expressed US support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communications. The Secretary reiterated his condolences for the horrific terrorist attack in Pahalgam and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism. So America is saying there needs to be immediate de-escalation and that they're willing to support direct dialogue between India and Pakistan. How significant is this statement?
Vishnu, I don't know if the Secretary was listening to what I was telling you. Look, this particular thing, although the Pope has just been elected, so the UK, US is going into a big trade deal. So the global screen is quite occupied at the moment with things which for them are very important. But we are not lost. We are important countries. India is an important player. Terrorism is an important subject. And war among two countries which have nuclear capabilities is certainly very important. So believe me, those countries and the United States in particular is aware of it. If you notice, President Trump has on 2 or 3 occasions said And he said that he knows both sides very well. He's willing to do whatever. Marco Rubio, first step. I hope the message goes to the Pakistanis. It's not us. We haven't been escalating. I hope there is a kind of sitting on them. Would it require really the president himself to make the call? I don't know the answers to that. I hope not. But, you know, following up on what General Malik said, look, they also know that they have limited capacity. They also, unfortunately or fortunately, also have a domestic opinion which they need to take care of. I don't want to remind people here, but, you know, you take you back to Kargil, just when they were really going to get it in them, the Americans intervened and said, come on, guys, let's shake hands, come to Washington, let's find a solution. That country does have overwhelming abilities vis-a-vis Pakistan. They also have equities as far as we are concerned. I'm afraid while we may have thought, or the Pakistanis may have thought, that we may remain away from the radar screen for a little while, it hasn't happened.
Just 1 second, we've got some
it'll
breaking
become
news
much more
coming in at this stage that the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is reviewing the situation with the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 services chiefs. This is confirmed information that we are carrying at this, at this stage. That's expected. The whole system is plugged into what is taking place. Ambassador Puri, just hold on for a little bit more time. Let's go across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh in Jaisalmer. Harsha, go ahead.
On comment, yeah. Sushil, switch on the light. Yeah. So Vishnu, just as we were, I don't know how much you can see me, we've been told not to switch on the lights because just as we were on the border areas, and I'm just going to put on the light a little bit so you can see me. So when we were in the border areas and we were coming back in towards the town, we saw these lights in the sky, lights going off from both sides. And then we got information that there were some blasts which were heard in Jaisalmer. My colleague Shrikant is here. Shrikant, आपने क्या कोशिश किया? He tried to talk to the authorities और आपको क्या response मिला? अभी क्या situation है जैसलमेर में?
मैंने प्रशासन के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश की, पुलिस के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश की, कुछ इंटेल जो मेरे सोर्सेज थे इंटेलिजेंस में उनसे बात की, लेकिन कोई भी कुछ भी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करा। वो यही कह रहे हैं
एक पैनिक का माहौल था।
कहीं ना कहीं एक पैनिक है और अभी सबसे ज़्यादा जो इम्पोर्टेंट है प्रायोरिटी है इस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करना और उसके बाद कोई बातचीत करना। तो हम भी समझ पा रहे हैं लोग जो है वो लगातार सोशल मीडिया पे भी कई अलग अलग जगह से वीडियोस आ रहे हैं। रामगढ़ से एक वीडियो आया, पोखरण से आया, हालांकि कंफर्मेशन नहीं हो रहा है कहाँ क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन जैसलमेर सिटी के आसपास का जो इलाका है, 2 तरफ में सिटी बटी है। एक तो जो पुराना शहर है और दूसरा जहाँ हम अभी खड़े हैं इस पुल के दूसरी तरफ का शहर है। दोनों ही तरफ से आवाज़ आई और ज़्यादा जो आवाज़ें हैं वो एयरपोर्ट की तरफ से और शहर के भीतरी शहर के आसपास से सुनाई दे रही है। हालांकि पुलिस पूरे ब्लैकआउट के लिए और पूरी मुस्तैदी कर रही है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं आवाज़ें रुक रुक कर आ रही है। हमने अभी कुछ देर पहले भी आवाज़ें सुनी, आप भी मेरे साथ थी, जिस तरह से ड्रोन उड़ते हुए जैसे लगा, वो ड्रोन था या क्या ये कंफर्मेशन नहीं है, लेकिन लोगों का कहना है कि इस तरह की लाइट्स ब्लिंक हुई और ड्रोन जैसा कुछ एकदम स्पीड में गया, तो लग रहा है कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ है। और इसी बीच सीएम और सीएस के जो है ये भी मेरे सोर्सेज से मुझे पता चला है कि जयपुर में जो है वो सीएस सुधांश पंत और सीएम भजनलाल शर्मा जो है वो सभी जो बॉर्डर इलाके हैं गंगानगर, बीकानेर, बाड़मेर, जैसलमेर, इन तमाम जगहों के एसपी और कलेक्टर्स के साथ मीटिंग कर रहे हैं। इमरजेंसी मीटिंग की गई है और ये भी कहा गया है कि इन बॉर्डर इलाकों में जो है वो जितने भी लोग हैं जहाँ पद खाली है सरकारी, वो आसपास के जिलों से तुरंत भरे जाए। मतलब कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी इमरजेंसी।
जी देखिए बिल्कुल। सो विष्णु, I have also, like I'm telling you, I was trying to get back into Jaisalmer town because when I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off, in the sky, and I could hear sounds of like what sound like blasts happening. Well, blasts in the sense in the distance, but very soft kind of explosion type of sound definitely happening. So we then decided to move to a safe place. We've come here, and there was an army. There were some army vehicles which were stopped here. They stopped me from going ahead. They've said that I should stay here. I should not try and go into town because it's not safe. And I can even now, in fact, hear sounds. श्रीकांत, आपको सुनाई दे रहा है पीछे? मेरे को एक
देखिए रुक रुक के आवाज़ आ रही है। अभी भी जैसे देखिए एक लाइट सी हल्की सी ब्लिंक होती है और फिर आवाज़ आती है। एक सिलसिला रुक नहीं रहा है और ये कह सकते हैं कि आवाज़ धमाके की हो सकती है, पूरी संभावना। मेरे को भी सुनाई दे रही है और आप भी सुन पा रहे होंगे।
So Vishnu, we are not really being able to confirm exactly what it is. We are hearing that blasts are taking place. There's sounds in and around Jaisalmer, definitely sounds, and there's an entire blackout here. So we've also taken shelter under a bridge. We are reporting from here, and we've opened our light very little, so you can just see us, so that we can give you a report. And we've also heard news that somewhere in Pokhran also people have seen lights, and of course what Shrikant just said, we've heard on the various groups or WhatsApp groups that the Chief Minister is taking emergency meeting in Jaipur, but of course my colleagues in Jaipur will be able to confirm that better.
All right, let's go back to Shiv Arur at this stage in Srinagar. Okay, we'll come back to him in a moment. There is a full blackout now in Srinagar, in Jammu, and several other areas, including Chandigarh, where there is a blackout, parts of Aknoor as well. Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Aknoor, Pathankot, Rajouri, Reasi, Barmer, Jaisalmer. These are all areas which have seen strikes. There would be many more areas where inbound strikes, where strikes from Pakistan have been attempted. Again, the image on the left is from Jammu, and you can see the interceptions being carried out. Those are interceptions by surface-to-air missiles, it does appear. There are reports of an attempt being made to strike Jammu airport, which is a major civilian airport and also a military airport. Those interceptions appear to be successful at this stage. I interrupted you, Ambassador Puri, a little while back. Again, just complete your, carry on, sir, with your thoughts. Ambassador Puri, can you hear me? All right, we'll come back to him in just a little while from now. General Malik, all right, we've got Major General Gigi Dwivedi with us as well. General Dwivedi, this appears to be a fairly sustained saturation attempt by Pakistan, attempting to hit several parts of our country. Again, the escalation has gone up significantly. We've seen this restricted so far to aerial strikes from one country to the other. But as we speak right now, with so many attacks coming in and with so many attacks being repulsed by us, what are your thoughts?
Well, so firstly, thanks to have me on your show. Well, I think we need to get the larger picture right before we get into the ground action. The larger picture is that India political intent is to deter Pakistan and to put an end to the proxy war. As far as Pakistan is concerned, they are not going to oblige until they have been hurt adequately. Now, that is the larger picture. How do we see the escalation ladder? Well, India's first level one was to only go in for the terrorist infrastructure. That was level one. But Pakistan chose to hit our military targets because in India, they will not find a terrorist target. So that was expected. And that is level two. And that is what we are going on.
General Dwivedi, just hold on for half a second. We've got some breaking news coming in with Shiv Arur. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, there's a complete blackout right now in Srinagar. We've just received orders at our location right now to switch off our camera lights. That's the reason why this is completely a black frame. No other indications of anything else. The only background information we have, of course, is that this comes a day after the mock drills which were conducted yesterday for this kind of a blackout. And now it's actually happening live. All of the lights around me here in Srinagar have been turned off and orders have just come in to keep them off for at least the time being. Some lights have begun to come back on, but mostly it's a blackout here in Srinagar. Remember, the other piece of related information is that yesterday when Pakistan sent all those missiles and drones towards India in an attempt to attack military stations, they did, okay, we're trying to use a little bit of mobile light if we're permitted to do so, but there is a blackout here in Srinagar. That this city, the capital city of Jammu and Kashmir, was one of the places that was on that list of 15 cities of whose military establishments could have been under target. None of those were successful.
Shiv, let me interrupt you for half a second. We've got new footage also coming in on Jalandhar also being under attack at this stage. So Jalandhar also being attacked. We've got footage coming in from Jalandhar. We'll play that out in just a few moments from now. That footage is on air. Again, interceptions taking place. This appears to be the clearest footage so far of interceptions, and those are surface-to-air missiles which are going up and taking on incoming drones or Pakistani missiles. This is the clearest video so far. This is footage, deferred footage. I want to make that absolutely clear. Deferred footage, it happened earlier on, of Jalandhar. So, you know, what we've seen earlier on over the skies of Tel Aviv, now taking place over the skies of India as well. Shiv, you can't see this footage where you are, but you know what I'm seeing right now is the most clear footage so far of clearly surface-to-air missiles from India intercepting any number of targets. I don't know if the targets are missiles or drones. This is from Jalandhar, but carry on with your thoughts, Shiv. We've lost that line with Shiv once again. He's reporting in pretty difficult conditions right now. It's a complete blackout in Srinagar where he is. It is a blackout in many other parts as well. We'll try and get that line up and then we'll be able to hear him clearly. But what happened on the left-hand side of your screen, again, Jammu, the blasts are interceptions taking place. Shiv, if you can hear me now, what I was saying is that we've got footage of Jalandhar up on our screens. This is so far the most lucid footage of these interceptions taking place. And it's clear that surface-to-air missiles have been deployed over here in taking down these targets. I don't know if the incoming targets are missiles or they're drones or both. But carry on with your thoughts, Shiv.
I agree with you. This, this piece of footage coming in from Jalandhar appears to suggest, either short-range missiles of some kind or drones, because the projectiles seem to be moving pretty fast, like in the footage that we saw from Jammu as well, suggesting a mix of both missiles and drones, which is in fact what the Indian Ministry of Defense had said in their statement as well earlier today. This is morbidly fascinating to see India's integrated air defense system, working in such a relentless fashion. Remember, it's important to, tell our viewers that some of these interceptions may seem bunched together to seem like it's happening one after the other, but many of these things are literally happening at the same time across different sectors, whether it is in Punjab sector or Jammu sector, here in Jammu and Kashmir where I am as well. It appears to suggest that this entire air defense shield is working in unison, almost like a symphony, exactly the way it's supposed to. We need to, of course, be sober about possible battle damage assessment, about whether any of those missiles or drones have found their way through and, caused any damage on the ground. So far, there is nothing to suggest that, Vishnu. But clearly, we're going to have to be looking in many different directions tonight because those weapons are coming in from different sectors, different, launching areas within Pakistan as well. I have a confirmation that we've got, special sensors. We're not going to specify what those sensors are, but you know what I'm talking about, Vishnu, and we'll leave it, we'll leave the details out on that one as far as these launches are concerned. So an Indian retaliation is probably just around the corner. This won't be able to continue for very long, Vishnu.
No, it's clear that, what happens next, whether we choose to continue our counter to this at the level of airstrikes or whether, this is headed towards ground strikes or anything else, that's something which our defense planners will need to figure out. The Chief of Defense Staff was meeting the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, I believe, with the three service chiefs a little while back in the Delhi. Again, for the benefit of our viewers, what you're seeing on your screens right now, footage from Jammu and Jalandhar, everything that we've been broadcasting has been deferred footage. It's been an incredibly challenging 48 hours plus for India. This after India went in with our strikes, which took out Pakistani terrorist centers across the line of control and deep in Pakistan as well. After that, Pakistan retaliated early today, and they took India was able to saturate a lot of that attack. India countered. We took out a Pakistani air defense unit in Lahore. There were suicide drone attacks, which India used suicide drones, Israeli Harop drones, to take out lots of targets. And now this is taking place. So this is the sequence of events. I mentioned that Rajnath Singh was meeting some of the chiefs. That's not taking place. I believe it's the Chief of Defense Staff who has had some important meetings in the last while, as you would imagine. Again, sorry. All right, we've got Tilak Deveshwar with us as well. Mr. Deveshwar, thanks very much for waiting. Your thoughts, at what's happening now? I mean, it's a developing, fast-moving, fluid situation. Tell us what where you see this headed.
Vishnu, there's no other way of saying it except that this is a major escalation by Pakistan. It has gone up a rung, and I think India had warned them that targeting of civilians, the targeting of military installations, which is what Pakistan has done, will invite a swift and severe retribution. And this is exactly what's going to happen. You'll find over the next 6 to 8 hours that there will be a very strong reaction from India. I would just like to draw your attention that why did Pakistan do this, or why is Pakistan doing it? I'll quote one historical example. And if you look at Asim Munir and the Pakistan Army, they have lost a lot of credibility in the recent past. And one way to restore credibility is to externalize the problem vis-a-vis India and to try and unify the country. Except that they did not happen the way they had planned. Initially, I think Asim Munir felt that India would retaliate militarily, like in Uri, like in Balakot. There will be de-escalation and the crisis will be over, but they would have garnered support of the people. India began by non-kinetic, stopping or holding in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty is going to affect Pakistan's agriculture and food security over the long term. That is one. Now, interestingly, in 1971, there was a very fascinating incident where the Chief of Staff, Gul Hassan, was traveling in an aircraft with Air Marshal Asghar Khan. And Asghar Khan asked him that, what is happening, what are you trying to do? And Gul Hassan said, we are hoping that India would attack us. And Asghar Khan said, why is that? He said, because then the US will intervene and we will withdraw and we will be able to save the situation. I have a feeling that this escalation that Pakistan is doing or has done is basically to attract international attention. You mentioned earlier there's already been a US statement asking people to, to both countries to talk and de-escalate. Pakistan is hoping for
Mr. Deveshwar, I'm interrupting you now because we've got some breaking news coming in. This is attributed to the headquarters of the Integrated Defence Staff, which says in a tweet, military stations of Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur in the proximity of the international boundary in Jammu and Kashmir, targeted by Pakistan using missiles and drones, no losses, threat neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces as per standard operating procedures with kinetic and non-kinetic means, which means that they used jammers and they used weapons such as surface-to-air missiles and air defense guns as well. Who do we have at this stage? General Malik, would you like to respond to that? They are targeting, and this is confirmed information, right? It's coming from the headquarters of the Integrated Defence Staff. They put out a tweet, Jammu Military Station, Pathankot Military Station, and Udhampur Military Station. Your thoughts, sir?
I think they have done the right thing by making it public, because all sorts of rumor mongering would be going on otherwise. And the best way to check rumor mongering and panic anywhere is to give out official statement. And I hope that they would do it more frequently, and they continue to do it more frequently, because we have to remain cool and we should not get into panic and get excited about these things. So these kind of statements coming from official sources, I welcome them.
Deveshwar, would you like to reflect a little bit on this news that military stations in Jammu and Pathankot and Udhampur have been targeted? So they're going after our military bases. In 2019 during the Balakot attack, they were trying to hit Rajouri military base. They were unable to on that occasion. We don't believe that they've been successful on this occasion either. In fact, the IDS says that we've intercepted their missiles and drones. But again, your thoughts?
Yes, so let me just complete what I was saying earlier. So Pakistan here again is trying to draw international attention, especially of the United States and maybe even of China, to help them de-escalate so that the blame for the debacle of the Pakistan army does not fall on the army itself, but that it is the US intervention. Now, coming to what this IDS statement, I think it's very, very clear that whatever Pakistan has thrown so far against Indian military stations has been intercepted and blocked. As it says, there's no damage. Now, this is going to be a huge setback for Pakistan, because all along, they have tried to project, or they try and project equivalence with India, that if India does X, they will do X plus 1. But here, they have not been able to be successful either. Yesterday, they could not prevent Indian strikes on Lahore, dismantling their air defense system, nor have they been successful so far. So this is going to make the Pakistan army even more desperate and look worse as far as the Pakistani public is concerned. So therefore, they are going to be looking for an off-ramp, an escape route, that people don't totally lose faith in the Pakistan army.
Shiv Arur, can you hear me, Shiv? Shiv with us. All right, Shiv.
Yes, I can.
Again, that IDS statement important because, I mean, we have been reporting it in fits and starts, but it's been a concerted attack besides anywhere else, but also on Indian military bases, right? This is the Integrated Defence Staff saying that Pathankot, Jammu and Udhampur were targeted. Those attacks have failed. Your thoughts?
Indeed, they failed because, this isn't just a statement. This is probably for the first time in recent history or in history per se, Vishnu, that we're seeing, a statement completely, come with visual proof of that being true. The idea is saying, that all of these attempts to hit these bases in Pathankot, etc., have failed. I mean, just look at the images. The images don't show any of those projectiles hitting. This is not to suggest even for a moment that this isn't an extremely volatile situation and that there is every possibility of damage happening or one of those missiles or drones hitting their target. But it is an absolutely a surreal salute to Indian air defense at this point of time. I have no hesitation in saying that our men and women who populate our air defense stations in different parts of the country and are the incredible humans in the loop of this sustained, energetic, terrifying in many respects, multiple interception of so many projectiles at the same time across cities is truly something for the history books. I've never seen it before. The Integrated Defence Staff is confirming, very importantly, at least that information is flowing, and they're specifying which bases at which these interceptions are actually taking place. One wonders how long Pakistan can, actually try and sustain this. There are indications that things are going to be escalating very, very shortly from India's side as well. Vishnu, we of course will not be reporting any operational details, movements, timelines. Everything is going to be deferred as far as our footage and news breaks are concerned. That's a guarantee we take very seriously and give to our viewers. No matter which other channel feels like jumping on a news break on NDTV, we will respect the fact that this is a live, evolving situation that involves the lives of our combat troops, our forces, our air defense forces, our pilots, our people at sea, sailors, airmen, Jawans on the border right now, the line of control where NDTV is reporting from, and we take that very, very seriously. So as we look at these images, mesmerizing images of, aerial interceptions of these incoming projectiles, let's please remind ourselves, and I agree with what General Malik said, that we should be cool, we should be calm as we report this, and only NDTV is, and we will continue to bring our viewers the facts overnight tonight.
Shiv, what we are hearing at this juncture is, apart from this incredible footage that you're actually about to see on our screens, I think this is Jaisalmer. I'm just going to let this footage breathe out for a moment. We're going to stay with this footage and just show it a little bit in a loop, because what you are seeing now is the most vivid footage so far of Jaisalmer under attack. You can see Indian air defenses operating over here. All of the blasts that you see in the sky are of Pakistani drones and missiles being intercepted. The integrated air defense that we have right now is working. It is smashing the incoming projectiles. Those are all missiles going off. If you thought you'd seen it all in Israel, what you are now seeing over the skies of Jammu, over the skies of Jaisalmer over here and elsewhere, this is just, it's something else. Massive explosions over the skies as these projectiles are taken out. India under attack tonight across several areas on our western front. We've got some information coming in at this stage that according to our sources in the armed forces, Pakistani drone attacks that you see over there along the western borders are being reported in several locations. They have effectively been engaged by our armed forces. There will be more updates which come in. However, inputs with respect to suicide attacks by terrorists at Pathankot or Rajouri are completely false. We've not reported that on our channel. If it does happen, then we're going to track that very closely. There is some news that's also huge, which is coming in. I'm just looking to clarify it or verify it before I report it. Shiv, what we do have at this stage is an indicator that a Pakistani AWACS platform may have been taken down by the Indian Air Force. On the Pakistani side, in Pakistani Punjab, again, we don't have footage of this, it's night, but this is the information that is tentatively coming in right now. There have been reports of an F-16 shot down. There have been reports of JF-17 shot down. There is some inaccurate information which has come in the midst of it all. So I think in terms of our conversation right now, Shiv, let's veer on the side of caution by telling our viewers that there is information which is coming in of substantial Pakistan Air Force losses at this stage. Shiv?
Vishnu, I agree with you. There's a lot of information coming in thick and fast. The F-16 fighter being shot down, we are reasonably sure that's confirmed because I've gotten that from my sources in the Air Force as well as the government. Information coming in from some government sources of a Pakistani airborne early warning aircraft being shot down is enormous news if confirmed to be true. We're talking about it right now because at least two government sources have given us that input. It isn't confirmed just yet. We're waiting for a confirmation. And I agree with you, Vishnu. If that does get confirmed, it would be a huge hit on Pakistan's Air Force. Just as a matter of detail, to tell our viewers that Pakistan operates two kinds of early warning aircraft. It has a small fleet of Saab 2000 Ariai aircraft from Sweden. It also operates the ZDKO-3 Karakoram Eagle AWACS aircraft supplied to them by who else but China. We don't know which of these two aircraft, are in the air, but government sources saying that it's possible that an airborne early warning aircraft has been shot down. These are, of course, basically flying radars. For those of our viewers who may not be completely familiar, AWACS aircraft are, which stands for Airborne Warning and Control System or Airborne Early Warning and Control System, are aircraft which have large, very powerful radars, which by virtue of their altitude have an amazing sweep of vision, off the battlefield, of anything that they really want to look at, including aircraft, missile launches and things like that, and provide a very powerful sort of sensor platform in the air to warfighters. So if an AWACS has been shot down by India, and we will hopefully get a confirmation on that beyond the, the fog of war through which we're trying to report this very, very rapidly escalating story, would make it one of the biggest combat losses for Pakistan in a very, very long time. We have to be careful careful. Vishnu and I, we are looking at messages we're getting on social media as well, acknowledging that NDTV's reportage of this evolving situation is being seen to be the most responsible because, we are vetting information as much as we possibly can in the constraints that we are under right now. There are multiple feeds of footage coming in. There are lots of inputs coming in from our network of reporters in Jammu, in Samba, in Pathankot, in Riyasi, in Bathinda, in Jaisalmer and elsewhere. And therefore, putting it all together live right now is something we want to be very, very cautious about because we are also aware that there is a degree of possible misinformation that can do the rounds, and therefore we will exercise caution while we report. F-16 shot down, airborne warning and control system, confirmation awaited, but indications coming in from the government that this may have happened, which indicates that things are definitely escalating with each passing minute. Vishnu, we also did receive an indication earlier that India's retaliation, is imminent. It's going to happen at any time. What shape or form that's going to take is anybody's guess. We don't know that, but remember that just hours ago today, India had already struck Lahore, with attack drones called the Harop. Whether India uses the same kinds of weaponry, different kinds of weaponry, we will of course not speculate on those operational details.
Dave, hang on for half a second. Our army sources telling us that there has been no movement of tanks on either side, and that media, there is a lot of irresponsible media. Unfortunately, I do need to say this. There are people who've been saying there is. That's not the case. Any such report is uncorroborated, is what our army sources are telling us. Another new development which has just taken place is Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, who says that he's spoken to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, this evening. Deeply appreciate the US commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, have underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism, will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. That's a very big statement which has come in over here. Ambassador Manjeev Puri, let me take that across to you. India's foreign minister saying that we've underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism, measured is a key word, will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. India doesn't want to escalate. This is the public statement, and yet it just seems that Pakistan continues to do that.
Vishnu, look, we've been all saying it, and I think Mr. Deveshar has also told you, whatever may be the reason, at the end of the day, it is Pakistan which has to be sat on to actually understand that they have no choice but to de-escalate, and that it's also in their interest. Of course, on the other hand, as far as India is concerned, for a variety of global reasoning, etc., it's not that we are not amenable to pressure, but that's beside the point. At the moment, the aggressive party are the Pakistanis, whatever may be the reasons, domestic, political reasons, needing to assuage their public, whatever it is. The fact is, they need to de-escalate, whether they are looking for an escape route or anything, doesn't matter. And usually in the past, the United States has been that particular via media. And it would appear to me that those phone calls will start ringing. As I told you, at the moment, the Western world is a little preoccupied. US, UK, trade deal, the new Pope, etc. But wait for a few hours wait till the next day dawns, and then you see that the phone will start ringing, and that will have the desired impact.
The confirmed information that we have at this stage, the biggest announcement in the last little while was from the headquarters of the Integrated Defence Staff of India, which has said that military stations of Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur in proximity to the international boundary in Jammu and Kashmir have been targeted by Pakistan using missiles and drones. There have been no losses. The threat has been neutralized by Indian armed forces as per standard operating procedures with kinetic and non-kinetic means. The other big piece of news on the international front has been our External Affairs Minister speaking to his US counterpart, Secretary Rubio, where he has told him that we deeply appreciate America's commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism, will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. So that's the second major development which has taken place. There is blackout. There are blackouts in several cities across India, Srinagar, Jammu, Jaisalmer, Chandigarh, many other. There'd be upwards of a dozen at least where there's a full blackout which was ordered. The footage that you see, two images, two different areas. Again, deferred footage because that's a government obligation. On your left, Jammu. On your right, Jaisalmer. This is some of the most vivid footage. What you do see on your screens in both cases are of Indian surface-to-air missiles being fired, taking out incoming missiles and drones. We don't know if these are drones or missiles, but India has retaliated. India is taking out these threats very, very strongly. We've seen footage like this, and I said this a few other times earlier in the evening as well, when those massive ballistic missile attacks on Tel Aviv did take place. It's happening over our own skies now, and these interceptions are taking place. Shiv, would you like to just reflect on some of the new developments that we can confirm and report at this stage?
Vishnu, the incredible number of developments that are taking place with each passing minute are truly mind-boggling. There's a huge flood of misinformation that's coming in as well, and I think it's our responsibility also to bust some of the wrong news and disinformation that's being put out by other media. There is no movement of tanks on both sides. The army has confirmed to us. There is no suicide attack of any kind, either in Rajouri or in Pathankot, as is being stated by some media. Very, very irresponsible reporting by many across the board. Obviously on NDTV, the reason why you didn't see those two pieces of information is because we verify, vet and corroborate everything. So at least two pieces of fake news doing the rounds, which is very dangerous in this scenario, because we're talking about operational movements right now. The enemy is watching media right now. There has never been a time for the media to be more responsible than now, when our men and women in uniform are on the front lines, doing the literal work of protecting India's sovereignty. So I think this is an appeal from NDTV to all media, perhaps, to please be as responsible as you can. You can worry about all your other stuff a little later. Right now, our forces are, on the line right now for the country's integrity, and I think that needs to be borne in mind. The attack from the air from different areas of Pakistan is continuing. We're hearing about the possibility of mounting losses, of air assets within Pakistan, Vishnu. But once again, that's something we don't want to speculate upon until we have at least 3 or 4 corroborations from either the Air Force or the government. As far as that benchmark is concerned, we can say that an F-16 has been shot down. As far as the AWACS is concerned, that's something that's going viral right now, because obviously emotions are high in India right now. People are angry. It's understandable, but that's also a situation that becomes ripe, for wrong information to, spread dramatically. So on NDTV, we will be responsible, because you have the right to get correct, authentic information, and not just something, that you can be pleased about. So very possible that there has been a loss of an AWACS aircraft, but we will report that only once it is actually confirmed. F-16 down, possibility of another fighter also down, but await NDTV's confirmation. Vishnu, whether
why, Shiv, that's important, what you are saying, because just in the last little while, we've got the Barmer district collector who's come in with a message saying a private news channel is broadcasting the news of a missile attack in Barmer. No such incident has occurred. The district administration denies this. So again, we are going to go by, what we know to be fairly accurate and report that. Sorry, Shiv, go ahead.
Yes, just as I was saying, Vishnu, there are 3 aspects of what is going on right now, and I want to describe them in some detail, because I know that an overwhelming section of India's viewers are watching us right now, and the kind of pressure on us is even more right now to authenticate all information. And Vishnu, you and I are in the best possible position to do this, because we've both covered war, we've both covered conflict, we've visited practically all of the places that we're naming right now, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is Jalandhar, whether it is Jammu, whether it is Jaisalmer, and therefore we have an idea of what this actually looks like as this plays out. Let's talk first about the air aspect of what's happening. There are fighter aircraft in the air, there are support system aircraft in the air, there's a possibility of missiles flying between both sides from the air as well. We do know that an F-16 has been shot down. There's a possibility of more assets being lost on the Pakistan side. Nothing on the Indian side, even though Pakistan has just issued a press release from Rawalpindi talking once again about those Harop drones having been intercepted. No indication of that. Now let's talk about the land aspect of what's happening, Vishnu. Number one, I've just come back from the line of control in Kupwara sector. It is completely lit up. We could hear artillery even as we were leaving. That aspect of it is also known right now. The army has just busted fake news by another network saying that tanks are on the move on both sides. They've categorically denied that that's happened, and I think it's important to highlight that, because right now when combat operations are in full swing, it is totally irresponsible to give out wrong information that may be used by the enemy to justify some kind of different escalation. Three, the aspect that we're not seeing at all play out because it's not in front of us and not near us is the naval aspect, Vishnu. And you know very well that the Navy is not sitting around, doing nothing while the Air Force and the Army, are participating in this huge defense of Indian integrity and airspace against Pakistan, and also launching offensive strikes on that country. But the Navy, we can be absolutely 100% sure, is not only 100% operationally ready, but in some respects, Vishnu, and you know what I'm saying, is participating in what we're seeing right now. India's retaliation for Pahalgam, starting with Operation Sindoor, did involve the Navy directly in the form of loitering munitions, and even how it's playing out right now, even though it may not be immediately visible to us, does involve the Navy in terms of sensors, in terms of targeting, in terms of kinetic action using drones and missiles possibly as well. There is a naval element to what is playing out. We just can't see that yet. So this is once again a tri-service effort. The intelligence community is fully plugged in. Military intelligence, our technical organizations, Home Ministry and internal security organizations, the paramilitary, every single element of India's national security system is now fully active, because this is, and I have no hesitation in saying this, this is a warlike situation across the entire frontage between India and Pakistan, Vishnu.
No, you're quite right. And I think, we have been staying away from that word war. And I think that description, warlike situation, is pretty accurate at this stage. The blackout sirens graphic on the right-hand side of your screen, all of those areas on our western frontier, which are in the middle of a blackout right now, that's an important step, and that's what happens when a war takes place. Something like this has not taken place since 1971. On the left-hand side of your screen, we see footage from, I think that's Jaisalmer, where there have been, so many cities have come under attack. Indian air defense surface-to-air missiles have been taking out these missiles, have been taking out incoming missiles, drones as well. There are sirens which are being sounded right now. There are a lot of rumors which have been dispelled, but what Shiv was talking about, and we'll get more details about that perhaps later on once it becomes clear. There is a sense that the Indian Air Force may have struck the Pakistan Air Force hard. There is talk among credible people about the Pakistan Air Force having sustained losses. We're trying to find out more details about that, but it really depends upon our authorities to share that information and share it with us credibly. The flow of information in a situation like this is so very important. It has to be said that in the last couple of hours, we have been getting, a little bit of information here and there, primarily urging the media to be responsible at this stage to ensure that all footage is deferred. And just to let our viewers know, whatever footage you see over here is repeated and it's deferred. It was filmed a while back. So we will continue to follow that. Joining us at this stage, we've got a couple of guests still with us. Major General Sanjay Meston with us. General Meston, the words we are using now is a warlike situation. I think that's fairly accurate on what we are seeing. We haven't seen anything like this since 1971. That's clear. Your thoughts, General Meston?
Vishnu and Shiv, firstly, I agree. I've been hearing you both. I think you are doing a very responsible reporting, and in such scenarios, firstly, each terminology matters. And I think you have stated very correctly, it's a warlike situation. Secondly, it's very, very important to verify all inputs. You know what happens in the fog of war, even as a military commander, I recollect we used to get so many information from different directions, and generally during night time, there is a tendency to overinflate these reports. So the job of the top commanders is to verify each report, and you have rightly mentioned our intelligence authorities, they don't get too emotional and they will do an accurate reporting. So yes, one thing is factual. There is fire from both sides. Pakistani has actually now escalated the situation, and Indian response is being appropriate. And I think rightfully, I think 2 Pakistani aircrafts, one F-16 and one JF-17 has been shot down, and there are also unconfirmed reports about a AVAC being shot down. And if that has been shot down, I think it's a great success story. On ground also, yes, the army has confirmed that some military areas have been contacted, some contact has been made, but beyond this, one is not aware. But anyway, to sum it up, I think overall, by and large, most of the fronts are activated. There is yet to, I'm quite sure the Navy also perhaps may get activated tonight, especially the Indian Navy. We have a clear edge over there, and that is going to make hell of a difference, whatever action and in whatever time frame we take. But I presume, Vishnu, that tonight is going to be a very, very active night, and results will unfold by tomorrow morning. And maybe that we definitely would have gone on offensive. I think some Pakistan cities have been targeted, and I think those strikes, whatever we'll be doing now, we will be striking their military targets, their communication centers, and maybe even some strategic targets we may have to target, because that also now is very, very important, and that decision is of course dependent on the Joint Chiefs of Staff under the CDS, because strategic targeting becomes a necessity. Let's take our mind back in 1971, we had targeted the Karachi port. So I think that is also on the cards. Probably tonight I see a lot of action and likely targeting of strategic targets from both ends. They may try to damage some of our dams, but if they do, then I think the response will be more severe than their limited dams and headworks we will be targeting, Vishnu.
All right. So, I mean, General Weston, you've sort of spelled out the range of options, the role of the Navy in terms of expanding targets, what it could be that we're going to hit. Now, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And at one level, we do want things to be right-sized. We do want a process of de-escalation to start at some stage. That's not what I am saying. That seems to be what the government in its messages has been saying as well, that, everything that we are doing now is proportionate. There have been enough off-ramps which have been given to the Pakistani government in statements issued to the press, in statements issued in press conferences by our Foreign Secretary and others, that, we are pursuing a certain path. It is proportionate to what Pakistan is doing. We are going after terrorists. They are going after civilian areas, as we can see. They've gone after religious areas. They've gone after Indian military facilities, and therefore there is an Indian response which follows at that level. Now, that's the message we've been giving. Pakistan is not following that at this stage. It does need to be said that the US has reached out to us. We've responded. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has spoken to his US counterpart, where he has told him that we will continue to work closely and we are not looking to escalate. That's what Mr. Jaishankar has said. India is not. Dr. Jaishankar has said we're not looking to escalate. That's important in a situation like this. Will Pakistan accept and follow that? Now, all sorts of information coming in on the loss of fighter aircraft by Pakistan, possibly AWACS platforms. We cannot confirm any of that so far, so we are being very, very cautious about that. Some reports about pilots in custody, that's been denied to me. So that's another piece of news which may not be correct, but there is very much a fog of war situation which is taking place right now. So things can change. It is a fast-moving period of development, and so therefore we will responsibly give you information we have now and tell you that, look, it can change, and if it does, we will tell you it is changing as well. Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh with us. Wing Commander, thanks very much for being with us. It is confirmed that several Indian military stations have been under attack. The IDS has confirmed that, which is why we are reporting it. Pathankot, Udhampur and Jammu. These are some of our most important military bases on the Western Front. Why are these important in terms of their location? Anything that you can share with us? And could you explain to us how India has been repelling these attacks?
Good evening, Vishnu. Jai Hind, everybody.
Jai Hind.
In today's evening press conference, the Defense Secretary clearly said that it's up to Pakistan to de-escalate or engage. However, they have clearly chosen to escalate further by targeting our military bases and again, civilian population, the innocent civilian population. So suitably, a response is underway, and I guess it would be more clear by tomorrow morning by official sources. However, the civilian population in these circumstances needs to be properly informed, and any misinformation should be disregarded in this fog of war. As an ex-Fauji, I request the nation to support the armed forces and civil authorities by following the instructions issued to them and acting bravely with courage and believing in the capabilities of the nation. The military bases right now being targeted, as you know, are major bases on the Western Front. They are clearly being targeted because of the range and the vicinity to the adversary that right now we are engaging in, that is Pakistan. So it is quite known that this front is going to be the forefront when a retaliation from Pakistan is going to happen. However, I would just request that in this development and the developing situation that we are in presently, there is a little restraint that we need to act with and a little more responsibility that we all need to exercise in passing on the information. As you have been clearly mentioning, there have been a lot of information floating around. But what we need to believe and what we need to pass on to the civilians and the population sitting on the ground and seeing these horrific visuals in the sky matters a lot to their morale and the psychology of these people on the ground.
Colonel Gigi Dwivedi, your thoughts at this stage with the extent of the attacks now taking place. Is it very likely that India will respond if we haven't already? Even if our response is proportionate, it would be fair to say that it would be substantive, perhaps even massive in terms of numbers of strikes going in and the areas which are covered.
Well, Vishnu, it's very important to take an audit as to what the exact situation is now. I think right now we are witnessing a very intensified aerial activity. I mean, both sides are trying to knock off the air defense system so as to gain an edge in the air domination, which is very important should there further escalation take place. Point number one. Point number two is very important information that ground forces have not yet made any move, because when ground forces begin to move, that means the escalation is going at a different level. The third point is, as I see, there's going to be escalation because India would respond very substantially, and what Pakistan is doing is to escalate. I think we will give a right message that escalation, if they do, is not going to actually be in their favor. Fourth point, Vishnu, we see the history of Pakistan. Whenever the generals are at the helm, they have tried to punch above the weight, and Asim Munir is no exception. He belongs to the same stable, and I think very soon he will realize that he has actually, jumped the tape. And my final point is the international community. Well, I think America, they have expressed their support and also their willingness to help us out or support us. But point is, who is the aggressor? That's the point we need to ask the global polity. That it is Pakistan, and they have not been reined in. In fact, America blows two bugles at the same time. We need to tell very firmly that if you want to support us, then come heavy on Pakistan. You can't be actually giving the military assistance and at the same time say that we are with you. I think we need to do hard talk. And finally, Vishnu, why Pakistan is so jumpy? It's China behind. They feel that China is there, they can use their assets, and China has total support. I, being a defense attaché in China, can vouch that there is a very intimate give and take between the PLA and the Pakistan army. I think, but Pakistanis are fools. Chinese never actually burn their own fingers for someone else. So
I've just got some breaking news coming in. This is a statement from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. It's important because it's a government statement. India has negated Pakistan's escalation bid. with focused, measured and non-escalatory responses. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. General Meston, would you like to comment on that? You know, this is the off-ramp that we were talking about earlier on. In fact, let me take that across to Shiv. Shiv, I'm just going to read that again, get your thoughts on this. It does appear to be an off-ramp. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, in a tweet says, India has negated Pakistan's escalation bid with focused, measured and non-escalatory responses. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. So there is an off-ramp, it's for Pakistan to take. That's my interpretation. What is yours, Shiv?
Vishnu, I think this was the previous off-ramp, honestly. This is the Ministry of Information and Broadcast. I'm wondering whether it's this is a statement on what's happening now, which is unlikely because it is a live and evolving situation, or whether it is a reiteration of what the Foreign Secretary had said a little earlier. I agree with you that the wording of it, seems to provide an off-ramp to Pakistan that, if they don't escalate, then India will not escalate either. But we are literally talking about this in the middle of a live, real-time escalation that has just taken place moments ago. It is continuing, and the Indian response to that escalation has either already begun or is imminent. We will not speculate on that because on NDTV we do not talk about operational details of Indian movements, plans, timing, targets, etc. So this is likely a reiteration of that. Now, whether this current evolving situation ends in some kind of a face-saver or an off-ramp to Pakistan will have to be seen, and we cannot conjecture on that. But at this time, I think it's reasonable to say that things are extremely volatile. The three services of both sides are fully engaged in live kinetic combat of some kind or the other, at some level or the other. Obviously, the armies and the air forces are engaged in the most aggressive real-time combat. It's happening on land and in the air, line of control, airspace, beyond visual range, within visual range. Information about shoot-downs, etc. are taking place. There's an absolutely vast amount of misinformation and half-baked information that is being purveyed, mostly by Pakistan, also being picked up by some Indian media, probably in a hurry to get things out. But I think what we're doing here, Vishnu, is the right thing, which is to corroborate as many things as possible, before things spiral entirely out of control. It's important to remember that the Pakistani intelligence forces, like they did in 26/11, will be watching Indian media, will be looking at things in Indian media, trying to pick up hints that may help their military plans which are in motion right now. And therefore, the prerogative on us to be even more responsible is there in far greater measure. We are still to hear more details about the air defense situation around all these bases that were attempted to be targeted by Pakistan. I should use that word attempted because there is no information whatsoever or suggestion, Vishnu, as we know, that any of those targets have been successfully engaged or hit. It seems to be a complete wipeout as far as those incoming projectiles are concerned. And once again, for the second time in 24 hours, Vishnu, it seems that India's air defense forces and the integrated air defense system has performed to maximum effect. This is truly a surreal salute to the kind of expensive, sophisticated technology that India has integrated, invested in and deployed across these regions of India. And this is where they really start earning their money, and they so far are doing so admirably.
Shiv, hang on, as always. We've got General S.L. Narasimhan with us. We've got Major General G.G. Dwivedi, D.P. Srivastav with us, and also Ambassador Srivastav, and also Major General Sanjay Meston. Let me go across to you, General Narasimhan first. There have been attacks confirmed now on Indian military bases, Udhampur, Jammu, and one other, that the Integrated Defence Staff has confirmed that India has repelled these attacks. There has been a statement which has been put out by the government, which says that India is not keen on following an escalatory path. but that depends on Pakistan. There's a rider to that statement. In the context of these two developments, how would you assess where we are presently?
We are present. Thank you, Vishnu, for getting me on your show. We are presently on a action-reaction kind of a mode. The action was started by Pahalgam, by Pakistan, and we reacted with Sindoor, and then the action-reaction is still going on. I would put it in this manner that, these are actually initial stages of the action-reaction. Pakistan has to the onus of escalation has been put fairly on Pakistan, and that is what the Foreign Secretary also mentioned in his press briefing today. As long as Pakistan controls itself, we will not escalate is the message. If what I would expect is Pakistan would still escalate some more before de-escalating. So we should be prepared for it. That is the way I see it at this point in time.
Ambassador Srivastav, would you like to comment on what the government has said? This is the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. India has negated Pakistan's escalation bid with focused, measured and non-escalatory responses. The Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. Do you believe the statement perhaps doesn't reflect the present situation where there is massive escalation because of Pakistan, or do you believe the statement which was put out at 9:12 p.m. is in fact an opportunity for Pakistan to take as an off-ramp, end this?
Just give me a minute,
We will come back to you in a moment. General Meston, would you like to come in?
Right now what the situation is going on regarding this statement, I would like to highlight certain ground realities. Let's see what is the target. The target is the Indian civilians, of course the Pakistani also, because we have to do PSYOPs also, and of course the Indian Armed Forces. Now coming on to each one of them, Indian Armed Forces at this stage would be focused on the mission, so they would be assessing things on ground and taking actions accordingly. So they would be totally involved in their mission, whatever mission now it is. Coming on to the civilians in the country, as on date, there is information overflow and there is so much of social media and everything, so many messages are going, videos are going. So obviously what they will expect now from the government of India is timely briefings, because that's very important. Otherwise, a lot of people will keep, passing on these visuals, etc., and it will set in fear and panic. Now the collectors are there, everything is there, but somehow they have to have a system in their own respective districts, and which has to flow top down, that is from the government of India, because people are looking for inputs. Everyone, normal question is, kya ho raha hai? What are they doing? So somehow they have to be educated, and they would be watching the social media or watching so many TV channels, and they will start watching those TV channels which are trying to project it in a very different manner. Unlike your TV channel is very responsible. So a mechanism has to be thought where the people are educated and given maybe early update what is going on.
All right, General Meston, hold on for a moment. We've got some more news coming in. This is important for air travelers across the country. It's a statement by Air India, but I would suggest it applies to all air travelers. It says, in view of an order by the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security on enhanced measures at airports, passengers across India are advised to arrive at their respective airports at least 3 hours prior to scheduled departure to ensure smooth check-in and boarding. Check-in closes 75 minutes before departure. This is important. We've got a booming aviation sector in the country. Obviously, there are areas where flights are not operating. Several airports have been shut. There are NOTAMs or notices to airmen which exist right now. All of these airports in these areas would be shut down as well if they haven't already. But Shiv, this is important because the government are now telling air travelers across the country, if you need to fly, you need to get to your airport at least 3 hours before a flight. And these would be all flights, presumably domestic flights as well. So this, I think, reflects an enhanced security concern as well. Shiv?
Vishnu, I agree with you. I think travelers, especially in the border states or states close to the border, Central India and North and West India, should expect disruptions of all kinds because this is a extremely volatile situation. It's a war-like situation. There is constant real-time combat taking place, kinetic action on both sides. It is very likely that very short notice NOTAMs and other restrictions will fly into effect at a moment's notice. So even though the advisory now is about travelers going to the airport at least 3 hours in advance, I think they should be also mentally prepared to not fly at all if things get to that point, because like I said, all airlines will be looking for a directive from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation will be looking at the government itself, the national security system, as to what that next decision must be. So I think we can safely say, expect the unexpected. Don't make rigid plans right now if you're traveling to any of the frontier states, border states in the north and northwest at this point of time. Vishnu and his team, who track civil aviation in the airlines, will of course have that information up for you as soon as it's out here on NDTV first. This is important because people are anxiously watching this unfolding story from all parts of the country, not just the military aspect of it, but also normal life and whether that's going to be disrupted. So on NDTV, we've got a team, as we bring this to you, working out an FAQ, a usable FAQ for citizens across the country as to what possible disruptions to their daily life they can expect over the next few hours, days, possibly weeks as well, as this situation continues to escalate. Remember, on NDTV, as we report on conflict, combat and war, it is our hope that things calm down and cool down. India has every right to retaliate against provocations and escalations by Pakistan, but at the end of it, we hope that there is, a resolution and things calm down, because at the end of the day, we do not want to send our men and women into the line of fire unless India absolutely has to. We've got a very professional security establishment and force. They will do what needs doing to protect India, but right now, our responsibility as citizens to report what's happening accurately, to bring timely information to all of our viewers, to citizens, is the biggest national duty perhaps that we can actually do here in the media. So Vishnu, multiple new threads coming in terms of aircraft losses, in terms of movements on the Pakistan side, in terms of Indian missiles, hitting targets within Pakistan, which we will talk about only once we have a confirmation on that. There are other dramatic claims that are being made, which we will not get into until we have a confirmation. That's a commitment we take very, very seriously here at NDTV, and we will follow that, Vishnu.
All right, just in a little while back, 10:59, so 11 minutes back, there's been a statement from the PRO Defense in Jammu. I'm reading it out again. It's a government statement, so it's credible. Military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur were targeted by Pakistani origin drones and missiles along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir today. The threats were swiftly neutralized using kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities. I'll explain that, but I'll read out the statement first. The threats were swiftly neutralized using kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities in line with established standard operating procedures. No casualties or material losses were reported. India remains fully prepared to defend its sovereignty and ensure the safety of its people. Kinetic means surface-to-air missiles or artillery, anti-air artillery, perhaps radar-guided anti-air artillery. Non-kinetic refers to jammers and anti-drone systems. Jammers which block the signals which drones receive, throw off their ability to target areas accurately, etc., etc. These have been developed indigenously. I believe we would also have systems from elsewhere, but these have been deployed, and it's great that they have, because you can't be endlessly firing off surface-to-air interceptors. It's just not feasible. You'll end up running out of those. Let me go back to Ambassador Srivastav at this stage. Ambassador, in statements made by the government of India, there does appear to be an off-ramp which is still being given to Pakistan. Do you believe that that statement is unrealistic given what they've done, or by escalating, or do you believe that there's still this opportunity for them to get their act together?
I think the government of India has done the best to give an off-ramp to Pakistan. But in my personal opinion, At this stage, Pakistan is not going to look for an off-ramp. General Munir is looking for a win so that he can consolidate his position within the army. You have to bear in mind that Pakistan is a divided country and Pakistan army is a divided house. Last year, in 2023, we have seen that there were attacks on the army headquarters and on the Lahore Corps Commander's residence. So Munir has a very tenuous position, and this has to be we also have to keep in mind his own mindset, which he has displayed on and off. He talks about ideology of Pakistan and two-nation theory. So he's not a professional soldier. He believes that he's a soldier and the priest together. And that is a very dangerous combination. So at this stage, I don't think it is realistic to expect an off-ramp by Pakistan. They will try their best till they have exhausted themselves, which is likely to be sooner than later. But we have to be prepared that at least next couple of days, there will be continued escalation by Pakistan, which started the war by hitting the civilians and which also started the present round by attacking civilian targets last night.
Ambassador Srivastav, thanks very much for sharing that detail with us. I'm just going to add a little bit about NOTAMs or notice to airmen, which have just come in now. I've got a list of all of the airports which remain shut. Chandigarh airport is shut. Srinagar, Amritsar, Ludhiana, Bhuntar, Kishangarh, Patiala, Shimla, Kangra, Gaggal, Bhatinda airport, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Halwara, Pathankot, Jammu, Leh. Leh is also shut. That's critical. Mundra, Jamnagar, Hirasar, Porbandar, Keshod, Kandla, Bhuj. These have all been shut. And so in case you are headed out, you need to know that, in addition to this, and I'm not sure if I've read them, but Kishangarh, Bhuntar, which is Kullu, and Ludhiana have been added to the airports list, closed. Presently, some of these are military airports, dual use, but civilian flights aren't going to be taking place at that stage. Some airports, some channels reporting that entry to airports across the country is banned. That is incorrect. Entry to airports has not been banned, but you do need to get to the airport 3 hours before a flight takes place. We're still waiting more details on what exactly has taken place in terms of the Indian Air Force's offensive against the incoming targets where the fighter aircraft have been targeted. More details like that, but we are awaiting that at this juncture. There's also been a total blackout, as you would expect, in several border areas. In fact, let's play out that map of areas where blackouts have taken place. These are just a few areas. I can tell you that there are many areas where this has taken place. We may not have all of the areas up, but local authorities, the district magistrate, the collector, etc., would be acting on their own on the basis of orders, that they have been receiving to shut down lights and ensure that people are therefore somewhat more safe. So that's the situation right now across India. I'm just going to summarize what the situation is and get Shiv Arur in at the moment. Over the last several hours, before 9 p.m., Pakistan launched its most fierce attacks into India, violating our airspace in multiple areas across our western frontier. There were attacks targeting Arispura, Samba, Arnia, Aknoor, Pathankot, Rajouri, Riasi, Barmer, Jaisalmer, Firozpur, I'm not entirely certain. But as a result of this, India's air defense network was activated. Some of the attacks were meant or targeting military bases in India. All of those have been prevented. The images you see on your screen are of Indian surface-to-air missile units engaging Pakistani drones or Pakistani missiles. The government continues to offer Pakistan an off-ramp the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has said that Pakistan does need to understand that India is being proportionate in our response, and that if they respect that, then there may be a way out of this at this particular juncture. The Udhampur police have issued a statement and advisory. They're saying all citizens are requested to switch off all types of lights during the blackout period, stay indoors at safe places, no unnecessary vehicular movement should be taken. There is no need to panic. Authorities will have the situation under control. We request everyone not to spread rumors or unverified information, as it can result in unnecessary panic. So that is absolutely certain. So that's a clear message which has come in as well. I'm just again going to, I am just going to get more details in a while from now. We are checking to see whether there are other operations which are taking place right now. We don't have Shivaroo just yet. We're trying to find out. But let me go across to General S.L. Narasimhan. General Narasimhan, there are initial indicators of India at this juncture perhaps stepping up our attacks following this. I'm not getting into what, because it needs to be verified. But would that be a normal response given the extent of the Pakistani attacks?
I think so. The thing is that you listed out the places which have been under drone attack from Pakistan. While defending them is only one aspect of it. If you have to put the adversary onto defensive and he doesn't resort to something like this, I think you need to go on the offensive. That is what you saw about what happened with Lahore in the morning today. So this is something that is going to happen. If Pakistan is doing something, we are going to do the counter to that, and maybe a little more to put pressure on Pakistan. And we have been saying that we will not attack civilian targets, we will not attack other areas. But this time around, if Pakistan attacks our military installations, I am sure we will pay them back in the same coin and a little more. So this is how I think we are going to handle. We will allow Pakistan to think. We will allow Pakistan to de-escalate if they want to. If they don't, then we will also counter it in the same manner and give them a little more of a dose so that they can have a rethink on what they are doing.
All right, General Narasimhan, let me go across to Ambassadors General Gigi Dwivedi at this stage. Sir, I think it's also important to reflect that after this evening, no matter what happens, when de-escalation eventually happens, the situation with Pakistan will take a very long time to approach some sort of level of normalcy. There will be enhanced tension. Our authorities, civilian authorities, will be on alert. It's going to be very difficult getting back to a scenario of relative normalcy along the frontier, and that's something we may need to confront. Would you agree? General Narasimhan, in fact, General Meston, would you take that question?
Vishnu, sorry, I was thinking it is targeted at someone else. Can you just repeat, please?
No, I just wanted to ask you, General Meston, after tonight and the last few days and the extent of the Pakistani attacks, it's going to be a very long time before things become normal over the frontier. We've never seen anything like this since 1971. And therefore, even when things do eventually de-escalate, I think that relationship with Pakistan, it's gone, essentially, is the point that I'm trying to mention, that we would have a much more potentially volatile boundary between both these countries indefinitely.
Vishnu, absolutely right. See, firstly, the way ground realities are going on, I think I'm very clear. Pakistan is not looking for any de-escalation because, see, we have to understand their top leadership, character like Munir. And I totally agree with the ambassador also. He is not looking for any de-escalation. He will rather continue to escalate. And obviously, he is looking for Indian responses. Now, if Indian responses are equally guarded and it's proportionate and non-escalatory, which we are stating, I think then he will get an impression that I can keep doing. I think now the responses perhaps it should be left to the troops on ground or to the commanders on ground. Not it perhaps needs to be disproportionate. See, after all, what is the way to tell Munir? Tell Munir as to what India means, because if see, offense is the best form of defense, and therefore now we have to be more aggressive. We cannot be totally guarded, that saying that proportionate and all these media briefings or those press briefings. That's fine for the international community. I think now the responses or the statement should be fine for the international community, but they should state that the on-ground situation being monitored by the armed forces and they will take appropriate decisions. So this leaves a lot of vagueness and flexibility to the armed forces. But I don't think Munir is looking for any de-escalation. He will continue the way he is, and Indian armed forces under the leadership of Prime Minister, we need to be more bold, more aggressive, because if we keep making these statements, we will be guarded and proportionate. These are not our statements, these are the ones which are being released by the press release. I think then the civilians in India will also start feeling why we are being हमें ठोक रहे हैं और हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं. Yes, we are doing, but now it has to be disproportionate. I'm using the word disproportionate so that it hits them hard from all directions, and things are to our advantage today. Let's not forget that Pakistan Western Front is also bleeding. Balochistan Liberation Army, you have seen the attack, they killed 12 soldiers, and the TTP and Afghan Taliban, they will get more emboldened if we do disproportionate attack. But everything, if it is measured, I think then things may not fold the way it is. And what is their staying capability? See, Pakistan's staying capability, yes, they are not good in terms of numbers, in terms of equipment holding, in terms of fuel, aviation supply. So they may not last long. But now for these few days, we have to be striking them so hard, because I was thinking yesterday, the way they targeted 15 RCTs, or rather it was airfield, the military bases, we intercepted all their missiles, oblique drones, and shot them down. So I was under the impression that they would not do anything else because they got the message. But here it is today evening, and it's not even midnight. It was just, I think, around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or rather 8. They have gone on quite an onslaught in so many of the areas of northern areas, including southern Jaisalmer and Jalandhar and all. So they are not going to sit back. I am very clear. They will continue, Vishnu, and therefore our strategy should also be very clear. No, now we should not give any escape route to them. A convict or this kind of a personality does not look for a escape route or anything. Now we have to go full throttle the way Israel has done with Hamas. And I think I see a lot of Hamas footprints here. This Pahalgam attack has happened exactly the way our tourists were there. On the tourists, there also it was on the celebrations, and the Hamas guy was here and in February, and I think he has directed all this, and therefore they are also resorting to all these rockets and missiles and everything, and thinking India perhaps they are thinking, because we are a nation, huge nation, doing very well. So they are thinking that India will bow down. No way. We have to this time make Pakistan bow down. And also we have to keep one thing in mind. The situation in Bangladesh and the recent visits of the Pak BGISI, I think that front also, I hope we have to be a little cautious, because people can do something from there, the jihadis. So we have to be, I would use the word disproportionate response. Offense is the best defense. And I think the government of India or the Indian Armed Forces perhaps would also go along with this philosophy. The MEA can keep giving any statement for the consumption of the world, but I think on ground we will be doing much more, and I feel all fronts will be activated, including the naval front. Vishnu.
All right, all fronts will be activated at this stage. In other news which is coming in, we've got a statement from Twitter, and Twitter becomes important at this juncture given the concerns which we have for fake news, information which is meant to, give a wrong message for people across India. So X has received executive orders from the Indian government requiring Twitter X to block over 8,000 accounts in India, subject to potential penalties, including significant fines and imprisonment of the company's local employees. The orders include demands to block access in India to accounts belonging to international news organizations and prominent X users. So, to comply with the orders, we will withhold the specified accounts in India alone. We have begun that process. However, we disagree with the Indian government's demands. So this can be another controversy for another day. The fact is that they have to do this right now because of, national security grounds, etc., etc. But they have been asked, and it is important news, to restrict or to curtail several accounts. There is a warlike situation happening, so perhaps that needs to be kept in mind at this stage, but that's something certainly that we'll be looking at very, very closely as well. General Narasimhan, you still with us, sir? I know it's been a long evening, but I'd like to thank all of our guests for being patient and with us as we navigate, we collectively navigate this space. General Narasimhan, now we've got footage from Jammu. We've been trying to change this footage around. It's a tough question, but I'll ask it. When potentially does India or Pakistan get into a situation where ground forces may be involved, where armor may be involved? We've got a huge front between Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat, parts of Jammu as well. So when do you foresee that possibility?
You see, at the moment, what has happened is we have only scratched the surface. Only the drones have been used, some missiles have been used, the ground forces have not come into play. The Air Force has not come into play in full. So what I was listening to my friend Sanjay Meston, the thing is that we have just scratched the surface of the whole thing. We need to be prepared. I'm sure all of us are prepared to face whatever we need to do. The thing that we need to do is, are we wanting to escalate? One view is that, Pakistan has done this, they keep repeatedly doing this, our overtures to Pakistan has not helped, and so we must go full hog. That is Meston's view, which I could hear. The point that we need to keep in mind is, it also comes with some kind of penalty for us. Please understand, we are at a place where we are the world's largest growing economy. The reports have come out recently that we have come to 4th place ahead of Japan by about $100 million. And we are on the path of growth. And we are trying to come to 2047, which is supposed to be one of the hallmarks of our history. If you are on the path and you want to do that, you need to take actions in a manner that it doesn't affect that general line of direction. That is one. While saying that, I am not in any manner insinuating or implying that we should not go full hog when we need to. What we need to do is to do a calculated kind of movement. And that is going to take some more time, is what I personally feel. The escalation will happen. In my first remark in this particular session, I had mentioned that Pakistan will escalate before the de-escalation starts. On that,
let me ask you this quick question. There's a breaking news development. The Saudi foreign minister is expected to land in Islamabad Friday as diplomatic activity speeds up in a bid to de-escalate tensions between Pakistan and India. In fact, let me ask Ambassador Srivastava, Saudi Arabia close to Pakistan, close to India as well. How important is this step, the Saudi foreign minister?
Saudi Arabia is one of the main donors for Pakistan. But Saudi Arabia has also sensed and has been victim of Pakistan's treachery. When Saudi Arabia needed Pakistani support in 2015 in Yemen against Houthis, Pakistan backed out. So they know that Pakistan plays it both ways. The visit is important, but I don't think that at this stage, this is going to make any difference to General Asim's calculus. He wants a win before he calls it off. And from our point of view, we need escalation dominance. To use a military term, I think my military colleagues will understand it better, but I want to distinguish it from disproportionate response. That is something we must avoid at all costs. I agree with General Narasimhan that we have a long term objective of India's growth. We have made our point that India can give a befitting reply, which we have given. Now we need to control the situation, and we have to be prepared for some more escalation from Pakistani side. And I want to make one more point. You raised a very interesting question about Pakistan's internal dynamics. It will go beyond the border areas. Every lost war in Pakistan has led to a change in regime. 65 war saw Ayub Khan's demise. There was a time gap, but it was not simply Ayub Khan's demise. The East Pakistan broke away. 71 war led to demise of Yahya regime. This time, it's basically Asim Munir running the show. Shahbaz Sharif is simply, he's simply a face. So there will be consequences within the army and within the ruling Punjabi elite. So we must focus on Punjab and make sure that Pakistan army learns a lesson so that it doesn't repeat this adventure. I'll make two related points. One of the weakest point of Pakistan is Karachi. Karachi port, Pakistan's tax structure, direct taxes, nobody pays. So 70% of Pakistan's revenue comes from customs duty. And that is where Karachi port comes in. I have served in Karachi. I was in Indian consulate in Karachi in early 90s. And a very difficult time, I went through 2 gun attacks. I'm the only officer of the Foreign Service on which ISI pulled out guns. So Karachi port is something which, if we take care of it, it will deliver a big blow to Pakistan. The last point I want to make, and I think this is the most important thing, you look at the previous wars, and right now I'm not calling it a war situation. It's a kinetic action. It has escalated a bit, but neither side has declared it a war. And we hope that it remains that way. But if you look at the long-term results, the previous conflicts did not produce the deterrent effect that we wanted. The only deterrent effect will come not from kinetic action, but if we terminate the Indus Water Treaty. So far, we have suspended it. What is the difference? There is no difference in terms of legal consequences, but there's a huge difference in terms of practical consequences. Either way,
Cross Ambassador to Shiv Arur as well, who's back with us. Shiv, we are very much in a fog of war sort of situation, and I mean it's normal, and we're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. Sometimes we get it wrong. Hopefully not terribly wrong, but I think we are getting it right mostly in terms of the information we put on air. In this fog of war situation, there is a statement from the Pakistani minister, their information minister, who says that reports of a Pakistani pilot under Indian custody are totally false and concocted. This is important because this is something which has been flying around Indian social media. We don't need to hold the Pakistani information minister, it isn't necessarily the gospel truth. But for now, this is a reaction which is coming from Pakistan. How would you look at this?
The Pakistan information minister would be the diametric opposite of the gospel truth right now on all things. But Vishnu, I completely agree with you that as far as information is concerned in this fog of war scenario, we apply the NDTV template of verification and making sure that there are complete corroborations before we put out information, because it has a direct bearing on this evolving combat situation, and therefore we do not want to, even for a moment, for any reason whatsoever, put out something that may be blatantly false. In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been not only reporting what's happening authentically, we've also been busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in from the other side mostly, but some from within here as well, that's being being put out on other media. Important because the security of our armed forces right now and the missions that they're conducting is paramount. It's more important than anything else right now. You're right. There are lots of strands floating around making claims, including of a Pakistani pilot being captured. That's what the Pakistani information minister is talking about at this point of time. But I agree with you, Vishnu, when you say that I think it's important to get it right rather than rush into information and then be proven wrong later. There's a huge meltdown happening in Pakistan right now in the face of all these developments because they feel like it's an information war. The people of Pakistan are not being told anything by their government. There are all these blatant denials and social media narrative building that the Chinese have learned, that the Pakistan have learned from the Chinese, and therefore it's a situation that Pakistan finds itself isolated in, and therefore I think it's important even more so on us to get this information right, because India is not Pakistan. India can never be compared with Pakistan. The militaries of the two countries are as disparate as professional militaries are possible to be in this modern age. All of this was triggered by attacks on terrorist groups, and the Pakistan military has attempted to attack Indian military installations, which to me as a human seems to suggest that Pakistan is confirming that terror groups and terrorist establishments are actually military assets of that country. It's an open secret. Everyone has always said it. But I think Pakistan in the last 48 hours has proven that it is really the global fountainhead of terror by deploying its national resources, for which the people of Pakistan pay taxes, in order to defend or retaliate against attacks on terrorist infrastructure in that country. Let's never ever forget that as we continue to report overnight tonight, Vishnu.
Shiv, just for the benefit of our viewers, the reason why it's pitch black where you are reporting from is because there's a blackout. When did that start? Do you remember approximately? And when there was a blackout, was there a sense of disquiet all around you?
Absolutely. About 90 minutes ago, Vishnu, is when the blackout began here in Srinagar. We were outside where it was completely dark. Here we're inside. We've been herded inside the place where we're staying right now in Srinagar, where all the curtains are drawn and we're allowed just a little glimmer of light so, people can hear me if not see me. But the blackout continues even now. I'm told there will be a complete power outage in about 20 minutes from now at about midnight. There will be a complete power outage, and we'll be running on batteries for at least the foreseeable few hours until the morning. I'm hoping not longer than that. But that, of course, entirely depends on the administration and the security scenario. These blackouts are not only happening here in Srinagar. I hear they're happening in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, and other frontier areas, Himachal Pradesh as well. And therefore, we need to, look at this not just in terms of what people are facing in different parts of the country, but these mandates that are being executed following a day of mock drills in different parts of the country. And now I think people will get to realize what those mock drills at least partially were about. They were about preparing the country for precisely the kind of escalation that we are now seeing play out between the two countries, Vishnu.
Shiv, this is confirmed. India Gate is being completely evacuated in New Delhi, and no one is allowed to stop or remain in the vicinity of the monument. Now, that's not that big a deal. There are occasions during the year when people aren't allowed to go near the India Gate, but obviously the timing of this is no coincidence. Any thoughts on this? Traffic is moving around the circle around India Gate, but people aren't allowed to go up to India Gate.
I'm not surprised at all, Vishnu, that, public places are being evacuated. Remember, India Gate late in the night can get quite crowded, especially if it's a cool night. I don't know what the weather is like in Delhi right now. It's very cold in Srinagar. But evacuation of public places where large numbers of people congregate is probably sort of a playbook protocol at this point of time. The administration wants to be able to manage open spaces, public public spaces where people gather in large numbers. This must be very much part of the civil defense protocol in terms of emergency procedures. Clearing out large public spaces must be one of them, Vishnu. I'm hearing that this is happening in certain other places as well. Of course, we'll give out that information once we have a confirmation. But as we get closer to midnight, usually around the time when these escalations actually happen, I think it's a decent moment to remind ourselves that this escalation began around 8, just after 8 o'clock this evening, which means that it's going to be a long night. That escalation was triggered then by air defense systems activated over Jammu. That was the trigger point around 8 p.m. Now we're nearly at 12, 4 hours later, and it doesn't seem to have stopped. In fact, the information is still coming in. Our entire network of reporters on NDTV is bringing us information by the minute, not just from here in India and the different places that Pakistan attempted to attack, Vishnu, but as you know, also coming in from Pakistan, where it is infinitely more difficult to authenticate or corroborate information. But we, of course, and our network are doing our best, because what's happening on the other side is perhaps even more important at this point of time, because Pakistan has begun a cycle of escalations for which there will be consequences. Let's make no mistake. And to use the words that you used, Vishnu, a short while ago, India is obviously not sitting around and just taking this.
Shiv, I think what would be useful and just come in when you feel like is to remind our viewers who may be tuning in on what's taking place, because there's so many strands of information and I don't claim to remember all of them. But let me start. First up, there have been major Pakistani attacks before 9 p.m. on Arispura, Samba, Arnya, Aknoor, Pathankot, Rajouri, Riyasi, Barmer, Jaisalmer. There have been blackouts in several cities. There have been military attacks on military facilities such as Jammu and Udhampur and Pathankot as well. In all cases, in terms of attacks on military facilities, these have been repelled by surface-to-air missiles or air defense artillery, or even non-kinetic means, by which I mean anti-drone jammers. Missiles have been used in these attacks as well. Those have been intercepted. Interceptions of targets coming of incoming drones or projectiles have been reported in several areas. In New Delhi, India Gate itself has been cleared from tourists and those people, others who like to be there. There is a blackout in many areas. Those are all marked on your map. The government has denied that air travel is being shut down in India. On the contrary, they've said that no, everything is on. There are certain airports where it's not, where flights are not taking place. We've listed those for you. However, in other airports, you need to get to the airport at least 3 hours before your flight. So that's some of the information I have. One more piece of information. Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has spoken to Secretary Rubio in the United States, and he has indicated that India is not interested in escalating this. But that really depends on what Pakistan chooses to do with this. There's been a Ministry of Information and Broadcasting statement which also says this, that India is not interested in escalating. However, it really depends on Pakistan's reaction. Some would suggest that this reaction is extreme, and therefore that statement is perhaps not taking into account what Pakistan has done. Irrespective, India has offered Pakistan an off-ramp. It's for them to take it. And finally, before Shiv comes in, these are the biggest attacks on India since 1971. No two ways about it, right? So let's look at it from that macro perspective, that macro picture for one moment. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, I just got a message from a friend of mine in the armed forces who said that the evacuation from the India Gate is very much in keeping with emergency procedures because of proximity to North and South blocks. So basically, that's what that protocol is that we've seen at India Gate. So I wanted to obviously clarify that for our viewers, and thanks to the my soldier friend who's just sent me that information. It's standard operating procedure for all public areas in and around the North and South block area, Raisina Hill, to be completely cleared of people. So I just wanted to put that in, Vishnu.
All right, so that's right. Shiv just explained the India Gate situation over there. That is standard operating procedure. Anything else you'd like to add to some of the points that I've mentioned so far, Shiv?
Vishnu, I think the biggest questions that our viewers probably have right now, as we roll out our coverage overnight tonight here on NDTV, is what's happening inside Pakistan. You know, I don't want to negate what's on people's minds right now because they're wondering why there isn't more information coming in on what's happening inside inside Pakistan. Because if you go onto social media right now, it's an absolute free for all in terms of information, claims, counterclaims, narrative, agenda, things like that are happening. Obviously, this is the place where you get all that authentic information. Some of those things that are being said on social media have been corroborated, and you and I have reported them, including the F-16 being shot down.
Shiv, let me interrupt you for half a
ANI are
second.
talking about another aircraft having been shot down as well.
Shiv, half a second. Here's a tweet from ANI, which is very close to the government. A Pakistani Air Force jet has been shot down in the Pathankot sector by Indian Air Defence. Multiple sources tell ANI more details are awaited. So this is important. This is about 12 minutes old, this particular tweet. We've been asking the government, the authorities this question for a while. Nothing has come in. Your thoughts, Shiv?
Important, Vishnu, because this is this particular tweet talks about a Pakistani Air Force jet has been shot down in the Pathankot sector by the Indian Air Defence, which means the Punjab sector. Which means these if these are corroborated to be correct, it would be these aircraft are flying either very, very close to the international border, or were attempting to, conduct some kind of airstrikes within, reminiscent perhaps of what happened in February 2019, which you and I reported very closely, Vishnu. Again, it's almost futile conjecturing as to what circumstances, under what circumstances something like this may or may not have happened. But, ANI is a formal news agency that has reported this. And like you said, they do have their contacts in the government, so they should be able to get authentic information of this kind. They are reporting that an aircraft has been shot down in Pathankot. We don't know if this is in addition, Vishnu, to the F-16 that we've been reporting about already, or whether this is another jet. Remember, there's all a flutter about an AWACS aircraft as well. That's been corroborated by one person, but until we have at least two more corroborations, which is our benchmark, we won't be confirming that as, indicative of what is possibly true at this time. But all of these strands of information, Vishnu, make it very clear that there is a hectic air battle on. There are air assets, both on the Indian and the Pakistani side, which are, possibly engaged in some kind of exchange that is not visible to us right now, because the only visual and visible element of this entire deeply dramatic kinetic escalation is the Indian integrated air defense engaging with those incoming Pakistani missiles and drones. And I don't think we're going to get any visual sort of manifestation of the air battle that's taking place, because that's a playground that's too vast. We're talking about, many hundreds of square kilometers of airspace in which aircraft will be operating in, from the Rajasthan sector to the Gujarat sector, where the army has confirmed that a Pakistani drone was shot down over Sir Creek a short while ago. We have a confirmation on an F-16 going down. Everything else right now is in the pipeline. It's in our queue right now on NDTV, is how I'd like to put it, Vishnu. And I think one by one, between the both of us and our network of reporters and editors, we will be able to either, verify or deny what is being said about some of these things.
Indeed. Lots of international strands in terms of information as well. One of the important ones is that the Saudi foreign minister is flying to or will be traveling to Pakistan on Friday. Saudi Arabia is very close to Pakistan, very close to India as well. There would presumably be conversation on de-escalation. India has always said that this is something between India and Pakistan. It's a bilateral issue. It needs to be sorted out between both these countries. We don't need a third party per se to intervene. However, there have been offers of assistance, for example, from the United States. The Saudis going over there, whether they persuade Pakistan to de-escalate, that needs to be seen, because at the end of the day, India will outlast Pakistan in any military conflict. That's just the way it's going to be. The size of our armed forces considerably larger. The size of our military assets, considerably larger as well. Technology-wise also superior. There are certain areas where the Pakistanis are near peers, but by and large they aren't. If you look at the disparity in strength between the navies, for example, of both sides, the Pakistan Navy is not in the same league, not at all. So, these are factors that Pakistan would need to look at very closely. There have been confirmed strikes on their air defense facilities, Chinese surface-to-air missile units earlier on in the day, that too in Lahore, attacks which they were not able to prevent. So these are factors that will need to go in. Now, what is the present situation? It really does need to be seen. I'm not entirely certain. These are deferred, there's deferred footage. There are only so many drones that Pakistan can launch. In fact, that's something, let me ask you, Shiv, on. Shiv, we've been running deferred footage and there have been waves of attacks coming in. But are these over at the moment? I mean, they can restart at any stage, but or are these ongoing in certain areas?
No, Vishnu, I think you make a very, very good point. I think these are deferred images. Right now, given that the Indian Ministry of Defence confirmed that between Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur, all of the projectiles were foiled by the Indian Integrated Air Defence System. I think that kind of bookends that sort of action and seems to suggest that there is no more incoming threat at this point of time. I completely agree with you when you say it could start again at any time, because there is, of course, reason to believe that Pakistan does have a stockpile of such munitions which it will probably be eager to use, given that on 2 cycles so far, all of its incoming weapons have been foiled by air defense projectiles and interceptors from India. In some of the other places, we're not so sure. We've been talking about Samba and Jaisalmer and certain other places. Gwalior was apparently, a place that was being looked at as a possible target by Pakistan. We don't know just yet. Nothing to suggest that there are incoming projectiles there. But as you know, this kind of saturation attack, sending a lot of munitions or projectiles, consumes a huge amount of, energy, a huge amount of targeting energy, a huge amount of, literally fuel and capacity of any military, and therefore having a sustained launch of these projectiles and munitions into another country is not something that is feasible. So I'm guessing that right now things may have tapered off a little bit because the manner in which we were reporting them a little earlier, Vishnu, it was literally like citizens' mobile phones plugged in like, public public access sensors where these visuals were streaming live on the internet or on social media. We were picking them up when they were a little deferred. So I'm guessing that since we're not hearing anything of that kind anymore, those things may have quietened down for just a moment. But I agree with you when you say that it could flare up once again. I think the scene may have shifted now to what's happening inside Pakistan. And, ANI reporting another fighter jet of Pakistan being downed in the Pathankot sector is the fresh piece of information that we're looking at closely and hope to get a confirmation of very soon, Vishnu.
No, that's absolutely huge. The fact that you've got a government agency, an agency very close to the government actually tweeting that out, it's information that we've been trying to confirm, and some of our official sources may not necessarily have been aware of these developments, but it does appear that there is something there. So we're going to be looking very closely. I think it's interesting, Shiv, that if this has taken place and that there is an aircraft, a Pakistani aircraft which has been downed and in Indian airspace, then it would indicate that they were trying to penetrate our airspace, when in fact what we've seen so far is both countries taking shots from well within our respective territories. That's because there are standoff weapons which are available. India's got the Scalp, which can hit targets out several hundred kilometers. Pakistan as well. They've got certain cruise missiles as well, which can be fired. Their munitions off their aircraft in terms of long-range missiles. They don't have the legs that our missiles do have. But to actually get into this incredibly defended airspace and be shot down, I mean, that really does say something. Shiv?
100% agree with that assessment, Vishnu. We do know an F-16 has been downed. If another aircraft has been downed in addition to an AWACS and possibly other aircraft, we don't know this for sure. We're only reasonably certain about the F-16. Then it would suggest a very, very chaotic, slightly out of control scenario playing out in Pakistani airspace. Where they've been completely engaged by either Indian fighters or Indian air defenses, surface-to-air systems. It's also reasonable to assume that some of these aircraft, if not all of them, may have been, in the process of some kind of offensive action or flying very close to the border in an aggressive, intimidatory fashion. Never a good time to do that, after you have already attempted to attack a country, because India's air defense systems, including the S-400, which is being spoken about in great measure, but also not to forget India's very own indigenously developed, made in India Akash surface-to-air system, which has come into its own in a very, very big way. It's a weapon that the Indian Armed Forces absolutely adore. Many more systems of the Akash variety are being ordered. We've got the Israeli Spider systems as well, which have been kicking into action, I presume, in some of these integrated air defense engagements. And therefore, something that you had said earlier today, Vishnu, I think defines what we're seeing in huge measure, this is probably one of the most epic air battles, sustained air battles that we are seeing play out in phases over the last 36 hours or so. I don't think I remember seeing anything of this kind in any recent conflict. We haven't seen it, Vishnu.
No, we haven't. We've not seen it since 1971. And what strikes me is not the number of drones coming in or the number of missiles being fired, but the extent of the frontage where the Pakistanis are attacking. So we'll go back to using that word which we've been using, I think, accurately, that it's a war-like situation. We aren't calling it a war because there hasn't been a move of tanks. In fact, that's been denied by our army sources. They've said that there has been no move of tanks. So this isn't a land battle, as it were. We don't know about what's happening with the Navy. No confirmation on that front either. But never since 1971, think about it, has there been anything close to the frontage that we are seeing and the extent of the attempts by Pakistan to hit India. Now, it is important to remember the sequence of events. The sequence of events after the Pahalgam attack yesterday or overnight, India struck terror targets in Pakistan. We struck terror targets in Pakistan. We were looking to get terror targets. We were not looking to hit civilian areas. We were not looking to hit military targets either. Those strikes were extremely successful. That was verified not just by footage on the ground, but satellite imagery, which we also brought our viewers, which showed that targets in Muridke, targets in Bahawalpur and elsewhere, Lashkar-e-Toiba camps, Jaish-e-Mohammed camps, these were all destroyed as a result of multiple strikes, whether these were cruise missiles or drones or suicide drones, all sorts of munition was used. Pakistan then responded. They reacted in their first phase of attacks, where they tried to hit Indian targets this morning. And there were at least 15 Indian areas, Indian cities or towns or centers which were targeted. And India repulsed that attack. And then we responded with our own drones, suicide drones, and the Harop drone, which is an Israeli system, was certainly one of those systems which was used. And we did have a great deal of success when one of the drones or a few of the drones did manage to take out a Pakistani surface-to-air missile unit in Lahore. What you are now seeing on your screen is video of Pakistan's response to that, which took place this evening before 9 p.m. this evening. It's not happening right now because this is deferred footage. We don't really know whether these attacks are still ongoing in some parts of our country. Remember, there's a blackout in many areas. But what you are seeing is video of Pakistan's response to that. I think the question that Shiva asks is important. Is India just hanging around and soaking up these strikes, or are we looking to engage the Pakistanis as well? Some would suggest that perhaps we have done that, or we are doing that, or we may do that subsequently. But again, each consecutive strike means that escalation is going up from one step to the next. In all of this, there is an effort at diplomacy being played out. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State in the United States, and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar have spoken. The Americans have offered to be, I wouldn't use the word mediator, but certainly try. They have encouraged both India and Pakistan to de-escalate. India seems to have conveyed to several countries, including the US, that it is our interest or it is our view that things need to be de-escalated, but it does really depend on Pakistan, which really does bring us to the larger question on whether the leadership in Pakistan is rational. I mean, what exactly do they intend to do in carrying out attacks like this, and how long can they sustain it? India is larger economically. India is more well armed. They are very skilled in certain areas, near parity in certain areas, but the sense is that overall they wouldn't be able to sustain an assault against India at the scale that they are doing. So would they in fact be using or expending a lot of their munitions at this stage? Would they be able to sustain this for days, if not weeks? It seems terribly unlikely, which is why I would suggest that that meeting tomorrow with the the Saudi foreign minister, who's a close friend of Pakistan's and a close friend of India's, is important, particularly if he gets Pakistan to dial down the tensions that we are seeing. I was, of course, referring to General Asim Munir when I was making that point on, or raising the question on whether Pakistan's leadership is rational. And that's something that is a larger question. I mean, the statements made by General Munir a couple of days before the Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 people were killed, were shocking. When he spoke about Kashmir being Pakistan's jugular, when he spoke about Hindus in India being very different from Muslims in Pakistan, playing a communal card, playing this very direct and vindictive card on Pakistan, on Kashmir, and then just within days of that, the entire attack in Pahalgam taking place. In fact, there was a reference to this by India's Foreign Secretary today, who also mentioned that the timing of the attacks in Pahalgam coming as they did a couple of days after the Pakistani army chief made his remarks does seem curious, to say the least. Shiv?
The kind of diplomatic escape route, exit route, off-ramp, whatever you want to call it, is looking difficult to focus on right now, Vishnu, because I know it's the right thing to do right now to look at what that possibility is going to be, because one needs to look through the haze of all this combat right now and a possible escalation by India overnight. And I think you're right. When you're talking about these meetings between the Saudi leaders and Pakistan, any sort of three-way back channel, that conversation that may be happening, the United States is also trying to step in. Even though I think the sense I get from people I've been speaking to, from what Dr. S. Jaishankar says, from what Vikram Misri said earlier today in response to some of those journalist questions, is that the world respects India's right to defend itself. The world acknowledges that every action that India is taking right now is well within its rights in terms of the kind of damage that Pakistan perpetrated through the attack on innocent civilians in Pahalgam. So, when it comes to diplomatic support, outright support, calling out Pakistan, obviously it's been a bit of a mixed bag. We've seen even some of our closest allies like the United States and others try and prevaricate and equidistant themselves when it comes to terror, which has been embarrassing. But let's never forget the large elephant in the room when it comes to some of these technical issues, including diplomatic. One of them is China. China is a country that is avowedly pro-Pakistan. They've condemned India's attacks on terrorist sites, which is completely aligned with China's past track record of actually blocking India's attempts to proscribe terrorist masterminds and agencies at the United Nations, who are in Pakistan. So that's China for you. China is a factor we've got to look at in terms of any escalation against Pakistan, and I'm sure our political establishment and leadership has done that. The other slightly more complicated variable in all of this, Vishnu, is Russia. Russia is a very close friend of India's, but Russia does have relations with Pakistan as well. Russia has had a slightly up and down kind of track record when it comes to Pakistan and outright condemning some of the things that have happened. For most Indians, Russian support at a time like this should be a given. But even Sergei Lavrov had talked about de-escalation, and both sides cooperating with each other and all the other, placeholder statements you wouldn't expect from an ally as close as Russia, especially a country that's involved in one of the most damaging and grinding, combat operations in history, which is happening against Ukraine right now. So as far as India is concerned, all of the actions that have been taken since the beginning of Operation Sindoor indicate that India is navigating this kind of mixed diplomatic scenario in a careful manner. But I think Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was right when he said that in terms of support for India's actions, it is overwhelming out there.
Yeah. Shiv, I don't know if we can introduce an element of humor in all of this at this stage. Let me just take a chance and do that. Shiv, I've got bad news for you. Your friends in Chandigarh tomorrow, well, the golf club is closed till 12 noon. So just a little bit of news out there. They won't be able to play golf. Shiv, go ahead.
Well, the golf clubs are going to be the smallest irritation or irritant to daily life, I suspect, Vishnu. I respect that, people are concerned about how this evolving scenario is going to affect their daily lives. But you and I both know this is an extremely serious business. Whether it is Chandigarh, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is cantonments in different parts of the country, I think the priority for the national security system is going to be on, reducing the number of moving parts, reducing the, stress on the, public affairs systems in different administrations, to keep it as laser focused on security, efficiency, reducing chaos, avoiding panic. The mock drills, of course, played a big part in that. But beyond that as well, this is a large country with in some ways an unmanageably high population, which is a huge asset to this country, but it also becomes a major, efficiency and evacuation challenge if things spiral out of control. And therefore, we can be reasonably sure that all of our internal security mechanisms will also be parallelly focused on that, Vishnu, because you've reported war, Vishnu. You've reported India's last big war in Kargil firsthand at those heights. So you know what it's like in those forward areas and beyond. It is a monumental task, to manage large numbers of people, which can be a very, very chaotic proposition. Things, of course, have improved vastly since 1999, but it continues to be a challenge even now, and the government is definitely cognizant of it.
There's this bizarre piece of news which has come in, the fact that it comes from the Pakistani, a statement by the Pakistani government, and I'll read it out, is that the government of Pakistan categorically rejects the baseless and irresponsible allegations propagated by the Indian media, the media always, of course, attacked, accusing Pakistan of launching attacks on Pathankot, Jaisalmer and Srinagar. Now, these claims are entirely unfounded, politically motivated, and part of a reckless propaganda campaign aimed at maligning Pakistan. This is the most bizarre statement that we've seen all evening, because what is all of this footage that you're seeing on your screen? We've had footage from Pathankot, we've had footage from Jaisalmer and from Srinagar as well. And for Pakistan to suggest now that these places haven't been attacked, fairly laughable. We're joined by General Narasimhan, Admiral Shekhar Sinha, Major General Ranjan Kochar and Admiral Anil Chawla. Admiral Shekhar Sinha, let me come to you first. We have gone up the escalatory matrix right now. Naval forces, whether they've been operationalized whether they've been used to strike Pakistan or not, we still don't know. But do you see that as a possibility as, things seem to be becoming worse?
Vishnu, thank you for getting me on your program. I think the escalation ladder, the Navy will obviously be the ultimate one because it's a all long range weapon. These are not short wars, and when it goes out of submarine or a ship, it's going to hit and create a very big chaos, and it will probably hit a target which is economically very important to Pakistan. So it's going to become a economic warfare. But I would say that the violation of the airspace by the drone in Sar Creek area, which is very close to Gujarat, is a very clear indication that the Pakistanis are not going to stop here. And I'm sure that the government and the naval headquarters and the naval hierarchy is all ready all across the Makran coast, and they only have to be told where they want to start the action. As you know, Navy has the ability to be very flexible and shift the entire focus of warfare to a different theater. And if we find that pressure on our army, on our western border becomes high, then positively there will be a requirement to shift the Pakistani army's attention to somewhere else where they will have to move their troops. So I think this is the one of the important ones in the pack, the wolf in the pack, if I may say so. But one provocation has been that the drone has been shot down in Sar Creek, which is very close to our Gujarat border.
Yeah, that's true. Admiral Anil Chawla, how do you see the developments that are now taking place? Do you believe that India is obliged to respond to this with as much force, if not more, if that's not already happened?
Thank you, Shom. I think this is war in all but formal declaration, and I think India is responding very rightly so with the very proportional and measured responses. And I think Pakistan is feeling the heat. We have seen the damage that has been wrought to their air force and their air defense systems. And we've also seen that their attacks, which you rightly said, with their claiming they have not happened. But interestingly, this I wanted to point out is a standard Pakistani tactic, because even after the Uri attacks, by the Indian army, the Pakistani army said nothing happened. So this is a standard denial. If it's a failure, they deny it's ever happened, as long as they can sort of stand that. Similar to what they said that 5 Air Force jets have been shot down, Indian Air Force jets, and when the defense minister was asked, he said, "I've seen it on social media." So I mean, the response of the Indian state, I think, has been very strong, and I think will continue to be strong. And I think Pakistan is feeling the heat now. And I totally agree with Admiral Sinha that if the Navy is called in, it'll obviously be further up the escalation ladder, but that will really then send them running for cover because they really don't have a great endurance to be able to fight for a very long time, particularly if the sea routes are blocked.
All right. Admiral Sinha, in terms of this battle of drones, this is a new form of warfare. We've really seen this over the last couple of years. Of course, in the Russia-Ukraine war, the use of drones has really expanded. But this is a new way of fighting. And it's cheaper, certainly. It's perhaps less effective. But obviously, since these are unmanned, the risks are lower. Warfare in the subcontinent has changed in the last 3 days. Your thoughts?
Particularly when it comes to warfare on land over land, very much the drones are extremely effective and the low cost solution. As you have seen that even on the land border right now, or the attacks which have been carried out, it has been a mix of drones and the manned aircraft and the missiles. So I would think that at sea, you saw what happened in Red Sea area during the Houthi attacks. A lot of drone attacks have gone in. But I want to point out something very significant for the Navy. Fighting a naval battle in a confined space like Red Sea, for a Navy, it's a confined space, Vishnu, and open Arabian Sea is quite different because, there is much more room for ships to maneuver, stay out of the ranges of the drone, and much more time to engage the drone and shoot it down. And the Navy has fair amount of ability now to fight do an anti-drone war. So I would think that yes, It is a cheap method of doing it, and that actually creates the asymmetry and always in favor of the guy who's using the low cost solution. And that's exactly what Pakistan is doing now. We have to just wear them out, Vishnu. They don't have very much. I don't think, except for one country, anybody is giving them any money to fight this. They will wear out sometime or the other. The government has just taken a very right decision that just wear them out and make sure that you shoot down everything that comes. After all, every attack is consuming the number of missiles, Vishnu, and it's not endless. And we are saving our missile, and we have much more, much bigger stock, Vishnu.
No, that's absolutely correct. Admiral Chawla, let me come to you first. Again, for the benefit of our viewers, in a war-type situation, when does a government or our government potentially consider the use of the Navy? It's not the first thing that you do.
I think it is when the sort of escalation reaches a point where the conflict is going to be lengthened, that there is a requirement to get in the economic aspect of it, as Admiral Sinha pointed out. And essentially, one of the major assets that the Navy brings to play is blocking the economic lines, the sea lines of communication or sea lines of economic support, in simple terms, that the other country has. And Pakistan is particularly vulnerable in this regard. They really have only two major ports in and around Karachi, and the one in Gwadar, while it is operational, is not very well connected. So it can't really be used to really supplement or replace what is available in Karachi. So therefore, being reliant on a single port for them is an Achilles heel. And this is something that if the Indian Navy, like the 1971 war, brings its operational might to bear on that, I think they will really have a tough time. And I think this is something that they would be in their minds, definitely, that this is what has happened in the past and this is what can happen now. So I think at what stage the government brings it in will depend obviously on the strategic situation at that time. But it is essentially when you want these sea lines of communication to be stopped, for the country to be starved of any further oil and ammunition. And as I brought out earlier, and as Admiral Sinha mentioned, they don't have any great stockpiles. We are aware of that. And most of the missiles and the drones that they are sending across are being shot down. And as such, drones are largely a tactical weapon. They're very effective tactically, but they are not really of any great strategic impact. So therefore, I think it will be up to the government when to bring the Navy in. But it would be when I think a tipping point has been reached, and the government feels that it's now time to use the sea pressure to bring in to bear on Pakistan on its already very fragile economy.
All right, let's just go across to Shiv one more time. Shiv, before I come to Shiv, the news from Chandigarh is that in a small period of time, if not already, they will be switching on the lights. But then there is this request to citizens there that, look, please maintain a voluntary blackout. So that's what we are hearing. Shiv, anything else that you're picking up?
These blackouts are happening in different cities, Vishnu. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a sort of a story in motion. I think people should expect short notice announcements of this kind by their administrations, whether it is blackouts, whether it is power outages, etc., for the next few hours or days as this situation evolves. Because, just a couple of hours ago, we were in the middle of reporting a very, very high voltage confrontation between India and Pakistan, missiles, drones, air defense systems being used, the line of control being lit up with artillery, etc. I've just got information from our contact in the Uri sector that there have been some injuries and possibly some casualties on the Indian side, from shelling by the Pakistan side. Civilians I'm talking about, not military. So this kind of thing is going to happen, Vishnu. Whether it is Chandigarh, whether it is Amritsar, whether it is Jalandhar, Avantipura, Adampur, Kapurthala, all of the cities that were on that list that the Indian Ministry of Defence put out in its statement as having been defended by integrated air defense, but also other cities. We're talking about places in Rajasthan, we're talking about places in Gujarat. All of these places will fall under that national security umbrella right now, as being places of interest, if I can use that phrase, in terms of what Pakistan is attempting to do. They're looking to, get their weapons to wreak some kind of damage in some kind of high-profile location, and that's perhaps the reason why we're seeing, evacuations from public places, sanitization of some areas. This is where all that practice actually comes into effect. The fact that those mock drills haven't happened since 1971 is obviously something that would have borne down on the establishment's mind very deeply. But this is where that starts making its money as well, and that starts paying off in terms of reducing public panic, avoiding chaos, increasing efficiency of administrative services in getting people to safety, should the balloon go up even further than it already has, Vishnu.
All right, Shiv. Again, for the benefit of our viewers, the footage that you see on your screens, and again, this is all deferred footage. Let's get the locations of these areas out, please. I think it's Jammu, and there are several other areas. People have been sending in footage to us, telling us that of what they are seeing, what they are hearing. This was earlier in the evening. 2 different areas, Jammu and in Aknoor. The blasts, the explosions are of surface-to-air missiles engaging incoming Pakistani projectiles, whether they're drones or they are missiles, we don't know. There have been at least 3 Indian military stations which have been attacked, Udhampur, Jammu and Pathankot. The attacks over there have been repelled through kinetic means and non-kinetic means, which basically means jammers. There have been attacks in Aknoor as well, which have taken place. I think, Admiral Chawla, it would be interesting for you to reflect on the point that these are the biggest air attacks that we've seen on India since the 1971 war. And it works the other way as well. Pakistan, we've hit Pakistan harder than we ever have by way of air attacks since the 1971 war. That's how big all of this is.
Absolutely. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is war in anything else but a formal declaration. And that normally does not come in today's world. So I think it is also a test of the nation's will. I think India is a very strong country today, even compared to the victory in 1971, in every sense, in the sense of the comprehensive national power. It's a very, very strong country. The leadership is extremely strong. And I think with this kind of strength that we have, Pakistan should be very wary. And I think that's what they're trying to do, because when you see their statements on television, even the ISPR, they keep talking about this peace, something like Bagal mein chura aur muh mein ram ram sort of thing. But they're trying to keep emphasize that, so they are essentially looking for a way out of this. And if they don't get a face-saving way out, obviously the Pakistani army in particular and the Pakistani army chief will have a big loss of face and may not be able to sustain his position. Already, if you remember, just a short time back, the army had suffered a massive blow when the corps commanders' houses, etc., in Karachi and in Lahore were attacked and ransacked. And there was this internal division within the military as well. They're also getting hammered very badly in Balochistan. And they're having a tough time on the Afghan border and in FATA as well. So all in all, I think they have bitten off more they can chew. And when one analyzes the public statements that are coming out from their official channels, not the YouTube videos that one sees, it is quite evident that they are trying to wriggle out of this. But the pressure on them from their backers is such that, and their own self-image is such that they want some way out of this, which I don't think they're going to get this time. They will have to back out themselves from the situation that they have created.
All right, Admiral Chawla and Admiral Sinha, be with us, Shiv as well. I'm going to take a break. I'm joined by my colleague Kitty. It's going to be a long night potentially for a lot of concerned people across the country. The situation is somewhat calmer now than it was a little while back. Electricity is being turned on in certain areas in Chandigarh. However, local authorities telling people on a voluntary basis, please do continue with your blackout. Is India responding to all of this? We haven't really got very many reports. That doesn't mean it won't happen tomorrow. We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to take a short break at this stage and come back with more.
All right, the situation continues to remain tense along the Indian borders after Pakistan attempted to target military installations in Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot. These attacks were foiled by India and India responded effectively. Army had confirmed that the military stations at Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, which are in proximity to the international boundary in Jammu Kashmir, were targeted by Pakistan using missiles and drones, but no losses were reported, and Indian armed forces confirmed that the threat was neutralized. At this point in time, we understand, the Ministry of Defense had said that the Pakistani military attempted to engage military targets in other places that also included Chandigarh, Bathinda, Udhampur as well. However, these attempts were foiled by the forces. There is, of course, total blackout in border areas at this point in time. These visuals coming in from Jammu, Jaisalmer, Akhnur and other areas from Jammu Kashmir, we understand. Also Pathankot, total blackout in these areas as Pakistan also fired at least 8 missiles in these areas across Jammu Kashmir that were intercepted and all destroyed. There is confirmation that in Pak, F-16 jet was shot down. A JF-17 fighter jet was also shot down by the Indian surface-to-air missiles. This was the confirmation that came in from the army earlier. Pakistan also itself admitted that its jets were shot down. So far, we had this confirmation that a JF-17 was shot down as well as a Pak F-16 jet was shot down. Remember, this retaliation by the Indian forces comes after Pakistan's provocations. The Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri earlier, while he was addressing the media in the evening, had made it clear that India is only going to attack, India is only going to retaliate if Pakistan doesn't mend its ways, if Pakistan chooses to attack us. And this is what has happened. A big escalation by Pakistan that targeted military bases in Jammu, Udhampur and Pathankot in India, and India managed to foil this attempt by Pakistan. But at this point in time, it looks like there is no stopping anytime soon. This is going to continue for some time at least, unless and until Pakistan decides to stop, unless and until Pakistan decides that it can't really go ahead. As so far we understand, Pakistan doesn't really also have that kind of military power that exists with India. I mean, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan when it comes to the military prowess. But this is the latest information that's coming in. 2 Pak jets, 1 F-16, 1 JF-17 have been shot down. The Pak airborne warning and control system, that Pak AVAX, has also been shot down. All right, Defence Analyst Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan with us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you gauge the situation at the moment? As I've been saying, there is no stopping anytime soon, isn't it?
It appears so, because the way things are moved last night, I mean this night, is indicating that there will be further escalation before any kind of de-escalation should happen. So we need to be prepared. I think the blackout and other things, the vacating of India Gate, etc., all those things are needed kind of defensive measures. I think we need to continue to do them, and then we should be prepared for any kind of offensive action from Pakistan. That is something we need to be constantly be watching, and we should be prepared to take on any kind of offensive action that comes from Pakistan.
In terms of military prowess, sir, as I've been saying, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan. Help us understand, our viewers as well. If this continues for the next few days, how how is it going to look like? Pakistan doesn't really have much of those resources, but it has definitely, at this point in time, looks like decided to engage with India militarily. We understand attacks have taken place. It tried to attack our military establishments. Missiles have been fired, drones have been fired, but all those attempts were negated or foiled by our forces here. But help us understand, when it comes to Pakistan and India, the military prowess that we have.
You see, the military prowess is not only in numbers. Okay, the numbers are okay. Will only tell you one story, but the real story behind that is how long can you sustain a conflict, and that is a major thing where the India has got very long kind of capabilities, very large capabilities to sustain itself in terms of a protracted kind of conflict. This is something that Pakistan may not have. In fact, some time ago, there were reports that Pakistan could only last for about 4 to 5 days, is what we heard. But notwithstanding that, I am sure some other countries may help it to sustain it for some time. But the issue is that we need to be bringing in all our effort to sustain this war as much as it lasts and ensure that we outlast the Pakistanis as far as this is concerned. And I'm very, very confident that we'll be able to do that with a lot of ease than what Pakistan would like to do.
Absolutely. All right, sir. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, former Chief of Integrated Defence Staff and Commander-in-Chief of Western Naval Command, also with us on the broadcast here. Sir, if I could come to you here, what in your understanding, sir, needs to happen next? Of course, there is continued escalation, big escalation from the Pakistan side, and India, of course, has retaliated. It made it clear, as I was saying earlier also, that if Pakistan chooses to go ahead, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had said that we are not going to step back. It's up to them. The ball is in their court, and this is what they've decided to do.
Absolutely. What Foreign Secretary says is the government's policy. And the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the NSA some time back, as it was mentioned on some of the channels. And I think he would have given him a very broad directive. And everybody is waiting to see what the directive was. At the moment, it looks that if Pakistan escalates to next level, we will respond to everything that the Pakistani do in a proportional measure and in the same domain. However, I am quite surprised that the General Munir is still continuing, because within the army, as my colleague had just mentioned, there is fair amount of unease that General Munir has taken their country, down the destruction path by doing that, by supporting that terrorist attack. So I won't be surprised if he's removed from his place sooner than later, and hopefully that will bring it to halt. And somebody mentioned that every time there is an army action like this, it always leads to change of regime. I think it was Tilak Deveshwar who had mentioned. If that be so, then I'm sure that Munir probably could be seeing his last days.
If not General Munir, sir, but then who after him? I mean, who's above the military, above the Pakistani army there in our neighboring nation?
The Chief of General Staff, CGS, Mirza, I think General Mirza, he was overlooked to become chief. I mean, you never know, he might take over. It depends on the government, and I'm assuming that somebody will actually replace him. And the only name comes to my mind is General Mirza, who is the Joint Chiefs of Staff boss.
Okay. All right. However, we understand there is no confirmation on that yet. We will try and get a confirmation. We are only putting out facts at the moment. What's happening in Pakistan at the moment, we'll try and get more information about that also. But yes, India has given a befitting response to Pakistan. Pakistan chose to attack us. It all started with the Pahalgam attack, and look at how Pakistan has retaliated after India chose to strike those terror bases in Pakistan. This is very much clear on whose side Pakistan is. It is the terrorists that it is harboring on its soil, of course. Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla also is now joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. How do you gauge the situation at the moment, sir? What do we see coming in the next few days?
Uh, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is all but war in formal declaration. So the kind of attacks that we are seeing really happen only in wartime. And I think Pakistan has the one who's escalated it, because the Indian response to the terrorist massacre, which was most inhuman act I think that we have seen in many years, was very proportionate, very measured, and it was mentioned in so many words as well that this was only against terrorist targets. We did not attack any military targets. We did not attack any civilian targets. That's not our ethos in any case, to attack civilian targets. In response, it is Pakistan which has escalated, and it did so last time as well by attacking military targets, because obviously there are no terrorist targets to attack in India. So it was forced to do this, and I think India has rightly responded in the same vein by attacking military targets. Now, essentially it is a face-saving measure. They're trying to save face. They're trying to see how they can wriggle out of this, because if you see the Pak statements, official statements, and you see their media, I just saw the actual ground situation through CNN in Islamabad itself, where the correspondent said that the people are very rattled. That for the first time, attacks have taken place from Karachi to right up to Islamabad and beyond, of course, into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So I think this kind of situation is something which Pakistan cannot sustain. India can. Obviously,
Yes.
no country can sustain or should need to sustain such a situation for a very long time. But I think they are trying to find some face-saving way out. And I suspect, as in the past, they will look for a mediation and they will say, okay, now in the current situation, the United States is really preoccupied with other things, though it has stepped in recently in the last day or so.
Yes.
But it has its own sort of preoccupations with the tariff and the other issues that are internally going on in the United States. And there's really no other country which can mediate in that manner as the United States. So, Pakistan is in a hard spot. Its main sponsor, that is China, is unwilling to help. China can only give them verbal assurances and maybe provide them in some arms and ammunition.
But sir, so
even
US is in a wait and watch mode at this point in time. I mean, Donald
Yes,
Trump, of course,
absolutely.
made statements on 2 occasions earlier saying that we support India, but they've also urged for restraint from both sides. But we understand at this point in time, US is also looking at the situation and not really, coming in.
Yes, actually, I think India should stay its course. I think we have the stamina, we have the staying power, and we have 140 crore people. I mean, we have the moral force with us. It's a just war or just conflict that has been started in response to this outrage that happened in Pahalgam. So I think in terms of public support, in terms of the morale of the country, in terms of economic wherewithal, in terms of the military capability, everything is available. But it's not the case in Pakistan.
Right.
And all the other measures that the government has announced, particularly the abrogation of the Indus Water Treaty,
Yes.
has dealt a huge blow to their morale as well. Because वो कहानी है ना कि गांव में बोलते हैं कि हुक्का पानी बंद कर देंगे. So I think ये हुक्का पानी जब बंद होता है, when this happens, it is something that's very serious. And this is a lifeline for them. 80% of their water comes from there. And while obviously you can't really stop
But sir,
the
that
flow,
should, that's a very important point that you've made, but that should have actually prompted Pakistan to come to the negotiating table to speak to India. And instead, they've launched attacks on India.
No, I think as my other colleagues will point out, this is the image and the prestige of the Pakistan army. Just one institution that holds the entire country of Pakistan to ransom. Because they have started this, they have supported this. It is quite evident over the last couple of months how this escalation has happened. It's in the public realm right now. And now for them to back down in some manner, and if you recollect, the same thing happened in the Kargil war as well. They had to finally back down, but there was a face saving provided to them by the United States, which was really a face saving for their own people, because they can only fool their own people. They can't fool the entire world, but even all their own people were not fooled by that. Ultimately, they got to know the reality. So I think it is just that they are now desperately looking for somebody to come in and tell them, okay, fine, let it go now. So I think as far as India is concerned, I think we are rightly staying the course, and we should not blink really in this issue.
All right, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, if I could come to you once again, this is very much clear, sir. We had visuals of a funeral also being held for the terrorists who were killed in the strikes by Indian forces on Pakistani soil in POK in Pakistan. We understand Pakistan, whose side Pakistan is on, that is very much clear, and that's on record now. Pakistan so far has been saying that it's not really responsible for what's happening in India or the cowardly terrorist attacks that have taken place on Indian soil. But the proof is out in front of the whole world.
That is absolutely true. And in fact, the Foreign Secretary in the morning during his briefing showed the photograph of the funeral being attended by military personnel and everybody else. And he showed as to how that proof of the complicity of both the Pakistan army as well as the deep state in Pakistan getting involved with terrorism. So there is a very clear-cut case. I don't think there is any doubt left in anybody's mind that there is a backbone which actually helps these terrorists to be recruited, trained, and then inserted for operations into India. So this is something which has been going on, and everybody understands this very well. Now,
absolutely.
the thing that we need to be...
Well, yes, multiple times it has happened. You're very much right in saying that. Proof, evidence has been given on multiple occasions, but yes, Pakistan is really not ready to mend its ways and continues to say that we are not responsible and we have nothing to do with what's happening in India. Rather, India, of course, had to take strong action. At this point in time, we understand after what happened, the massacre that unfolded in Pahalgam in Jammu, Kashmir, when 26 innocent lives were lost. They were brutally killed by those terrorists, after which India, of course, had to take strong action, and we have done so, and we've given a befitting reply to Pakistan, which was very much needed. Which Pakistan had to be shown the mirror, and that is what India has done. All right, sir. Also, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, international support. When it comes to international support, as I've been saying, that US, of course, looks like at this point in time is in a wait-and-watch mode. Donald Trump, of course, has spoken about this. There are other countries of the world who've urged for restraint from both sides. But India is very much strong enough to handle this case, but Pakistan isn't. It won't be able to survive for long. But when it comes to international support, we understand, the proof or the evidence that comes out is good enough to build our case.
Absolutely. There's only one country which gives it unwavering support to Pakistan. That is China. You can see it from the way it's supported in the UN Security Council. It was expected. And it was also expected that it will support military equipment to Pakistan, which they did in terms of PL-15 after the Pahalgam incident took place. So therefore, that support will come. But again, that support will have a kind of limitation to a particular extent. If you look at the international support, I think India has got a very large support from many of the countries. You mentioned US, but US, they said what they said, but then the US Secretary of State has already spoken to our External Affairs Minister a couple of times. Today was the last time he spoke, and thereafter he spoke to the PM of Pakistan. So they're also trying to do something. Iran Foreign Minister was there in Pakistan earlier. Then Saudi Foreign Minister is going to Pakistan tomorrow. Basically, I think they're trying to drill some sense into the Pakistani way of behavior. And everybody has understood that India is on the right path, on the moralistic high ground. So when you say casus belli, I think India has got the right way to do it. And we have not been escalating out of proportion. We have been only responding to what Pakistan has been doing.
Yes.
And to that extent, we are on a moral high ground.
Yes.
And no country in the world can actually go down and say that, okay, we'll not support India because of a particular issue.
Right. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, if I could come to you. This is, you understand, in your understanding, this is measured response from India. I mean, things haven't really gone out of hands at this point in time, or have they?
No, they haven't gone out of hand. We have full control on the escalation ladder. Coming back to the point about this, the Pakistanis coming to the table. Now we have to understand one thing. In my belief is that the terrorist groups of Pakistan are only hired labor of the army. The biggest terrorist group in Pakistan is the army ISI combined. Until that is there, we can keep killing terrorists, we can keep killing everybody, but they will not mend their ways.
Right.
So this is a fact that we have to realize, and every time fight will be with the army. We have nothing to talk really. What is there to talk? They are terrorists. They are attacking our innocent people. They have to be punished, and if they respond, we'll punish them again. So I think this punishment will carry on. Retribution has to come, and absolutely measured retribution. And I'm just hoping that the violation of the airspace by a drone in Sir Creek area also does invite some kind of retribution from the naval forces. So my views are very clear that the terrorist organization in Pakistan is the army ISI and nobody else. Everybody else is a hired labor.
Okay, all right. We have more information coming in. At the moment, we are learning now. There is, of course, a total blackout in many parts of India, in areas in northern, northwestern India. Those visuals also on your TV screens. But at the moment, we are learning in Chandigarh, there is power has been restored in Chandigarh at this point in time. So, yes, this is the latest bit coming in. But in other areas, in states where power is out, there is total blackout. That continues to remain. Meanwhile, those visuals on your TV screens coming in earlier, these are deferred visuals, of course, that we are showing to you. That came in a while back, but we are putting it out now for security reasons, of course. Drones that were intercepted by our S-400 system, of course, that is something that also needs to be talked about. The S-400 air defense system that has been able to intercept all these missiles and drones that have been coming our way. Well, of course, Pakistan tried to fire missiles, 8 missiles so far, that is the information coming in, were fired towards our military establishments in Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur. But those nefarious designs, those attacks by Pakistan were completely foiled. That's the more information about S-400 air defense system, which is also known as India's Sudarshan Chakra. India has named it as the Sudarshan Chakra, and this is surface-to-air missile system that has kept you, me, everybody here in India safe. And thanks to our armed forces who are fighting this situation, this war-like situation at the moment for us on the borders there. The tension continues to remain on the borders, of course, at this point in time. But we understand India is responding effectively. If, I could go back to Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla here. Sir, help us understand about this S-400 air defense system. We've been talking about our military prowess. How, of course, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan when it comes to our military force, and the capability of India. But this S-400 air defense system, as I've been saying, has been able to keep us all safe in this, situation when Pakistan, of course, tried to attack our military establishments.
Yes, the air defense is the prerogative of the Indian Air Force, and they have a very capable system which is interconnected across the country. The S-400, of course, is a very, very capable system. Long-range system, 400 kilometers, can track multiple targets and hit targets at extreme ranges and altitudes, as you are showing. But apart from the S-400, we also have many other systems. We have the Indian Akash system that is operational. We have the shorter range systems, which are legacy systems. We have got the shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles, which are also very effective against aircraft at lower altitudes and against helicopters and drones. And of course, there is the anti-drone system, that the UAS system that was talked about during the briefing as well, which comprises both kinetic and non-kinetic methods. So I think this is a complex system which has obviously worked very well, and full kudos to the Indian Air Force for that. And of course, the S-400 has been the icing on the cake as far as the air defense is concerned, because of its huge capabilities. So I think this entire combination of air defense systems and of course the sensors, the radars which are there, the S-400 itself has its own radars which are very good. But there is a huge network of other radars as well. A lot of them are indigenous as well, which is particularly strong across the western border. And I think that's why the interceptions have taken place so successfully. And in modern warfare, as I think has been seen in the Ukraine conflict, also the surface-to-air missile systems have developed in such capability that the fighter aircraft are at risk today. So therefore, there's no surprise that we've managed to shoot down, as per their own admission, two JF-17s, and there is some unconfirmed reports of an F-16 and maybe one more aircraft that is coming in on the net, but that's not confirmed as yet. But this JF-17 has been confirmed by the.
Well, yes, I wanted to ask you about that next, actually. What does it say about Pakistan's military power? I mean, two JF-17, we are not confirming that. So far, we understand one F-16, one JF-17. However, I'm trying to get another confirmation on the second JF-17 that also has been shot down. What does it say about, Pakistan's military power?
No, so, the Air Force had said when the S-400 was acquired, they had made a public statement that the Pakistani Air Force is now not safe to fly within their own skies. I mean, almost their entire airspace in large parts of the country is under the cover of Indian surface-to-air missiles. So for them to even think of coming across would, I think, be quite suicidal. Obviously, it's no system is 100% proof. But I think what has happened from what we have seen, that there's no military station that has been hit, that the aircraft have been downed, the confirmed and unconfirmed reports which are there, is evidence that, they are not able to do anything, and that the air defense system is working very, very effectively.
Absolutely. All right. We'll try and get more information on how India, of course, has struck back. We've been talking about the S-400 air defense system and, the Pakistani fighter jets also that have been brought down. We understand one of them near Pokhran's Lathi in Jaisalmer, and the airborne early warning and control system, that's the AWACS, of the Pakistan Air Force was also shot down inside Pakistan's Punjab province. This is the latest information that's coming in. No casualties have been reported from the Indian side as per the Ministry of Defense. That is a confirmation that has come in at this point in time, we understand. However, we'll try and get more details as to what's really happening in Pakistan at the moment. There are, of course, reports that Asif Munir has been asked to step down and he's going to be replaced by somebody else in the Pakistani military establishment. But who is that going to be? And if there is a confirmation on that report or not, that, of course, needs to be seen. But we understand this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. As far as India's response is concerned, India, of course, is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. Those visuals on your TV screens, these are deferred visuals, as we've been saying, that came in just a while back, but for security reasons, we are putting it out after a while. Also, this is the latest that we are learning of at the moment. Drones and missiles were fired towards our military establishments in Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, but that attempt by Pakistan was completely foiled, and looks like at this point in time we understand there is no stopping. This is going to continue at least for the next few days, but will Pakistan come to the negotiating table? It will have to. As many have said that it doesn't really have much manpower or resources to sustain for a very long time, maybe maximum 4 to 5 days. But after that, what will be Pakistan's option? That, of course, remains to be seen. Final comments by Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan. Sir, if I could come to you, what would you say before I wrap this up?
It is quite simple. I've been mentioning earlier when Vishnu Som was there on the screen.
Yes, sir.
That Pakistan is likely to escalate before we see de-escalation. So we need to wait and watch as to what Pakistan resorts to after this. That is where the importance is going to be. And the information that is coming out of Pakistan saying that General Asim Munir has been replaced by General Mirza is something we'll have to wait and watch. We don't know whether it is true or not. That confirmation will tell us. If that is true, then the de-escalation will be faster. So this is something I think we need to wait and watch. And we need to take all precautions. I've been saying this every time I've spoken. We need to take all precautions against any kind of Pakistan misadventure, not only in the border areas, but also in the depth areas. This is something I think we need to be very, very constantly be cautious about.
Yes, sir. Vice Admiral
Hamas
Shekhar Sinha.
supporters are not going to remain in this country, and that action would be taken there. So certainly he's been consistent. He means it.
All right. There was some technical problem there. We'll go to Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha here. Sir, your final comments.
Final comment is that, before the de-escalation takes place, I think our intention should be to take off all the important targets so that it takes them much longer to recover.
Okay. All right, sir. Also, sir, thank you so much for joining us here. Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla also, before I wrap this up, sir, what needs to happen next?
I think I'll just end by complimenting the government, the Prime Minister and the armed forces of India for the excellent job that they're doing. And I think it needs to be reiterated to them, though they don't really need to know, they know this, that the entire country is with them in this struggle. And I think we wish them all the very best, and we are all here to support them in whatever best manner that we can.
Absolutely, sir. A measured response, of course, at the same time is the need of the hour. And that is what India is doing and is expected. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla and Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha for being with us on the broadcast.
Very good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Our continuous coverage here on NDTV. The big escalation from Pakistani side, which happened this evening. India, time and again, has repeatedly said that India is not looking for escalation. This was, remember, all that Pakistan is doing, the drone attacks and continuous escalation on the LOC and the international border, is in response to India targeting not Pakistani army, not Pakistani government or civilian or economic establishment, but designated terrorists inside the territory of Pakistan. The response is the entire country and the army of Pakistan at this moment is on the brink of an all-out war. At least at this moment, we are a little short of a complete war with Pakistan. Still very measured response from India, only responding to Pakistani's provocation. But what happened this evening, Kitty, in multiple cities across the country, whether it is Pathankot, in Jammu, in Srinagar, in Jaisalmer, many cities in Punjab as well, they all came under the attacks from Pakistan, drone and projectiles which were launched. And we have to, in fact, tip our hat for India's air defense systems. Confirmation coming in from the Indian Army that their bases were under attack, but all the projectiles have been shot in the sea, in the sky itself.
Yes, Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur is where these, the military establishments that were targeted by Pakistan. But yes, Indian Army managed to foil these attempts. The Indian forces managed to foil these attempts, of course, and this at a time, as you've been saying, Ankit, comes when when India, of course, had responded to that attack on our innocent civilians in Pahalgam. And this is the kind of response you see from Pakistan. Pakistan resorting to these attacks on the Indian soil, on our establishments, military establishments here. Those visuals on your TV screens, deferred visuals that we're showing to you for security reasons, of course, drones flying in the air that were aimed towards us. Towards our cities, but those attempts were clearly foiled by our forces.
Let me go across at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, because trust NDTV to keep you not only ahead, but we are only putting out factual, verified information.
in the fog of the war, as they say, a lot of misinformation and, from the Pakistani side, some also, of course, jumping the gun here in India, some media channels as well. But we are trying to keep you abreast with the most factual and detailed news here regarding this very, very tense situation, which is at this moment developing between India and Pakistan. My colleagues Shiv Arur, Shiv Arur is joining us from Srinagar. A difficult area to report from at this moment. Harsha is also joining us from Jaisalmer. Shiv, is the blackout still on? First of all, what is the situation? Because Srinagar also on high priority target as far as Pakistan is concerned. We saw the kind of escalation today, and the response from India, I am sure, is on its way.
The blackout continues at this time, Ankit, and we were told that there was going to be a full power outage as well. That hasn't happened so far, but we're expecting that it might happen at any time. You're right, Srinagar is a priority target for Pakistan. There was an attempt to hit Srinagar, earlier yesterday in Pakistan's first retaliation for Operation Sindoor, and Srinagar, remember, was among the cities on that list, along with 14 other cities and establishments. So there were missiles or drones headed towards the Badami Bagh cantonment, which is just about 2 kilometers from where I am right now in Srinagar. But those were thwarted by integrated air defense. It's going to be a tense night, clearly, because the couple of hours of integrated air defense engagements over airspace in places like Amritsar, Jammu, other parts of the country, Pathankot especially, Udhampur I'm hearing as well, Samba, Riasi, the border areas, Akhnur, basically mean that things have started off on a very, very tense note tonight. And it stands to reason, Ankit, as you and I both reported night before last, that things are, once they get into this mode, they tend to escalate very, very rapidly. So unless there is some kind of a big diplomatic shift from somewhere in the world right now against Pakistan, I think this escalatory trigger has been pushed and the ball is now in India's court. And in fact, we're going to have some information flashing on our screens very shortly about the next step of this escalation.
As you've rightly pointed out, that it's going to be a long, long night. Much is happening, a lot of developments coming in, and situation, of course, continues to remain tense on the borders. We are learning now, Shiv, naval operations have also begun in the Arabian Sea. Targeted operations have begun against multiple targets in Pakistan, and with that, we understand the Navy also here. The naval operations with beginning in the Arabian Sea, Navy also holding command.
That is correct. We're being very careful with the details that we're giving out about any kind of offensive operations that are taking place at this time. Remember, the Navy has not, the Ministry of Defense and the Navy are not commenting on any offensive operations, which is why we're taking care to only say that operations have begun in the Arabian Sea. And that is not to say that the Navy has not been involved in operations before this. The Navy has been fully involved in targeted strikes with inside Pakistan, all through yesterday and today as well. In fact, the attack on Lahore today and certain other places in Pakistan involved strikes that emanated from the Indian Navy. All we are reporting here on NDTV is that operations have begun involving the Navy tonight. So a retaliation from India, in whatever shape or form it actually takes, we're going to be very careful about any of the details that we actually give out. This is a tri-service operation. The Army, Navy and the Air Force are all involved in what is taking place at this point of time.
Right, Shiv, we'll come back to you as more information comes in. At the moment, this is the latest that we're picking up at the moment. We understand the situation continues to remain tense at this point in time across the borders. In Jaisalmer, my colleague Harsha is reporting from. Let me go across to her as well. Harsha, we understand explosions were heard in Jaisalmer. There is total blackout. Any development there?
Well, yes, right through this evening from about 9 o'clock onwards, we heard and we saw, the sky being lit with what looked like fireworks. But then we soon realized that these were actually drone, strikes or some kind of drone being flown from both sides actually, and they were being neutralized. So there is no loss of, there's no casualty that Jaisalmer city has reported. You could hear it in and around Jaisalmer. In fact, not just the city, but in fact, we were driving in from one of the border villages that we had gone to, and all along the road also we could see these, sort of things lighting up the sky like fireworks. So from about 9 o'clock in the evening, it went on. There's a complete blackout. Of course, the situation is very tense here. The Chief Minister right now in Jaipur is taking a meeting with the Chief Secretary, the head of the police force, the DGP, and other senior officials and ministers. He's monitoring the situation. In fact, extra fire brigades are being rushed to the border areas. More personnel, more RAC companies are also being moved right now as we speak to these border areas where the situation is tense. In fact, the police was at pains to make sure that there's a complete blackout in Jaisalmer. The police at pains to make sure that everyone would switch off their lights. We also had to drive to where we were staying in the dark, actually. And some of us also had to walk, park our cars at a place and then walk to where, wherever our destination was. This was some of our crew members who had to do this because there is a complete blackout. And in fact, the blackout started, it was supposed to start at 12, but as soon as the drone activity started, the city went into complete darkness. So along the Western Front in Rajasthan, there is a sense of tension because we have the longest border with Pakistan, over 1,000 kilometers. We are also vulnerable because a lot of our cities are not about 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers from the border, like Jaisalmer, where I am right now. So the situation is very, very tense. And the government, the civilian government is, of course, now doing everything they can to ensure that the fire brigades are in place. Hospitals are fully prepared. There is adequate police personnel and, officers, administrative officers in these border districts.
And it's been the entire western sector, the entire western border with Pakistan, where this latest and grave, provocation from Pakistan is coming in at this moment. Remember, India did not start this kinetic action, neither did we start this entire cycle that we are seeing at this moment. It all started with Pakistan. India only counter-reacted with Operation Sindoor. The ball was in Pakistan court. They had chosen to, in fact, increase or go up the escalation ladder. Mohammad Ghazali, my colleague, is also joining us in Jammu. About a couple of hours back, Jammu was also one of the major destinations where Pakistan drones were in fact used. Projectiles were lobbed from Pakistan. It was one of the major targets of this latest round of strike as far as Pakistanis are concerned. Ghazali, total blackout there as well. What's the situation at this moment? We know that the Indian Army officially has come out and said that there was Jammu was also a target which was thwarted by the air defense systems.
Yeah, certainly. So people generally, they have been asked in the morning hours, in the evening hours to leave for safer places to the makeshift bunkers and other safe locations in the urban areas of Jammu as well as in Rajouri district. But it was not expected that after sunset, the attacks will emanate from Pakistani side. So it was a sense of chaos in the evening because nobody was sure that how long will this continue. There was shelling happening in other sectors in Poonch and in other sectors near IB and LOC in Kashmir region. It was also happening in Jammu region as well. So the government and the district administration here has ordered complete blackdown here. A lot of people who have come to Jammu from other locations, they have left from Rajouri to safer places. And right now, since this entire social media has been flooded with many videos, a lot of people are confused here that how long will it continue. We heard sounds of explosion here in Rajouri district as well. And people are still trying to figure out that how long will this continue, because not just in Rajouri, but in Poonch, as well as the neighboring district of Pathankot, we also received reports that there have been Pathankot air base was under attack. Locations in Amritsar have been under attack, as well as other districts in Punjab. So this entire belt, people from different districts who have come to work in Rajouri district have left. And there is still anything in the skyline, if with a flash or a light is being considered as if there are drones from Pakistani side. But thankfully, there have been no attack as such in the larger area of Rajouri district.
Well, absolutely. Also, Ankit, just to give out this information to our viewers, India, of course, also now has tightened its air security amid this border tension with Pakistan. And directives have, of course, been issued from the Bureau of Civil Aviation saying that those who are coming at airports, they must come 3 to 4 hours before. Of course, many flights have been cancelled, and at this point in time, it's our responsibility also as citizens of this country to basically to take a step back if if such a situation is developing at this point in time. We really need to hold on. Now, there are, of course, people who may have emergencies, such kind of situations, who would, of course, want to go to other places. But, well, yes, for them, instructions have been given and directives have been issued to the airlines as well.
Let me also bring in at this moment, I request all of our colleagues to stay on with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be it's not over yet. It is going to be a long night by all measures because, as we said, we are responding at this moment. But this is a major escalation as far as Pakistan is concerned, trying to attack Indian, army and security establishments. Major General R.C. Pari is also with us at this moment. Sir, thank you for speaking to us, this late in the night. But let me ask you this: by all accounts, what we are hearing is that. Of course, first of all, it shows the might of Indian air defense system, the integrated air defense system, not just in one area, but across the western border, have very successfully intercepted the wave of drones and projectiles which have been launched by Pakistan. On the other hand, this news also coming in that the naval operations in some capacity have also begun in the Arabian Sea, possibly first time after 1971, tells you the gravity of the situation that we are dealing with.
Yes, first of good morning, because it is already morning, and I appreciate your channel that even at the time of the conflict, you all have been doing a wonderful job. Now, coming back to the main question, if you look at our capability, we have demonstrated to Pakistan and to the world that we have got a superior military technology. The first 9 targets, very precision, with so much of precision we could really achieve, and the depth was up to 140 kilometers, and there was absolutely the successful was 100%. Then they responded by killing some of our civilians in the Jammu Kashmir sector, and it was RT-12 which took place. And today they have attacked 15 military stations, and which is very close to the border. Now, if you look at the application of other things, now they could only come to very up to say few kilometers, which is about say 100 kilometers or so from the international border or kind of control, and they could not really do much damage. Whereas the Indian forces, they have entered into Pakistan and targeted Islamabad, Lahore, they have gone up to Quetta. All the major cities of Pakistan are within our range. Now, when coming back to the drones also, we have been using our indigenous drones along with the drones which we have acquired from our friendly countries. And that shows that we are also very successful developing our own systems. Whereas Pakistanis, they have been using the systems which is given to them by the Chinese. And we have seen how their air defense system has failed. Our air defense system was much better, and we could neutralize their whatever counter attacks which they try to do on India.
Something I want to take ahead, of course, I want to take a question on that with Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha also. Sir, now that the naval operations have also begun in Arabian Sea, this is a confirmation that we are getting at this point in time. Multiple targets are, of course, on the radar of the Navy. With Navy also coming in, stepping in, what does the situation now look like? This is a big escalation by Pakistan. We have been repeatedly saying, and this is only counter-offensive by India. But we have to protect our interests. What does it say about the military might of India, and also now with Navy stepping in? How does the situation look to you?
Well, the Navy is brought in, for the final coup, if you like, because we don't have any contact warfare. except for our marine commandos. But what we have is a non-contact warfare, long-distance warfare. Now, it was necessary for Navy to respond, if it has already started, because the Pakistani drone has been shot down in the Sir Creek area, which is very close to Gujarat. And if it has been shot down there, then we must take out the bases from where that from where the drone would have taken off. And if it is by the terrorist organizations, then be it. Otherwise, as far as selection of target is concerned, entire Makran coast at one time can be addressed by the Navy. Their firepower is many times more than by the Pakistani Navy. Second point is the presence of ship and the submarine outside Karachi harbor and other harbors, Ormara, Gwadar, and other harbors. They will prevent any other merchant ship entering that area which is carrying oil, the ammunition, and the normal trade. So the first target of the government was to choke economically, and therefore the economic warfare can be best addressed by the Navy by blockade, by not letting any of these big ships enter. And I'm sure they would have issued a nav area and a notam that no merchant ship is permitted to enter this area because there are weapons being used and they can get hit. So if that happens,
yes,
none of the commercial ships will enter. If that has been done already, but it is. I must say that this is a good decision if the government has taken so, and there is much can be done, and you will see more action in the coming hours.
Let me also bring in Shiv at this moment to dwell on this point further. Of course, there is superiority as far as India is concerned, whether it's Air Force or our ground forces. But when it comes to Navy, Shiv, there is no match. I mean, there is no contest as far as Pakistan and Indian navies are concerned. While we are talking about this, as Shiv said, we are being very careful not to divulge any operational details. All we are putting out at this moment from our sources is that some sort of naval operation, maybe in some capacity, is in the Arabian Sea with naval operations beginning there. But Shiv, two important things. Post 1971, this will be the first time possibly that the use of Navy in a situation like this is being in fact done by India. And number two, also about what we saw earlier in the night, the integrated air defense systems, they have worked wonders. I mean, those men and women have shown Pakistan, no matter what they lob at us, there is an answer.
Yeah, Ankit, it is an acknowledgement of NDTV's commitment to, accuracy and waiting to get it right, and acknowledging very importantly that this is an evolving situation. These are, very sensitive combat operations that are on right now between both countries. And therefore, we're not going to be talking about any specifics right now. We know that, a lot of media is talking about, what each armed force is doing, targeting this city, targeting that city. We are not going to report any of that. All we are reporting, acknowledging the Navy's role right now is operations in the Arabian Sea. That could, of course, mean anything, and we will leave that, for the operational commanders to release information about as and when they want to do and when the government wants to do that. So the Navy, very much part of this tri-service operation. There's a lot of misinformation doing the rounds as to what each armed forces is doing. We certainly on NDTV will not do that. Point number two, you're absolutely right. I think the hero of the day today is every man and woman in uniform in our security establishment for sure. But if we had to take something that was not human in terms of technology, most certainly the hero of the day has been India's integrated air defense system, which comprises everything from the Russian S-400 to the Israeli Spider to our very own Desi Akash surface-to-air missile system, which has matured into a very, very credible and world-class, anti-air system. All of these, in some way or the other, have performed their role, Ankit and Kitty, in today's sort of very surreal symphony of air defense, in which not a single incoming Pakistani projectile, whether missile or drone, actually managed to hit its target. The Ministry of Defense, remember, has officially and formally confirmed, that whether it was Udhampur, Jammu, Pathankot or other places,